Book 3, Chapter 1. On the questions put by Janmeja. Janmeja said, O Bhagavan, what is that great yagna, sacrifice, named Amba Yagna about which you referred just now? Who is the Amba? Where was she born? From whom and for what did her birth take place? What are her qualities? What is her form and nature? O Ocean of Mercy, you are all-knowing. Kindly describe everything duly. Along with this, describe in detail the origin of the Brahmanda, cosmic egg. O Brahmana, you know everything about this whole universe. I have heard that Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra are the three Devtas who were successively manifested to create, preserve, and destroy the universe. Are these three high-souled entities independent? Or do they perform their duties under another higher authority? I am eager to know all this. O son of Parshara, describe all these to me. Are Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwar subject to death like ordinary beings? Or are they of the nature of eternal existence, consciousness, and bliss? Are they affected by the three types of sufferings, those arising from oneself, from other beings, or from divine causes? Are they subject to time? How and from where were they born? Do they experience pleasure, pain, sleep, or laziness? O Muni, are their bodies composed of 7 dhatus, elements like blood, flesh, etc.? Or are they of a different composition? A great doubt has arisen in me regarding all these. If their bodies are not made of the 5 elements, then from what are they formed? Of what qualities are their senses made? How do they enjoy sensory objects? What is their lifespan? O Brahmana, where do Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwar reside? And what is the nature of their power and prosperity? I wish to hear all of this in detail. Vyasa said, O highly intelligent king, the questions you asked today, whence and how were Brahma, etc., born, are very deep. In ancient times, I too had questions like these, and asked them of the great Muni Narada. At first, he was surprised by my queries, but later he answered them properly. O king, I shall now tell you what I heard. Listen attentively. Once, I saw the all-knowing, peaceful sage Narada, knower of the Vedas, seated calmly on the banks of the Ganga. I was overjoyed, and bowed to his feet. At his command, I took a seat near him. After inquiring about his welfare and seeing him settled, I asked, O wise one, who is the supreme architect of this vast universe? From where did this Brahmanda originate? Is it eternal or temporary? If it is an effect, then naturally, it must have a cause. When the Creator is accepted, is that cause one or many? O sage, this samsara, world cycle, is vast, and I am confused. Please tell me what is true and real, and remove my doubt. Some believe Mahadev, the Lord of the Devas, to be the Supreme. He is said to be the cause of all, the liberator of jivas, souls, free from birth and death, always auspicious, peaceful by nature, and the controller of the 3 gunas. He alone is the cause of creation, preservation, and destruction. Some Pandits believe Vishnu as the God of all and praise him as such. It is Vishnu that is the powerful Supreme Self, the Lord of all and the first person Adipurusha. It is he that has no birth nor death, the deliverer of the whole jivas, omnipresent. His faces are everywhere. He is the granter of enjoyments and liberation to the devotees. Some others call Brahma the cause of all. It is he that is omniscient and the stimulator of all beings. The 4-faced Brahma, best among the Devas, is born from the lotus that springs from an infinite source. He resides in Satyaloka, the highest realm, and is the creator and lord of all Devas. Some consider the sun, Surya, to be God. They recite hymns to him morning and evening without any lack of slackness and laziness. Others say Indra, the 1,000-eyed king of the Devas, the husband of Sachi, is the supreme. Those who perform yagnas, sacrifices, worship Vaswa, Indra, who drinks Soma and grants blessings to those who drink it. He is the sole lord of sacrifice. Thus, people worship various gods according to their wishes. Varuna, Soma, Agni, Pavna, Wind, Yam, god of death, Kuber, god of wealth, and others. Some worship Ganesha, the elephant-fist god, the granter of desires and the remover of obstacles. He gives success as soon as he is remembered. Some teachers proclaim that the all-auspicious Adi Maya, the great Shakti Bhavani, the giver of all, is of dual nature, with and without attributes. Who is not different from Brahma, she is both Purusha and Prakriti, the creatrix, preservatrix, and destructrix of everything. She is the mother of all beings and all worlds, the eternal goddess of this Brahmanda, present in all beings and everywhere. She takes on endless forms: Vaishnavi, Shankari, Brahmi, Vasvi, Varuni, Varahi, Narsingha, Mahalakshmi, the one and without a second Vedamat, and others. It is this Vidya nature that is the one and the only root of this tree of samsara, universe. The mere remembrance of her destroys heaps of suffering and fulfills desires. She grants liberation to seekers of moksha, and grants worldly rewards to those who seek them. Though beyond the three gunas, she gives rise to them, so yogis meditate on her, the formless knowledge, devoid of attributes. The best sages, knower of Vedanta, meditate on her as the formless, immutable, pure, all-pervading Brahman. Some Upanishads describe her as pure light. Some say God is of infinite hands, faces, ears, and legs, the peaceful, cosmic form, Virat Purusha. Others say this Virat is Vishnu, and the sky is his footrest. Still others call him Purushottama. Some scholars believe creation cannot be done by a single being. Some atheists deny a single creator altogether, believing instead that this vast universe is the product of nature alone, without any divine agency. Followers of the Sankhya school say that Purusha is not the creator, it is Prakriti, nature. They say, who is the sovereign mistress of this universe. O sage, thus I have laid before you the many views of philosophers, of Kapila, the teacher of the Sankhyas, and others. Various doubts remain in my mind. Owing to these, my thoughts are confused. What is dharma? What is adharma? The Devas are born from Sattva Guna and uphold dharma, yet they are troubled by asuras, demons. How can dharma be permanent then? My forefathers, the Pandavas, were righteous and virtuous, always devoted to dharma. Yet they suffered great sorrows and hardships. How can one understand the greatness of dharma then? These events cast me into a sea of doubts and distress. O great Muni, you are capable of resolving anything. So remove my confusion. I am drowning again and again in this ocean of delusion. Lift me up in the boat of wisdom, and carry me across the sea of samsara, worldly existence. Thus end the first chapter on the third book on the questions put by Janmejaya in the Mahapurana Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyasa, Book 3 Chapter 2. On the Rudras going towards the heavens on the celestial car. Vyasa said, O mighty Amtkuru, the question you have just asked, I too had asked it long ago to Narada, the Lord of the Munis. He gave me the following reply. O Vyasa, what can I say to you about this that you don't already suspect? A similar doubt arose in my mind in ancient times. This very question occurred to me, and I went to my father, Brahma, of endless energy, and asked him, O Lord, O Father, from where is this entire Brahmanda, cosmic egg, born? Have you created it? Or is it Vishnu or Maheshwar? O all-pervading soul, who in this universe is truly worthy of worship? O Lord of the worlds, who is the Supreme Lord who governs everything? Please explain. I am drowning in the sea of Maya and confusion. My heart is full of doubt. No pilgrimage, no worship of any deva, no spiritual practice, no object, nothing gives me peace. O sinless one, kindly give me the proper answer and remove my doubts. O tormentor of foes, without the knowledge of the highest truth, one cannot attain peace. The heart, distracted in so many directions, cannot remain fixed. Whom should I meditate on? Whom should I worship? Where should I go? Whom should I praise? Who is the supreme God in this universe? I do not understand any of these. O son of Satyavati, hearing my sincere questions, Brahma, the grandsire of beings, replied, O highly illustrious son, what more shall I say than this, that even Vishnu is unable to answer your questions. They are indeed very difficult. O great intelligent one, no one who is attached to the world can understand these matters. Only those who are unattached, without envy or desire, and calm. Only those high-souled beings know the secret of all this. In ancient times, when all was just water, no moving or unmoving things existed, then the 5 elements had just arisen, and I too was born from the lotus that sprang from Vishnu's navel. Then, not seeing the moon, sun, trees, mountains, nothing, I sat on the center of the lotus and wondered, where have I come from in this vast ocean of waters? Who has created me? Who protects me? And who will destroy me when the cycle ends? There is no land visible here. Then on what does this mass of water rest? The lotus is called Pankaja because it is born from mud and dirt. So unless there is earth underneath with mud, how can this lotus arise here? Let me find out where the root of this lotus lies. Where is the mud and dirt? If I find that, then surely the earth will be found there as well. Thus thinking, I dove deep into the waters and searched for 1,000 years. But I could not find the earth anywhere. Then I heard a divine voice, practice tapasya, austerity. Hearing that celestial voice, I sat on the lotus, my birthplace, and practiced tapasya for 1,000 years. Then, again, I heard the voice from the heavens, create. Hearing this, I became confused and thought to myself, what shall I create? What shall I do? Just then, the two terrible Daityas, Madhu and Katbha, appeared. They threatened me and said, fight with us. Terrified, I held the stem of the lotus and descended into the water. There, I saw a wonderful person sleeping upon the serpent Ananta. He was deep blue in color, like a rain cloud, wearing yellow garments, garlanded with forest flowers. And he was the Lord of the universe. In his forearms, he held a conch, disc, club, and lotus, and other divine weapons. I saw this unchanging person, the Achyuta Purusha, lying motionless under the influence of Yoga Nidra. And I thought, what should I do now? Unable to find any other way, I recollected the Devi, then of the nature of sleep, and began to praise her. Immediately, the auspicious Devi Yoga Nidra, whose form could not be described, left the body of Vishnu, adorned with divine ornaments, and shone brilliantly in the air. As soon as she left, Vishnu awoke. He fought fiercely for 5,000 years with the Danvas Madhu and Katbha. By the grace of Bhagavati, he extended his own thighs, and upon them he slew the two demons. While Vishnu and I were standing there, Rudra Deva also arrived. Then the three of us beheld the beautiful Devi in the celestial space. We three, Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra, chanted hymns in her praise. She looked upon us with grace and said, O Brahma, O Vishnu, O Rudra, the two great Daityas have been slain. Now, give up your laziness and begin your respective tasks: creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe. Create your abodes and dwell happily. Use your respective divine powers to create the fourfold beings. Hearing the Devi's sweet and gentle words, we said, O Mother, there is no visible earth. All is one endless mass of ocean. There are no 5 elements, no subtle tanmatras, no organs, no gunas, nothing exists. How then can we perform the work of creation and the rest? Hearing our words, the Devi smiled. Immediately from the sky came a beautiful celestial chariot. The Devi said, O Brahma, O Vishnu, O Rudra, get in this car without fear. Today I will show you something wonderful. At her command, we entered the beautiful celestial car, which was decked with gems, adorned with pearls, emitting sweet sounds of bells, and looked like the very dwelling of the gods. Seeing us seated fearlessly, she caused the car to rise up high in the sky with her divine power. Thus ends Chapter 2 of Book 3 on Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra's journey to the heavens on the celestial car, given by the Devi, in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyasa, Book 3, Chapter 3, on seeing the Devi. Brahma said, We were greatly astonished not to find water where our beautiful aerial car landed. Instead, we saw the earth filled with forests and gardens, resonating with the sweet cooing of cuckoos and full of beautiful fruit-laden trees. We saw big rivers, wells, tanks, ponds, water springs, small pools, along with men and women everywhere. Next, in front of us, we saw a magnificent city enclosed by a divine wall. It had numerous sacrificial halls, palatial buildings, and marvelous architectural structures. Oh, we thought, this must be heaven. What a wonder! Who built this? We saw a king, divine in appearance, setting out on a hunting expedition. And Devi Ambika, whom we had seen earlier, was seated on the chariot. Suddenly, our aerial car, propelled by the wind, soared high into the sky and, in an instant, reached a new and lovely place. There we saw the divine Nandana garden. Under the Parijata tree stood Surbhi, the cow of plenty. Nearby, we saw a 4-tusked elephant. Menka and other Apsaras danced, sang, and played in various poses. Within the Mandara garden, hundreds of Yakshas, Gandharvas, and Vidyadharas were singing and enjoying themselves. Lord Indra, Shatakratu, was there, seated with his consort Sachi, the daughter of Puloma. Next, we saw Varuna, lord of waters, Kubera, lord of wealth, Yama, god of death, Surya, the sun, Agni, fire, and other devas. Then, before us, Indra came out of a beautifully adorned city, seated calmly in a palanquin, carried by his attendants. Our car then soared higher still and, in a flash, reached Brahmaloka, the realm revered by all devas. There, Shambhu, Rudra, and Keshava, Vishnu, were astonished to see another Brahma. In the council hall of that Brahma, we saw the Vedas and their Angas, limbs, serpents, hills, oceans, and rivers present. Seeing this, Vishnu and Maheshwara asked me, "O four-faced one, who is this eternal Brahma?" I replied, "I do not know. Who am I? And who is he? Why this illusion has overtaken me? You two are also gods. Perhaps you can contemplate it better." Next, our car, moving as fast as the mind, reached the all-auspicious mountain Kailas, surrounded by bliss-giving yakshas. It was adorned with mandara gardens and filled with the sweet cooings of parrots and cuckoos, and the sounds of lutes, small drums, and tabors. There we saw the five-faced, three-eyed Bhagwan Shashi Shekhara, Lord Shiva, with 10 hands, wearing a tiger skin and an upper garment of elephant hide. He was emerging from his abode, riding a bull. His two sons, Ganesha and Kartikeya, stood as his bodyguards, beautifully adorned and heroic. Nandi and other attendants followed him, singing praises and chanting victory. O Muninarda! We were shocked to see yet another Shankara, surrounded by the Matrikas. Perplexed, I sat down in deep thought. Then our aerial car, again driven by the wind, took us instantly to the abode of Vaikuntha, the celestial playground of Lakshmi. There at Vaikuntha, we witnessed a divine display of power. Our companion Vishnu was amazed to see the glorious city. We saw a four-armed Vishnu, of the color of the Ketaki flower, wearing yellow garments, adorned with divine ornaments, seated upon Garuda. Lakshmi Devi stood beside him, gently fanning him with a chauri, yak-tail fan. Astonished by this eternal form of Vishnu, we sat silently in our car, exchanging glances in wonder. Then the balloon-like car rose again with the speed of the wind, and soon reached the ocean of nectar, Sudhasagara, its waves gently lapping. That ocean was filled with aquatic creatures and lively ripples. We moved onward and came to a marvelous island called Manidvipa, Island of Gems, situated in the midst of that ocean. It was adorned with celestial trees like Mandara and Parijata, covered with beautiful carpets and vibrant flowering trees, Ashoka, Vakula, Ketaki, Champaka, Kuruvaka, and others, all sparkling with gems and pearls. The air was filled with the songs of cuckoos and the humming of bees. An enchanting harmony echoed throughout. Sitting in our aerial car, we saw from a distance, within that Dvipa, a beautiful cot known as Shivakara, its 4 legs representing Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, and Ishvara, and its canopy symbolizing Sadashiv. It gleamed like a rainbow, inlaid with pearls and decked with radiant gems. There, upon the cot, sat a divine lady, wearing a red garment, a red garland, and smeared with red sandal paste. Her eyes were dark red, her lips radiant, and her beauty outshone millions of lightnings and Lakshmis. She shone like the sun itself. Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari sat, smiling sweetly, holding in her 4 hands a noose, a goad, and gestures offering boons and fearlessness. We had never before seen such a divine form. Even the birds in that realm chanted the mystic syllable Hrim, and served that ever-youthful, merciful lady, glowing with the light of the rising sun. Her lotus-like face was radiant. Her full breasts rivaled lotus buds, and she was adorned with beautiful ornaments, armlets, bracelets, crowns, and more. Her lotus face looked exceedingly beautiful with jeweled earrings resembling the sacred Sri Yantra. Halekha and other divine maidens stood around her. On all 4 sides, her companions, Sakhis, chanted hymns in praise of Maheshwari, the great goddess. She was surrounded by Ananga Kusuma and other goddesses. At the center of a 6-angled yantra, Satkona, she sat in divine splendor. We were amazed beyond words. We thought, who is this lady? What is her name? We do not know her from this great distance. As we gazed at her, the 4-armed lady gradually transformed, becoming a 1,000-eyed, 1,000-armed, and 1,000-footed being. So it seemed to us. O Narda, we were overwhelmed by confusion and thought, is she an Apsara, celestial nymph? A daughter of the Gandharvas? Or a Deva girl? Who is she? Then Vishnu looked closely at the sweet smiling Devi and spoke with certainty. This is the Devi Bhagavati, the great knowledge, the Mahamaya, eternal and undecaying. She is the complete reality, Prakriti, the cause of us all. This Devi is inconceivable to those of dull intellect. Only yogis can perceive her through their yogic powers. She is both eternal, Brahman, and non-eternal, Maya. She is the will force of the Supreme Self. She is the first creatrix of the universe. This wide-eyed goddess, the ruler of the universe, has produced the Vedas. Those who are unfortunate and dull-minded cannot worship her. At the time of cosmic dissolution, Pralaya, she withdraws the entire universe and all the subtle bodies, Linga Shariras, into herself and plays joyfully. Right now, she resides as the seed form of the universe. Look, around her are seen all her divine manifestations, Vibhutis, adorned with heavenly ornaments and anointed with divine fragrance, serving her reverently. O Brahma, O Shankara, today we are blessed and fortunate, because we have received the vision of this Devi. The austerities we performed in the past have borne this fruit. Otherwise, why would Bhagavati reveal her form to us so graciously? Those who are highly meritorious through tapasya and acts of charity. Those noble souls alone can see this all-auspicious Bhagavati. Those who are attached to sensory pleasures cannot perceive her. She is Mata Prakriti, united with the Siddhananda Purusha, consciousness bliss self. It is she who creates this Brahmanda and reveals it to the Paramatma. O Devas, this entire universe, the seers and the seen, all owe their origin to her. She is Maya, the wielder of all forms. She is the supreme goddess. What am I, or the other Devas? What are Lakshmi and the other goddesses compared to her? We are not even 100,000th part of her greatness. It is this same supreme lady I saw long ago in the vast ocean, when she joyfully cradled me, then an infant. In ancient times, when I lay sleeping on a floating bed of banyan leaves, sucking my toe like a baby. She rocked my gentle body and sang lullabies like a loving mother. Now I recall that divine moment at the sight of her. She is indeed the Bhagavati, and this lady is our mother. Thus ends chapter 3 of book 3, on seeing the Devi, in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Book 3, chapter 4, on the hymns to the Devi. Brahma said, Then Bhagwan Janardana Vishnu spoke to me again. Come, let us bow down to her again, and let us approach her. Let us go fearlessly to her feet and sing hymns to her. Mahadevi Mahamaya will be pleased and grant us boons. If the guards at the entrance stop us, we shall stand at the gateway and chant hymns to the Devi with a single-minded focus. Hearing Vishnu speak this way, we too were overwhelmed with joy. Our voices trembled with emotion, and for a moment we stood silently. Our hearts thrilled at the thought of going to her. We accepted Vishnu's words, said Om, and descended from the aerial car, walking swiftly but reverently to the gate. As we stood at the entrance, Bhagavati smiled, and in an instant, she transformed all three of us into women. We looked like youthful and beautiful women adorned with lovely ornaments. We were amazed and moved closer to her, seeing us in female forms standing at her feet. The beautiful Devi Bhagavati looked at us with eyes full of affection. We bowed down to the great Devi, looked at one another in astonishment, and stood humbly before her in those feminine forms. We then saw the pedestal of the great Devi, shining with the brilliance of 10 million suns and adorned with gems and jewels. Thousands upon thousands of attendants were waiting on her. Some wore red garments, others blue or yellow. Devi maidens dressed in various colors stood by her side. They were dancing, singing, and playing musical instruments, joyfully chanting hymns in praise of the Devi. O Narda, we saw another extraordinary vision. Within the very nails of her lotus feet, we saw the entire universe, moving and non-moving. We saw myself, Vishnu, Rudra, Vayu, Agni, Yam, the moon, the sun, Varuna, Tvashta, Indra, Kuber, and other Devas, Apsaras, Gandharvas, rivers, oceans, mountains, Visvavasu, Chitraketu, Sweta, Chitrangda, Narda, Tumburu, Haha, Hoho, and other Gandharvas. the 2 Ashwins, the 8 Vasus, Sadhyas, Siddhas, Pitters, Ananta and other Nagas, Kinnaras, Urigas, Rakshasas, the abodes of Vakuntha, Brahma, and Kailas. All these existed within the nail of her toe. I even saw the lotus from which I was born, the 4-faced Brahma seated upon it, Bhagwan Jagannath lying on the serpent bed Ananta, and the 2 demons Madhu and Katbha, all within that nail. Seeing all these wonders within her toenail, I became amazed and silently wondered. What are all these? Vishnu and Shankara were equally astonished. Then we understood that she is indeed our mother, the mother of the universe. Thus, we spent a full 100 years in the nectar-like Manidvipa, enjoying the divine glories of the Devi. All the time, the celestial Devi maidens adorned with various ornaments treated us kindly as their dear companions, Sakhis. We, too, were charmed by their graceful postures and sweet movements, and thus looked upon their beauty with joy and affection. Once, while in that feminine form, Bhagwan Vishnu composed and recited hymns in praise of Shri Bhuvneshwari. Shri Vishnu said, "Salutations to Devi Prakriti, the creatrix of all. I bow again and again to you, O all-auspicious one, who fulfills the desires of her devotees, who grants success and prosperity. I bow to the World Mother, who is of the nature of eternal existence, consciousness, and bliss. O Devi, you create, preserve, and destroy this universe. You cause the great dissolution, pralaya, and favor all beings. You are the cause of all 5-fold acts. O Bhuvneshwari, I bow to you. You are the great efficient and material cause of the ever-changing. Yet you are the changeless consciousness. You are the half-syllable, Ardhamatra, the pervading consciousness, Harlekha, the Supreme Self, and the individual soul. Salutations to you again and again. O Mother, I now realize fully that this whole universe rises from you, rests in you, and dissolves back into you. Creation itself is your infinite power. Truly, you alone have become all the worlds, lokas. During creation, you first create the 2 formless elements, space, akasha, and air, vayu. Then the 3 with form, fire, water, and earth. With these, you fashion the universe and offer it to the Purusha, consciousness, for his experience. You also manifest the 23 tattvas of Sankhya, Mehet, etc., as a mirage. O Mother, without you, no object could be perceived. You pervade the entire universe. That is why even the highest Purusha can do nothing without your power. O Devi, you create the world and nourish it. At dissolution, you absorb it all into yourself. Who can comprehend your immense power? O Mother, you saved us from Madhu and Katbha. You brought us to Manidvipa and revealed your own form to us, your expansive regions and immense powers. You have given us joy and bliss, the highest happiness. O Mother, if I, Shankara, and Brahma cannot fathom your inconceivable greatness, then who else could ever understand you? O Bhavani, in the nails of your feet alone, we saw countless worlds, and countless other Brahmas, Vishnus, and Haras. Who can say how many more universes you have manifested? O Mother, I bow again and again at your lotus feet. May this divine form remain in my heart always. May my mouth ever sing your name, and may my eyes always behold your feet. O revered one, may you forever see me as your servant, and may I always see you as my divine mother. What more can I say than this? Let our relationship as mother and son never break. O Mother of the worlds, nothing is unknown to you, for you are omniscient. What more could this humble soul possibly tell you? Please do whatever you deem best. O Devi, it is rumored that Brahma is the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer. But truly, it is through your will and power that we create, preserve, and destroy. O daughter of the Himalayas, it is your power that supports the earth and all of the 5 elements. O giver of boons, it is through your light that the sun shines and becomes visible. Though you are beyond all attributes, by your Maya you appear as this universe, Prapancha. When Brahma, Mahesh, and I, Vishnu, are not eternal, what can we say of Indra and other Devas? They are temporary beings created and destroyed in time. You alone are the eternal, primeval Prakriti, the mother of the universe. O Bhavani, from my time with you, I realize that you alone grant Brahma Vidya, spiritual knowledge, to the ancient Purusha, soul. Otherwise, he remains deluded, thinking he is the supreme, trapped in ego, unaware of his true nature. You are the knowledge in the intelligent, the power in the powerful. You are fame, beauty, prosperity, and blissful peace. Among men, you are the dispassion that leads to liberation. You are the Gayatri Mantra, the mother of the Vedas. You are Swaha and Swadha, sacred offerings. You are Bhagavati, embodying the three gunas. You are the half syllable and the fourth state beyond the gunas. You bestow the scriptures upon Devas and Brahmans for their protection and for upholding dharma. You manifest this entire phenomenal world to liberate the embodied souls who are parts of the pure, undying Brahman. When a soul realizes internally that you alone are the creator and destroyer, that all this is your playful illusion like a drama on stage, only then does he give up his part in this worldly theater. O Mother, or remover of the greatest obstacles, I always take refuge in you. You save me from the ocean of samsara filled with delusion. Be my savior at the time of death. Free me from the painful illusions of attachment and hatred. Obeisance to you, O Devi. O Mahavidya, I fall at your feet. O giver of all desires, O auspicious one, grant me the light of wisdom. Thus ends chapter 4 of book 3, on the hymns to the great Devi by Vishnu, in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 5, on the hymns by Shiva and Brahma. Brahma said, O Narada, after Vishnu concluded his hymn, Shiva, the destroyer, stepped forward. Bowing down to the Devi, he began to speak. Shiva said, O Devi, if Vishnu was born of your power, and the lotus-born Brahma came into existence through you, why then would I, though associated with Tamoguna, not also be born from you? O auspicious one, you are skillful in creating all the worlds. Why would my creation be surprising? You are the earth, water, fire, air, and ether. You are also the organs of action and perception, as well as buddhi, intellect, mind, and ego, ahmakara. Those who declare that Hari, Hara, and Brahma, respectively the preserver, destroyer, and creator, are independent in their functions know nothing. All three are created by you, and perform their respective duties only by your grace and command. O Mother, if the universe is composed of the 5 elements, earth, water, fire, air, and ether, which are endowed with qualities and are effects, then how could they have come into being, without being born from your aspect of pure intelligence? O Mother, it is you in the forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, who create this universe. You have assumed all these moving and non-moving forms. Thus, as you will, you play this divine game, and as you will, you withdraw it during the time of dissolution, pralaya, when we, Brahma, Vishnu, and I, desire to create the world. We take only the dust from your lotus feet to do so. O Mother, if not for your mercy, how could Brahma be infused with Rajoguna, Vishnu with Sattva-guna, and I with Tamoguna? O Mother, if there were no distinctions made in your mind, then why would there exist rich and poor, kings and counselors, servants and other classes? Why are not all born equal, either all happy or all miserable? Therefore, O Mother, show your mercy to me. Your 3 gunas alone can create, sustain, and destroy the universe. Hari, Hara, and Brahma, whom you created, are only instruments of your will. O Bhavani, if your gunas were not active in the creation of new worlds, then how, when we travelled in the aerial car, did we witness new worlds coming into being? O World Mother, you desire to create, sustain, and dissolve the world through your Maya. You always remain in divine sport with the Purusha, your consort. O Shiva, none of us can comprehend your wondrous ways. O auspicious one, how can we understand your divine sport? O Mother, we have been transformed into beautiful young women to serve your lotus feet. Should we regain our masculine forms, we would lose the joy of this service, our greatest happiness. O Mother, O Lord, I do not wish to return to a masculine form again and again in the 3 worlds. Now that I have received this youthful feminine form before you, there is not even a trace of desire in me to return to a man's body. What joy is there in manhood, if one cannot behold your lotus feet? O Mother, let my fame spread throughout the 3 worlds. that I had the blessing to serve your lotus feet in a feminine form, which has led to the dissolution of my worldly attachments. Who would abandon your service to seek rulership over a kingdom in this world? Indeed, even a moment without your lotus feet feels like an age. O Mother, those who abandon the worship of your lotus feet and instead engage in severe penances are deprived of the highest good by the Creator, even though they may be pure and virtuous. Though their tapas may grant them liberation, they suffer a great defeat if they neglect you. O unborn one, austerities, sense control, wisdom, or even Vedic rituals, none of these can save one from the ocean of worldly existence. Only the worship of your lotus feet leads to true bliss. O Devi, if you are truly merciful to me, then please initiate me into your wonderful, holy mantra. Let me recite that most powerful, 9-lettered mantra of Chandika Devi, and attain happiness thereby. O Mother, in a previous life I received the 9-lettered mantra, but now I have forgotten it. O Tarini, O Saviour, today please grant me that mantra again, and rescue me from this ocean of samsara. Fiery brilliance said this. Devi Ambika spoke clearly and audibly the 9-lettered mantra. Mahadev gladly accepted it, and, bowing at her feet, began repeating it reverently, along with the bija, seed syllable, that grants both worldly desire and liberation. When I, Brahma, saw Shiva, the well-wisher of all beings, in such deep devotion, I too fell at the feet of the Devi and said, O Mother, it is not that the Vedas are ignorant of your nature, but in rituals and sacrifices, they do not directly mention your true form. Instead, they speak of Indra and other lesser deities, and of Swaha Devi, who is but a part of your essence, as the presiding power of sacrificial offerings. But truly, O Devi, you are the supreme consciousness, the all-knowing, transcending all deities and realms. I have created this vast and wondrous universe. I am the Lord of the Brahmanda. Who is more powerful than I in these three worlds? Thus, deluded by ego, I once believed myself to be above all. But now, by your grace, I have touched the dust of your lotus feet, and truly feel blessed. My arrogance has been shattered, and rightly so. O Devi, you destroy fear and grant liberation. Please break the iron chain of my delusion and make me devoted to you forever. I, born from the lotus that emerged through you, now yearn for liberation. Save me, O Shiva, from this ocean of samsara. Those who do not know your true nature falsely believe I am the Creator and Lord of the universe. Those who neglect you and worship Indra or perform sacrifices for heaven are certainly unaware of your glory. O Supreme Maya, you are the eternal Mahamaya. You willed to manifest this divine play of creation, and thus created me as Brahma. Then I created the 4 categories of beings, born from heat and moisture, from eggs, from sprouts, and from wombs. I boasted in my pride, I am omniscient. Please forgive this sin, this pride of mine. O Mother, the ignorant strive for liberation through yoga, austerity, and samadhi. But they fail to realize that even uttering your name once would bring liberation far more easily. O Bhavani, are they not deluded, who analyze philosophical principles, tattvas, but forget to chant your name? It is you who grants moksha. O unborn one, can Vishnu, Shiva, and others who have realized truth ever forget your holy names, Shiva, Ambika, Shakti, Ishwari, and others? Can you not, by a mere glance, create this fourfold creation again and again? You created me as the Creator simply out of your will and joy. Did you not save Vishnu in the ocean from the 2 demons Madhu and Katbha? And at the time of destruction, you dissolve even Shiva the destroyer. Else why would Shiva be born again from my eyebrows during a fresh cycle of creation? So Vishnu is not the true preserver. Shiva is not the true destroyer. If they were, why would they themselves need saving or destruction? Only you are the real creatrix and sustainer of all. O Bhavani, no one has ever heard or seen you taking birth. No one knows your origin. You are the one and only Shakti. Only the 4 Vedas attempt to describe you. O Mother, only by your power do I create. Vishnu preserves, and Shiva destroys. Without your energy, we are powerless. There is none in past, present, or future who is not touched by doubt like us. This wondrous, ever-changing universe of yours, filled with divine play, is a subject of confusion for those of limited intellect. Who is not deluded by this Maya? In this world of both visible and invisible things, is there anyone older than you? Is there any higher entity beyond you? If we analyze carefully, we'll find no third being. Beyond the evidence of scriptures and perception, the wise declare there is one God, formless, inactive, without desire, a witness of your divine play. There is only one reality, Brahman, and nothing else. This is what the Vedas declare. Yet, O Mother, I still feel a doubt rising in my heart. I do not say the Vedas are false, but I ask you sincerely, are you that one, non-dual Brahman described in the Vedas? Or is that another being called Brahman? Please remove this doubt of mine. My mind is not fully at peace. It still oscillates between oneness and duality. I cannot resolve this myself. Please, with your own words, cut through my doubt. Tell me clearly, are you male or female or beyond both? Tell me the highest truth, that I may be freed from this ocean of samsara. Thus ends chapter 5 of book 3, on the hymns chanted by Shiva and Brahma, in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyas, book 3 chapter 6, on the powers of the Devi. Brahma said, when I asked with great humility, the prime Shakti, Devi Bhagavati, addressed me in sweet words. There is always oneness between me and the Purusha. There is no difference between me and him. I am he, and he is me. The apparent difference between force and its receptacle is an illusion caused by ignorance. He who knows the subtle truth about us both is wise indeed, and is freed from the bondage of samsara. Of this, there is no doubt. The one, secondless, eternal Brahman becomes dual only at the time of creation. Just as one lamp appears as two by reflection, or a single face appears as two in a mirror, so do I appear manifold due to the reflections. In the mirror of intellect, mind, and ego, the Antakarna, created by Maya, the need for creation after each dissolution, pralaya, is due to the karmas of beings whose fruits have yet to ripen. As creation resumes, these distinctions reappear. Brahman is the material cause behind all these transformations. Without Brahman, Maya cannot even exist. As many distinctions as there are in Maya, so many exist in Brahman. Since Maya and Brahman appear separate, the differences between things arise, both visible and invisible. But during dissolution, I am neither female nor male nor hermaphrodite. I am Brahman, with Maya lying dormant within me. At the time of creation, I manifest as Shri, wealth, Buddhi, intellect, Dhriti, fortitude, Smriti, memory, Shraddha, faith, Medha, intelligence, Daya, compassion, Lajja, modesty, Kshuddha, hunger, Trishna, thirst, Kshama, forgiveness, Akshama, impatience, Kanti, radiance, Shanti, peace, Pipasa, thirst, Nidra, sleep, Tandara, drowsiness, Zra, old age, Ajar, freedom from old age, Vidya, knowledge, Avidya, ignorance, Spraha, desire, Vancha, longing, Shakti, power, Ashakti, impotence, Vasa, fat, Majja, marrow, Tvak, skin, Drishti, sight, speech, truth and falsehood. The speech forms Para, Pashyanti, Madhyama etc. All the nadhis, arteries, veins, etc. Over 35 million in number. O Brahma, tell me, is there any substance in this universe separate from me? What exists that I do not pervade? Know with certainty, I am all these forms. Is there any place where my form is not found? Thus I am both one and many. Know this as truth. Assuming the names of various devas, I exist in all these forms of Shakti. I manifest as power, and I wield strength. O Brahma, I am Gauri, Brahmi, Rodri, Varahi, Vaishnavi, Shiva, Varuni, Kuberi, Narasimhi, and Vasvi Shaktis. I enter into all things and energize all actions. The Purusha acts only as my instrument. I am the coolness in water, the heat in fire, the brilliance in the sun, and the radiance in the moon. It is through me that all things manifest their power. If I were to abandon this universe, it would become motionless. If I leave Shankara, he will not be able to kill the Daityas. A very weak man is declared to be as without any strength. He is not said to be without Rudra, or without Vishnu. They say he is without strength, without Shakti. Those who get fallen, tumbled, afraid, quiet, or under one's enemies are called powerless. No one says that this man is Rudraless and so forth. Hence, creation proceeds only when Shakti is present. When you are endowed with my power, you can create the universe. All Devas, Hari, Rudra, Indra, Agni, Chandra, Surya, Yam, Vishwakarma, Varuna, Pavna and others can act only when united with their respective Shaktis. Even this earth remains stable only because of me. Without Shakti, she cannot even hold a single atom. Thus, Ananta, Kurma, and all the guardian elephants of the 8 points of the compass become able to do their respective works only by my help. O lotus-born, if I wish, I can drink all the fire and waters today, and I can hold wind in check. I do whatever I wish. If I say that I am creating this world, then the duality arises thus. When I am everything, then I being eternal, all this universe, made up of prapancha, becomes eternal. If it was said that this universe is different from me, then my saying that I am everything becomes inconsistent thinking thus. Do not plunge yourself in the doubt, so to the reality and origin and separateness of the non-eternal universe. For that is unreal. How can that come into existence? The unreal substances can never come into existence. As the child of a barren woman, the flowers in the sky are simply absurd. What is real can only be born. In discussing about origin, birth, etc., the appearance and disappearance of real things is called their birth and dissolution. In the cold of earth exists the previous existence of the jar, and this is the cause of the appearance of the jar. The disappearance of the jar exists in the jar. Hence this disappearance is the cause of the destruction of the jar. Thus the appearance and disappearance of the causal eternal things are called the origin and pralaya. Similarly, in discussing on the causal nature, there does not arise any inconsistency of my being everything. So there is nothing to fear. In discussing about the reality of effects, this is to be conceived, that today there does not exist here the earth in the form of jar. If it is destroyed, where it has gone? The conclusion is that the earth in the form of jar exists in atoms. O Brahman, all substances, eternal, existing for a moment only, the void and the substances of the nature, real and unreal both, all are due to a cause. Ahmakara is born first among them. Thus substances are of 7 kinds, Mehet etc. O unborn one, Mahatattva first arises from Prakriti, from Mahatattva spring Ahmakara, and from Ahmakara rises other substances. Thus, in this order, you go on creating this universe. Now go, O Brahma, to your place. Create the universe as before. Use your knowledge and karma to separate the subtle bodies, and match them with the proper karmas and gunas. Take this great Shakti, Mahasaraswati, bright and full of Rajoguna, smiling and pure, clad in white garments, sitting on Varsna. She will be your constant companion, a divine manifestation of my power. Never disrespect her. Take her and go immediately to Satyaloka, and from the seed of Mahatattva, create the 4-fold beings from these. The subtle bodies, Linga Sharira, and karmas are remaining mixed up with each other. Separate them, as before, duly in due time. Now go on as before and according to Kala, time, karma and swabhava, nature, join them with their respective attributes, sounds and other qualities. In other words, bestow fruits according to their gunas and karmas, prarbhadas, and to the time when these fruits are due. Vishnu is prominent in Sattva Guna and hence superior to you. So you should always respect and worship him. Whenever any difficulty will come to you, Vishnu will come down on earth to fulfill your ends. Janardana Vishnu will sometimes be born in the wombs of men and destroy the Danvas. The highly powerful Mahadeva too will help you. Now create the Devas and enjoy as you like. The Brahmans, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas will worship you with devotion in various sacrifices endowed with due sacrificial fees. All the Devas will be always satisfied when my name Swaha will be uttered in the sacrificial oblations and ceremonies. Shiva, the incarnate of Tamoguna, will be revered and worshipped by all persons in every sacrifice. When the Devas will be frightened by the Daityas, then Varahi, Vaishnavi, Gauri, Narasimhi, Sachi, Shiva and my other Shaktis will take excellent bodies and destroy your fear. So, O lotus-born, Be at your ease and do work. You utter and repeat my 9-lettered mantra with bija and dhyana and do your work. O highly intelligent one, this 9-lettered mantra is the best of all the mantras. You are to keep this mantra within your heart for the accomplishment of all your ends. Thus saying to me, Bhagavati smiled and began to say to Vishnu, O Vishnu, take this beautiful Mahalakshmi and go. She will always reside within your breast, there is no doubt in this. This all auspicious giving Shakti I give to you for your enjoyment. You should always show respect to her, never show hatred or contempt. For the good of the world, I unite this Lakshmi and Narayana. For your sustenance, I create Yagna. You three will act together in harmony unanimously. You, Brahma and Shiva are my 3 devas, born of my gunas. You three will undoubtedly be respected and worshipped by the world. The stupid man who find any difference between you three will go to hell. There is no doubt in this. He who is Hari is Shiva. He who is Shiva is Hari. To make difference between these will lead one to hell. So, Brahma is one and the same with Shiva and Vishnu. There is no manner of doubt in this. O Vishnu, but there are other differences in their gunas. I will tell this. Listen, as far as meditation of the Supreme Self is concerned, you will have Sattva guna predominant within you and Rajoguna and Tamoguna will be secondary. In various other pursuits and vikaras, changes, better have Rajoguna with Lakshmi and always enjoy her. O Lord of Rama, I give you Vakbija, Kama Bija and Maya Bija that will lead you to the highest end. Take this mantra and repeat it and enjoy as you like. O Vishnu, by this, danger of death caused by Kala will never come to you. When the creation of this universe will be completely done, I will then destroy this whole thing moving and non-moving. You all will then be dissolved in me. You should add pranav to this mantra with Kama Bija leading to moksha and repeat it always with auspicious motives. O Purushottama, you build Vakunthapuri. Live there and think of this my eternal form and enjoy as you like. Brahma said, saying thus to Vasudev, that high Prakriti Devi, who is all of the 3 gunas and yet transcending them, began to address Mahadeva, the Deva of the Devas, in sweet words, thus, O Shankara, accept this beautiful Mahakali Gauri, build a new Kailash city and live there happily. Your primary guna will be Tamas. Sattva and Rajas will be your secondary gunas. Have recourse to Rajo and Tamo gunas while you slay the Asuras and thus wander. O sinless Shankara, have recourse to peaceful Sattva guna when you reflect on the Supreme Self and practice austerities. You all are for creating, preserving and destroying the universe, and you are all of the 3 gunas. There is no such thing in this world as are devoid of these 3 gunas. Everything that is visible is endowed with the 3 gunas, and whatever will be or was before cannot exist without them. Only the Supreme Self is without these gunas, but he is not visible. O Shankara, I am the Para Prakriti. At times I appear with the gunas, and at other times I remain without any gunas. O Shambhu, I am always of the causal nature, never I am of the nature of effect. When I am causal, I am with gunas, and when I am before the highest Purusha, I am without any gunas on account of my remaining in the state of equilibrium samyavastha, mehet tattva, ahmakra, and sound, touch etc. All the gunas perform the work of samsara, day and night, each preceding one being the cause of each subsequent one being the effect. Never do they cease in their activities. From the reality, Satvastu, springs Ahamkara, Ayakta. Therefore I am of the nature of causality. Again Ahamakara is embodied with 3 gunas, and so the Pandits call it as an effect of mine. From Ahamkara arises Mahatattva, this is denominated as Buddhi. So Mahatattva is the effect and Ahamkara is its cause. From Mahatattva arises again another Ahamkara. From this second Ahamkara arise the 5 Tanmatras or the subtle elements. From these 5 Tanmatras, the 5 gross elements arise after a process called Panchikrana. From the Sattvika part of the 5 Tanmatras arise the 5 organs of perception. From their Rajasic part, the 5 organs of action come, from their Panchikrana, come the 5 gross elements, thus 16 things come into existence. These organs of perception etc. and other effects together with the Mahabhutas form one Gana, composed of the 16 categories. The original Purusha is the Supreme Self, he is neither cause nor is he any effect. O Shambhu, at the beginning of the creation, all the above things are born in the way already indicated. Thus I have described to you in brief about creation. O Devas, Now get up in your aircraft and go to your respective places and fulfill your respective duties. Whenever you get into any dire distress, then remember me. I will appear before you. O Devas, you should remember always the eternal Supreme Self and me. When you will remember us both, all your actions will no doubt be crowned with success. Brahma said, Bhagavati Durga gave us Shakti, full of divine beauty and luster. She gave Mahalakshmi to Vishnu, Mahakali to Shiva, and Mahasaraswati to me, and bade goodbye to us. Thus given farewell to by the Devi, we three went to another place and were born as males. We thought of the very wonderful nature and influence of the Devi, and we got upon divine aircraft. When we ascended, we saw there was no Mani Dvipa, there was no Devi, there was no ocean of nectar, nothing whatsoever, save our aircraft, and we did not see anything. We then got into our wide aircraft and reached there, where Vishnu killed the two indomitable Daityas in the great ocean, where I was born from the lotus. Thus ends the 6th chapter of the 3rd book on the description of the Devi's Vibhutis, powers, in the Mahapuranam Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Book 3 Chapter 7. Chapter 7 on Creation. Brahma said, Narada, thus we three, I, Vishnu, and Mahadev, saw that highly effulgent goddess. We also saw separately her attendant goddesses, one after another, that form, as it were, a veil to her, who were also preeminently grand. Vyasa said, O king, Narada, the foremost of the Munis, hearing thus his father's words, was exceedingly pleased and asked, O grandsire of all the lokas, now describe in detail that ancient, indestructible, undecaying, unchangeable, eternal Purusha, that is Nirguna, free from Prakritic qualities, that you have seen and realized. Father, you have seen the Shakti, the prime energy, personified, the Saguna energy, the supreme goddess, having hands and feet. But I cannot understand of what kind is that Nirgun Shakti which cannot be seen, and which is devoid of all Prakritic qualities. O lotus-born, be good enough to describe to me the real nature of that Prakriti and Purusha, and thus satisfy me. O Lord of creation, I practiced severe austerities in Svetadvipa, White Island, so that I might realize and see the Nirgun highest self and the Nirgun Shakti, the supreme goddess. I saw there many other Mahatmas, high-class spiritual persons, who attained siddhis, supernatural powers, practiced tapasya with their passions and anger conquered. But I did not realize nor did I see anything about that Nirgun highest self. Father, I was not despaired. Again and again I continued with my ascetic practices, but still I failed. Father, you have been so successful as to see that beautiful Shakti with qualities. I have heard about her from you. But how and of what sort is that invisible, attributeless energy, as well as that Nirgun Purusha? Please narrate and explain all these and satisfy my desires that always reign in my breast. Vyas said, O king, thus asked by Narada, the Lord of creation, the grandsire of the Lokas, smiled, and began to speak the truth in the following words. Brahma said, O best of Munis, the form of the Nirgun Purusha, the supreme spirit beyond the Prakritic qualities, cannot exist or be visible, for everything that comes within the range of sight is transitory. How can, then, that eternal spirit have form, and how can he become visible? O Narada, the Nirgun energy or Nirgun Purusha comes not easily within the range of knowledge, but both of them can be realized by the Munis in their meditation, in their consciousness. Prakriti and Purusha have no beginning nor end. They can be realized only through faith. Those that have no faith can never realize them. Narada, the universal consciousness that is felt in all the beings, know that as the highest self, the energy that is universal, and is seen always in all the beings, know that as the highest self. O blessed one, that Purusha and Prakriti pervade everywhere and exist in all the things. In this universe nothing can exist without the presence of both of them. Both of them are the highest intelligent self, Nirgun, free from all material qualities, without any tinge of impurity and undecaying. The one form that is a combination of these two is always to be meditated upon in the heart. What is Shakti, energy, is the highest self. What is the highest self is the highest Shakti. O Narada, nobody can ascertain the subtle difference between these two. O Narada, merely the study of all the Shastras and the Vedas with their agamas without renunciation does not enable one to ascertain the difference between these two. O child, this whole universe, moving and non-moving, comes out of ahamkara, egoism. How can one ascertain the above difference even if he tries for 100 kalpas, unless one frees oneself from ahmakara? The jivas are a saguna, with qualities. How can the saguna see the nirgun one with their physical eyes? Therefore, O intelligent one, try to see the saguna, Brahma, only within your heart, until you free yourself from the material qualities, and thus be fit to realize the nirgun Brahma. O best of munis, if the tongue, organ of taste, and eyes, organ of sight, be affected with over-biliousness, the pungent taste and the yellow color do not appear what it appeared before, so the hearts of jivas, overpowered with material qualities, are quite unfit for realization of the nirgun Brahman. O Narda, that heart again has come out of ahmakara. How can then that heart be free from ahmakara? Until one becomes able to cut asunder all connections with qualities, the seeing of that nirgun Brahma is impossible. No sooner one is totally free from ahmakara, then the nirgun Brahma is at once seen by him within his heart. Narda said, O best of the devas, ahmakara is threefold, sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. Describe in detail the differences between these three subdivisions, as well as the real nature of the gunas. Also describe to me about that knowledge, knowing which will lead to my salvation. Also describe, in detail, the characteristics of the several gunas, in due order. Brahma said, O sinless one, the energy of ahamkara is of three kinds, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, and Artha or Dravya Shakti. The power by which knowledge is produced or obtained is the sattvic ahamkara. The power by which action or activity or motion is produced is the rajasic ahamkara. And that by which the material things or objects of five senses are generated is called the tamasic ahamkara. O Narda, thus I describe to you, in due order, the threefold ahamakaras. Now I describe to you their merits and working in detail. Here, out of the Dravya Shakti of the tamasic ahamkara comes sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. From these five qualities, the five tanmatras or the five subtle elements, primary atoms, are produced. Sound is the quality of akasha, ether. Touch is the quality of vayu, air. Form is the quality of agni, fire. Taste is the quality of jala, water. And smell is the quality of earth. O Narda, these 10 gross and subtle materials can, when combined, become endowed with power to work out results in the shape of earth, water, fire, etc. And when the Panchakrana process is combined, the building of the whole cosmos takes place as a natural consequence of the tamas ahamkara, endowed with the energy of generating material substances. Now hear what are produced by the rajasic energy. The five organs of hearing, touch, taste, sight, and smell, ears, skin, tongue, eyes, and nose, called the five Jnanendriyas, organs of senses, mouth, hands, feet, anus, and the organs of generation called the five Karmendriyas, organs of action, and prana, apna, vyana, samana, and udana, the five vayus. The creation out of these 15 substances is called the rajasic energy. Narda, all these organs of senses and actions, endowed with the Kriya Shakti, are called the karnas, and the materials fashioned out of them are called the chidniyu vritti or maya. O Narda, from the sattvic ahamkara are produced the five presiding rulers of the five internal organs named Dhichk, quarters, Vayu, Sun, Varuna, and the twins Ashwini Kumaras, and the four presiding rulers of the fourfold division of Antakarna, Buddhi, Manas, Ahamkara, and Chitta, named Moon, Brahma, Rudra, and Kshetragna. Thus, the above five organs of senses, the five organs of action, the five Vayus, and mind, these 16 substances are reckoned as the sattvic creation. O child, the highest self has two forms, one gross and the other subtle. The formless self, the consciousness incarnate, as it were, is the first form. The seers consider this formless self to be the primary cause, the ultimatum, of all this phenomenal cosmos. This is only for the best qualified jnanis, not for others. The second form is the gross form for the meditation of the second-class qualified persons. Thus the sages say, this second form of the Supreme Goddess is conditioned by inherent maya, time, space, and causation. This is also divided into gross and subtle, according as it is the outer or inner body of the second form, and the form suited for the meditation of the third class and the second class devotees. My body is called Sutratma. I will now tell you the gross body of Brahman, the highest self. O Narda, this my body and soul, having the nature of a string or thread, is called Hiranyagarbh. This is also the gross body of the Paramatman. Therefore, the Paramatman together with the Sutratma should also be worshipped. O Narada, I will now describe to you the outer gross body of Brahman, the highest self. Hear it attentively. If one hears it with faith and devotion, one is sure to get salvation. I have mentioned to you before the 5 subtle elements, called the 5 Tanmatras. These now, when the Panchakrana process is done, are converted into the 5 gross elements. Now hear what the Panchakrana process means. Suppose you are to create the gross element of water. Divide into 2 equal parts the subtle element of water. Divide also the other 4 elements into 2 equal parts respectively. Now set apart the first half of each of the 5 elements. Divide the second half of each of the elements into 4 equal parts. Mix the first half of each of the elements with each of the fourth parts of the other 4 elements, and you get 1 gross element. Similarly, you get the other 4 gross elements. For example, you want to get the gross element of water with a half of the subtle element of water. Mix the fourth part of the halves of the other elements of ether, fire, air, and earth. You get the gross element of water, and so on. The Panchakrana process is clearly illustrated in the following table. When the 5 gross elements are thus produced, consciousness then enters into these elements as their presiding deities. Next comes the feeling of egoism, I-ness, identifying itself with the body thus created out of the 5 elements. I am this body, and so forth. This great I, the great consciousness, creating and considering the cosmos as its body, is called the Bhagwan, Adideva, Narayana, or Vaisvanara. When, by the Panchakrana process, the 5 gross elements, earth, ether, air, etc., are solidified and get their clear definite forms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 qualities are seen to exist in ether, air, fire, water, and earth respectively. Thus ether has 1 quality only, that is sound. The air has got 2 qualities, sound and touch. The fire possesses 3 qualities, sound, touch, and form. The water has got 4 qualities, sound, touch, form, and taste. The earth has got 5 qualities, sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. And by the various combinations of these 5 gross elements is produced this grand cosmos, the great body of Brahman. Similarly, the sum total of jivas is produced from several parts of the whole Brahmanda. These jivas are 84 lakhs, so the sages say. Thus ends the 7th chapter of the 3rd book of Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapurana, of 18,000 verses, on the creation and the tattvas and their presiding deities. Note, of these jivas, those who are the best qualified, the Uttamadhikaris, are known as the Brahmagnis, Janghanaturiyas, as denoted by Om Hrim. The middlings have their gross, subtle, and causal bodies and are called as Brahma, Vaisvanara, Sutra, Hiranyagarbhs. And the 3rd class is known as Visva, Taitsa, and Pragya, and forms the body, as it were, of the Brahma. There are others also, animals, etc., in the lowest class. Book 3 Chapter 8. On the characteristics of the gunas. Brahma said, O Narada, I have described to you what you asked just now about the creation of this universe, etc. Now hear with attention the colors of the 3 qualities, as well as their configurations, and how they are seen to exist. The Sattva guna is the source of pleasure and happiness, and when happiness arises, everything seems delightful. When integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, faith, forgiveness, fortitude, mercy, bashfulness, peace, and contentment arise in one's heart, know certainly that the Sattva guna has firmly arisen in that man. The color of the Sattva quality is white. It makes one always inclined towards religion, have faith in noble purposes, and discard one's tendencies toward unworthy objects. The Rishis, the seers of truth, classify Shraddha, faith, under 3 headings: Sattvic, pure; Rajasic, passionate; and Tamasic, ignorant. The quality of Rajas is red in color, striking, and not pleasant. It is the source of all troubles, there is no doubt about this. The intelligent should understand that Rajas has certainly arisen in him when his mind is filled with hatred, enmity, a quarrelsome nature, pride, confusion, restlessness, sleeplessness, lack of faith, egoism, vanity, and arrogance. The quality of Tamas is black in color. From Tamas arise laziness, ignorance, sleep, poverty, fear, quarrels, miserliness, insincerity, anger, confusion of intellect, aggressive atheism, and a tendency to find fault with others. The wise should understand that tamas has overpowered them when these qualities are found to possess the mind. When this tamasic quality is accompanied by tamasic faith, it becomes a source of pain to others. Those who wish well for their self should manifest the sattvic, pure, qualities, control the rajasic, passionate, qualities, and destroy the tamasic, ignorant, qualities. These three qualities are always found to remain intermingled with one another, and each has an inherent tendency to overcome the others. Therefore, they are always, as it were, at war with one another. They never exist independently of one another. Never is the sattva quality found anywhere alone, to the exclusion of rajas and tamas. The same holds true for rajas and tamas as well. They remain intermingled, and are dependent on one another. O Narada! Now hear in detail which two qualities appear together in pairs. Knowing this, one becomes free from the ocean of transmigration and existence. I have realized these. Therefore, you ought not to have any uncertainties on these points. The reality of these truths is especially felt when they are truly understood, and when their effects begin to manifest. O high-minded one! No one is able to realize these all at once. They must first be heard, and then meditated upon. Realization also depends on one's natural disposition, and the merits earned through past actions. Suppose one hears of the sacred places of pilgrimage, and is filled with rajasic devotion. He travels to those places and sees what he had heard about before. There, he performs his ablutions, makes offerings and rajasic gifts, and stays for some time. But all this he does under the influence of the rajasic quality. And when he returns home, he finds himself still not free from lust, anger, attachment, and hatred. He remains just as he was before. Therefore, in this case, O Narada, though man hears of these places, he does not realize the purifying effects of the holy sites. O best of Munis! And when he derives no benefit from the pilgrimage, it is as though he never heard of the place at all. O best of Munis! The effect of visiting sacred places of pilgrimage is said to accrue to an individual only when he becomes freed from his sins, just as the fruit of cultivating a field is said to be gained when the cultivator reaps the ripened harvest from his labor and enjoys the produce of his fields. O Narada! Lust, anger, covetousness, delusion, desire, hatred, attachment, vanity, malice, jealousy, unforgivingness, and restlessness, all these indicate the presence of sin. Until these are purged from one's body and mind, man continues to live in sin. If the act of visiting sacred places of pilgrimage does not help one overcome these passions, then the labor spent in going to those places is in vain. That effort becomes merely toil, just as the hard work of a cultivator becomes fruitless when there is no harvest. The cultivator puts in great effort to clear the fields and cultivate the hard soil. He then sows valuable seeds, considering this a virtuous act. In expectation of a good harvest, he undergoes much hardship, day and night, protecting his fields, sometimes even sleeping through the cold nights in the forest, surrounded by tigers and other wild creatures. But alas! When locusts come and destroy all the crops, the cultivator is left utterly disappointed. All his labor has gone in vain. Similarly, O Narada, the labor taken by one in visiting holy places yields only pain, and pain alone, when it does not result in spiritual success or inner happiness. When the sattva quality grows in abundance, through the study of the Vedanta and other scriptures, dispassion arises toward rajasic and tamasic qualities and objects, and sattva overpowers both rajas and tamas. Similarly, when the rajasic quality increases due to greed and avarice, it overpowers sattva and tamas. Likewise, through delusion, when the tamasic quality becomes dominant, it overpowers both sattva and rajas. O Narada, I will now explain to you, in detail, how these qualities overpower one another. When the sattva quality grows in preponderance, the individual becomes absorbed in religious thoughts and spiritual matters. He no longer thinks of external things, the products of rajasic and tamasic qualities. Instead, he desires to enjoy sattvic things, wealth acquired righteously, religious practices, and sacrifices that can be performed without much trouble. Then, that individual begins to yearn for liberation and renounces the pursuit of rajasic and tamasic objects. Thus, O Narada, first strive to conquer rajas and then tamas. Only then does sattva become pure. When the Rajasic quality grows in preponderance, the individual adopts Rajasic faith, abandons his own Sanatan Dharma, eternal and established religion, and acts against his religious teachings. Driven by Rajasic tendencies, one becomes eager to amass wealth and indulge in Rajasic pleasures. Rajas expels Sattva and suppresses Tamas. Narda. When the Tamasic quality grows in preponderance, faith in the Vedas and in the religious scriptures entirely disappears. Imbibing Tamasic faith, the individual squanders his wealth and is constantly engaged in quarrels, petty feelings, envy, and violence, and never enjoys peace. An individual dominated by the Tamasic quality overpowers the Rajasic and Sattvic qualities and becomes angry, wicked, and deceitful. He acts entirely according to his own will, with no regard or respect for his superiors. Narda. Thus you see that among these three qualities, none can remain entirely alone, free from the influence of the others. They are always found in pairs or all three together. Sattva can never exist without Rajas, Rajas can never exist without Tamas, and both Rajas and Sattva cannot exist without Tamas. Likewise, Tamas cannot exist without Rajas and Sattva. These qualities are constantly acting and reacting, always present in twos or threes. They never exist separately. They dwell in pairs or threes and are the originators of one another. These qualities are of a generative nature. In other words, Sattva may give rise to Rajas or Tamas. Likewise, Rajas may sometimes give rise to Sattva and Tamas. And similarly, Tamas may sometimes originate Sattva and Rajas. Thus, they generate each other, just as earthen pots and the earth are mutually dependent causes. Devadatta, Vishnu Mitra, and Yagyadatta, these three, acting together, perform any action. In the same way, these three qualities reside together in the buddhi, intellect, of living beings and give rise to their sense perceptions. Just as a husband and wife form a pair, so too do these qualities join in pairs. Sattva with Rajas forms the couple Rajas, Sattva. Likewise, Sattva, Rajas forms another couple, where Sattva predominates. In the same way, Sattva and Rajas each form pairs with Tamas, creating the other combinations. Narda said, O Dvapayana, having thus heard about these three qualities from my father, I asked him further questions. Thus ends the 8th chapter of the Mahapuranam Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, containing the description of the gunas, composed of 18,000 verses, by Maharshi Vedavyas. Book 3, Chapter 9. The Anecdote of Satyavrat. Narda said, Father, you have described to me the characteristics of the three qualities. Though I have drunk the sweet juice from your lotus-like mouth, still I am not quite satisfied. Kindly describe to me, in detail and in due order, how I can recognize clearly the three qualities, so that I may attain the highest peace of mind. Vyas said, O King, the creator of the world, Brahma, who originated from Rajoguna, when asked by his mind-born son Narda, began to speak in the following manner. Brahma said, O Narda, I myself do not possess the complete knowledge of the three qualities in full, but as far as I know, I shall tell you. The pure Sattva quality is never found to exist alone anywhere. It always manifests in a mixed condition in combination with the other qualities. As a beautiful woman, adorned with ornaments and endowed with amorous gestures, gives delight, on the one hand, to her husband, father, mother, and friends, and on the other hand, becomes a source of pain and delusion to her rival wives, so the Sattva quality, personified as a beautiful woman, brings sattvic happiness to the mind of an individual at one time, and at another time becomes a source of pain to the same individual, or even at the same time, a source of happiness to one and a source of pain to another. In the same way, the Rajas or Tamas quality, personified respectively as a beautiful woman, becomes a source of pain or delusion to an individual at one time and a source of happiness to the same person at another time. Thus, it is clearly seen that no single quality remains in isolation. It always exists in union with the other qualities. Note, it is quite possible that a man, possessing the sattvic quality at any given time, cannot be said to possess only the sattvic quality, but also Rajas and Tamas to a certain extent. At a later time, Rajas may become predominant, and that man may find himself in circumstances where money is required. However, due to his earlier sattvic nature, he did not accumulate wealth and therefore feels pain later. The same applies to Rajas. Or consider this, suppose an earning member of a family is sattvic. he earns just enough to meet his basic needs. But his family members, being Rajasic, desire more wealth. As a result, the earning member feels content due to his sattvic nature, while the others feel unhappy for the very same reason. In this way, a man is, as it were, wedded to the three wives, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Brahma said, O Narada, when the three qualities remain in their own true nature, the effects produced by them also remain consistent, unchanged by differences in time or person. But when they become intermingled, each of them may produce effects that are at times contrary to their inherent nature. A young, beautiful woman, shy, modest, sweet-natured, well-versed in religious learning, of good conduct, skilled in love, and filled with tender sentiments, becomes a source of loving delight to her beloved, while at the same time being a cause of pain to her rival wives. In the same way, each of the three qualities, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, assume different aspects depending on time and the nature of the individual. O Narada, just as one woman may bring pain and delusion to her rival wives and pleasure to her husband and friends, so too the Sattva quality, when perverted, can become a source of pain and delusion to the individual. Just as the police, sepoys, and constables are, on the one hand, a delight to saints and a cause of trouble to thieves, and, on the other hand, a source of pain and confusion to the thieves and robbers. Again, as a heavy shower of rain on a pitch-dark night during the rainy season, when the sky is overcast and filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, becomes, on the one hand, a source of great joy to a farmer who has all his seeds, implements, and preparations in place, and, on the other hand, a cause of pain to the unfortunate householder whose house is not yet fully thatched or who has not collected beams and grass for roofing, and a cause of utter bewilderment to the young woman whose husband is abroad and expected to return at that time. So also, the three gunas, when perverted by contact with the other gunas, produce results contrary to their inherent nature, unlike the effects they would have produced had they remained unperverted. Brahma said, O child, let me again speak to you about the characteristics of the three gunas. The Sattva guna is pure, clear, illumining, light, not heavy, and white in nature. When the senses, such as the eyes, and the limbs feel very light, when the heart and mind are clear, and when there is dispassion towards Rajasic and Tamasic enjoyments, know then that Sattva has become predominant in the body. When there is a tendency to yawn, when rigidity sets in, when the faculties are suppressed, and when drowsiness prevails, understand that the Rajasic quality has increased. Again, when one becomes quarrelsome, wanders off to other villages, remains constantly restless and inclined to fight, when there is a feeling of heaviness in the body, as if wrapped in dense darkness, when the limbs and senses are dull and heavy, the mind feels vacant, and sleep is unwelcome, know then, O Narada, that tamas has risen excessively. Narada said, O father, you have described the different characteristics of the three gunas, but I still cannot understand how they act together in conjunction. Just as those who are enemies do not work in unity, these gunas, having opposite characteristics, seem like enemies to one another. How then can they act in harmony? Kindly explain this to me once again. Brahma said, O Narada, the three gunas may be likened to a lamp. Just as a lamp reveals an object, so these three qualities, when united, manifest or reveal a certain thing. See, the wick, the oil, and the flame all have different characteristics. Though the oil is naturally opposed to fire, it still combines with the fire. The oil, wick, and flame, though seemingly contrary to one another, work together to serve a common purpose, illumining and revealing an object. In the same way, O Narada, all the three gunas, though of opposite nature, together help in manifesting the same reality. Narada said, O son of Satyavati, the lotus-born Brahma thus explained the three gunas, which are born of Prakriti and are the causes of this universe. What I had heard from you earlier about the nature of Prakriti, I have now described to you. Vyas said, O king, the very question that you have asked me, I had once asked Narada. He described to me, just as I have told you above, the characteristics and effects of the three gunas, in proper order and in detail. Vyas said, O king, wherever in the Shastras anything is stated, the essence of all that is this, that the highest energy, the supreme force, the great goddess, who pervades the entire universe, is both with qualities, saguna, and without qualities, nirgun, depending on the mode of manifestation. This supreme force is to be worshipped with the highest devotion. The Brahman, the Purusha, the supporter, the ultimate substratum, the supreme energy considered in its male aspect, though undecaying, supreme, and complete, is without desire or emotion. Hence, it cannot accomplish any action without the help of its inherent power. It is this Mahamaya, the supreme force, who performs all the functions, both real and unreal, of the universe. Vyas said, Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, the sun, moon, Indra, the twin Ashwins, the Vasus, Vishwakarma, Kuber, Varuna, fire, air, Pusha, Sadanna, Kartike, and Ganesha, all are united with Shakti and are able to perform their respective functions only through her power. Without her, they are unable even to move. Therefore, O King, know that the Supreme Goddess Mahamaya is the ultimate cause of this universe. O Lord of men, worship this goddess, perform sacrifices in her honor, and offer your highest devotion to her. O King, that Mahamaya is Mahalakshmi, she is Mahakali, she is Mahasaraswati. She is the goddess of all beings, Bhutas, and she is the cause of all causes. That all peaceful, easily worshipped, and ocean of mercy, when worshipped, fulfills all the desires of her devotees. What more need be said? Even the mere utterance of her name is sufficient to grant one's wishes. In ancient times, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar, all the Devas, and many other self-controlled ascetics worshipped her to attain liberation. O King, what more can I say about her? Even if one utters her name indistinctly, she grants the desired objectives, even if they are otherwise quite unattainable. In the midst of a forest, at the sight of tigers and other ferocious animals, if a person, becoming afraid, cries aloud her seed mantra twice, saying Ai, Ai, without the bindu, thus incorrectly, instead of aim, aim, she still grants his desires immediately. O best of kings! There is the well-known example of Satyavrat in this regard. The mere utterance of the name of Bhagavati brings about unforeseen results. This has been witnessed by us and by many other high-minded munis. Moreover, in the assemblies of Brahmans, I have often heard many sages quoting numerous instances in detail to illustrate this truth. Vyas said, O King, there once lived a Brahman named Satyavrat, who was illiterate and a complete blockhead. One day, he happened to hear the sound A being uttered by a pig. Later, during a conversation, he himself incidentally repeated that same sound, and by that mere utterance, he became one of the greatest pandits. Note, Aim is the seed mantra, Bija mantra, of Saraswati, the goddess of learning. The goddess Devi, the ocean of mercy, upon hearing the utterance of the syllable A by that Brahman, became immensely pleased and blessed him, making him the best of poets. Here ends the 9th chapter of the 3rd book, on the characteristics of the Gunas, from the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapurana of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyasa. Book 3, Chapter 10, on the anecdote of Satyavrat. Janmejaya said, O Maharshi, who was that Satyavrat, the Brahman whose name thou hast just uttered? In what land was he born? What was his nature and conduct? Do thou describe all these unto me and satisfy my curiosity. How did he come to hear that mystic sound Ai? How did he repeat that word? How came it to pass that success crowned him, though he was but an illiterate Brahman, and that too in a single moment? And how is it that the great goddess, omniscient and omnipresent, was graciously pleased with him? O sage, narrate unto me this wondrous and holy tale in full detail. Suta said, Vyas, the son of Satyavati, when thus questioned by the king, spoke in words pure, gentle, and filled with divine sweetness. Vyas said, Hear, O king, thou foremost among the Kurus. What once I heard in the assembly of the holy Munis, that ancient and sacred story, I shall now relate unto thee, a tale full of merit and blessedness. O best of the Kurus, once upon a time, while I journeyed to the various holy places of pilgrimage upon the earth, I came to the forest of Naimishranya, that most sacred of all forests, hallowed by the presence of countless munis, and ever adorned by holy rites. At that time, Sanka, Sanatan, and the other sons of Brahma, great sages who had attained liberation even while living, were residing in that holy forest. I went to them, bowed down respectfully, and after receiving their blessings, took my seat among them. Soon, a sacred and thoughtful discussion began in that gathering. Then, the great sage Maharshi Jamdagni spoke to the assembled munis and said, "O noble and wise sages, a great doubt has arisen in my heart. I wish to have it cleared here, in this holy assembly of great rishis. O all-knowing seers, who have fulfilled your vows and bring honor to others, please listen to my question. Among these divine beings, Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Indra, Varuna, Agni, Kuber, Vayu, Vishwakarma, Kartike, Ganesha, the sun, the twin Ashwins, Bhaga, Pusha, the moon, and the other planets, who is the greatest and most worthy of worship? Who is easiest to please, who becomes satisfied quickly, and who grants the desired boons most readily? Please tell me this clearly and without delay." When the sage Jamdagni had spoken thus, Maharshi Lomasha, one of the wise seers present in the assembly, replied, "O Jamdagni, listen carefully. I shall tell you the true answer to your question. The goddess of energy is the greatest among all the devas, the most excellent, the highest, and the most worthy of worship. Those who seek true welfare and success should worship this supreme power. She is the Para Prakriti, the highest nature, the very Brahman itself, appearing through the power of Maya, which manifests as time, space, and causation. She grants all desires, brings good to all beings, pervades everything, and is the mother of Brahma and all the other high-souled devas. She is the first Prakriti, the original source and the root of this vast tree of the universe. If anyone remembers the Devi, or even utters her sacred name with devotion, she fulfills all their desires. If anyone worships her with faith, she immediately becomes compassionate and ready to grant blessings. O Munis, said Lomasha, I shall now narrate to you that most auspicious and sacred story, how, in ancient times, a Brahman obtained the grace of the great goddess merely by uttering a single syllable of her divine mantra. Listen attentively. Once upon a time, in the land of Kosal, there lived a renowned Brahman named Devadatta. He had no children, and therefore, following the sacred rites as prescribed in the scriptures, he began a Putreshti Yajna, a sacrifice performed for the purpose of obtaining offspring. On the banks of the Thamasa river, the Brahman built a temporary pavilion for the sacred ceremony. There, he constructed an altar and invited learned Brahmans, well versed in the Vedas and skilled in performing sacrificial rites. He established the sacred fire and began the Putreshti sacrifice, following all prescribed rules with great devotion. In that sacrifice, Suhotra, the foremost among sages, served as the Brahma, chief supervisor of the ritual. Yajnavalkya took the role of the Adhvaryu, the one who performs the physical acts of sacrifice. Brihaspati acted as the Hota, the priest who recites the hymns. Pela served as the Prastota, the chanter who begins the hymns. And Govila performed as the Udgata, the singer of the Sama hymns. Other sages assisted them in their respective duties. All the priests were duly honored and received their offerings. Govila, the skilled singer of the Sama hymns, began his recitation in the accent known as Swarita, one of the three traditional Vedic tones, the others being Udatta and Anudatta. He chanted the Rathantara Sama in 7 melodies. However, as he sang, Govila paused often to catch his breath, which caused slight breaks in the timing and pronunciation of the accents. Seeing this, Devadatta grew angry and said sharply, Govila, you are counted among the foremost of sages, yet you perform your duty like an untrained man. I fear this imperfection may bring obstacles to the success of my Putreshti sacrifice and prevent me from obtaining a son. At these words, Govila's face flamed with anger. He replied, Your son will be illiterate, deceitful, and dumb. Know this, every being must breathe. It is no easy task to restrain one's breath while singing. If the tones of my hymns are broken, it is not due to fault or carelessness. Strange indeed that you, so learned, fail to understand such a simple truth. Afraid of Govila's curse, Devadatta became deeply sorrowful and said, "O Muni, I have committed no serious offense. Why have you grown so angry without cause? The sages are known to be free from anger and always bring joy to others. O best among Brahmans, my fault was small, yet you have laid upon me such a severe curse. I was already burdened with sorrow because I had no child, and now you have added to my suffering." The learned declare that it is better to have no son than to have an ignorant one, especially for a Brahman, whose illiterate son becomes a cause of reproach for all. An unlearned son is no better than a Shudra or even a beast. He is unfit for sacred duties or noble deeds. O Brahman, what purpose would such a son serve me? A Brahman without knowledge of the Vedas is like a Shudra. He is not worthy to perform worship, to receive offerings, or to conduct any sacred rite. A Brahman lacking learning is treated as a Shudra by the ruler of the land and is made to pay taxes. Those who seek the fruits of holy acts will never invite an unlearned Brahman to ceremonies for the ancestors or the gods. The king, too, will regard such a Brahman as a Shudra unfit for sacred service, and will instead assign him the work of a farmer to till the soil. It is better to perform the funeral rites under a simple shelter of kusha grass than to employ an ignorant Brahman for such a ceremony. One may give food to an unlearned Brahman only enough to fill his stomach, no more. Otherwise, both the giver and the receiver fall into misfortune and are destined for suffering. Shame upon the kingdom where ignorant Brahmans are honored. In lands where no distinction is made between the wise and the unwise in matters of respect, worship, or gifts, the learned can easily see how far wisdom has declined. When ignorant and foolish men grow arrogant and are honored and given gifts, the learned should never remain in such a place. The wealth of the wicked benefits only the unworthy, just as neem trees, though full of fruits, are fed upon only by crows. On the other hand, if Brahmans well versed in the Vedas continue their studies even after taking food, then their fathers and forefathers rejoice, dancing happily in their heavenly abodes. Therefore, O Govila, you, who are the foremost among Brahmans and the most learned of the Vedas, what have you just said? In this world, it is better to have no son than to have an ignorant one. How is it, then, that you have cursed me with an illiterate son, when you are the wisest and most qualified of men? O high-minded one, you have the power to relieve the distressed. I bow at your feet. Show mercy and reconsider your curse. Lomasha said, O Munis, Devadatta, speaking these words, fell prostrate at Govila's feet, praising him in heartfelt words, overwhelmed with grief and tears streaming from his eyes. Seeing him thus sorrowful, Govila was moved with pity. The anger of noble men is soon appeased, whereas the wrath of the wicked endures. Just as water is naturally cool but becomes hot when exposed to fire, and quickly cools again when removed from heat, so too did Govila's anger vanish at the sight of Devadatta's humility. The merciful Govila then said to the distressed Brahman, Your son, though illiterate at first, will later become very learned. Hearing this, Devadatta was overjoyed. He then completed the sacrifice, rewarded all the Brahmans with their due offerings, and respectfully dismissed them. In due course, his fair and virtuous wife Rohini, named after the auspicious asterism Rohini, became pregnant. Devadatta duly performed the Garbhadhana, conception ceremony, and Punsvana, rite for a male child, along with other purificatory rituals as prescribed. At an auspicious moment, when the Rohini asterism was present and the day was blessed, his wife Rohini gave birth to a son. Devadatta performed the birth rites, Jatkarma, and gazed upon the newborn child with joy. The wise Devadatta, a knower of the Puranas, named the child Utathya. When Utathya reached the age of 8, Devadatta performed the Upnayana, thread ceremony, for him. Thereafter, the boy was made to accept the vow of Brahmacharya, and Devadatta began his instruction in the Vedas. However, the child could not pronounce a single word and simply sat as if dull and unresponsive. Despite Devdatta's repeated efforts to teach him reading and writing, the boy, being of obstinate disposition, paid no attention and remained idle. Seeing this, Devdutt was filled with sorrow and deep grief. 12 years passed in this way, yet Utatya could not even learn to perform his Sandhya Vandana properly. News soon spread that the son of Devdutt had grown up illiterate. Brahmans, ascetics, and common people alike heard of this unfortunate fact. Wherever Utatya went, in the forest or in hermitages, people laughed at him, mocked his parents, and ridiculed the illiterate son. Being blamed by everyone, gradually a sense of detachment and dispassion arose in Utatya's heart. Once, when harshly rebuked by his father and mother, who said it would have been better to have a blind or lame son than an illiterate one, Utatya resolved to renounce the world. He went into a dense forest. On the banks of the Ganges, in a beautiful and secluded spot, he built a hut and lived on forest roots and fruits, his mind calm and focused. He took a firm vow never to speak falsehood and observed celibacy strictly. In that serene hermitage, he led a life of austerity and devotion. Thus ends the 10th chapter of the 3rd book of the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapurana of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyas, recounting the story of Satyavrat. Book 3 Chapter 11. On the Devi in the anecdote of Satyavrat, Lomasha said, O Munis, Utatya, the son of Devdatta, was utterly ignorant of the Vedas, japa, the uttering of mantras, meditation on the deity, worship of the devas, asana, posture, pranayam, withholding of breath through religious austerity, pratyahara, restraint of the mind, bhuta shuddhi, purification of the elements of the body through regulated respiration, mantra, a mystical formula associated with a deity, kilka, chanting of a mantra to serve as a protective pin, Gayatri, the famous mantra of the Brahmans, Shaucha, cleanliness, both external and internal, rules for bathing, Achmana, sipping water and reciting mantras before worship, Pranagnihotra, offering oblations to the fire of prana, the fire of life, sacrificial offerings, hospitality, Sandhya, the morning, midday, and evening prayers, the collection of fuels for oblations, and the proper offering of those oblations. Daily he would rise in the morning and, somehow rinsing his mouth, washing his teeth, and bathing in the Ganges, perform these acts without any mantras, like a Shudra. That foolish fellow ate indiscriminately, knowing not what was proper or improper to eat. During midday, he would collect fruits from the forest and consume them. However, while residing there, he always spoke the truth. Never did he utter a falsehood. Seeing this, the people of that place named him Satyatapa, the one who practices truth. Utatya did no harm nor good to anyone. He slept peacefully and blissfully. Yet he often thought, when will death come to me? Then shall my troubles end. He felt that the life of an illiterate Brahman was a curse, and that death would be a preferable alternative. He used to ponder thus, Fate has made me a fool. I find no other cause for it. O Fate, though I have obtained a most excellent human birth, all has been rendered vain by thy decree. As a fair woman, if barren, as a cow that yields no milk, and as a tree that bears no fruit, all are useless, so too has fate rendered my life quite useless. Then again he thought, why am I blaming fate? Surely, this is but the fruit of my own past karma. In my previous birth, I never wrote a book nor presented it to a worthy Brahman. Hence, I have been born illiterate in this life. In my former birth, I did not impart knowledge to my favorite pupils. Hence, I have become wicked and a cursed Brahman in this life. I never performed any religious austerities in holy places. I did not serve the saints. I never worshipped the Brahmans with offerings. For all these reasons, I have now been born with a perverted intellect in this present birth. Many sons of the Munis have acquired the knowledge of the Vedas and the Shastras, while I, by some wretched combination of circumstances, am whiling away my time in this utterly illiterate condition. I do not know how to perform tapasya, austerities. What use, then, is there in my attempting to do so? I am a man of very bad luck. Therefore, my good resolve will never be crowned with success. I consider fate to be the strongest of all. Fie upon one's own prowess. For actions performed with great effort and hard labor are entirely frustrated by fate. Time can never be overcome. See, even Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Indra, and others are all under the sway of great time. O Rishis! Thus pondering in his mind, that Brahman's son, Utatya, stayed in his hermitage on the bank of the holy Ganges. Gradually, he became thoroughly unattached to all worldly things, and, remaining peaceful, spent his days in that forest, remote from human habitation, enduring great hardships. Thus 14 years passed by in that forest where the Ganges flowed. Yet still, he did not learn how to worship the supreme deity, nor how to perform japa, repetition of mantras, nor did he learn any sacred mantras. Simply, he lived there, whiling away his time. The people living around that place knew only this much about him, that this Muni always spoke the truth, and hence he was named Satyavrata. This one quality made him celebrated. He was known as Satyavrata, the one who never uttered a falsehood. Once upon a time, a hunter named Nishada, exceedingly skilled in hunting, came accidentally into that wide forest, armed with bows and weapons while chasing a deer. He looked like a second god of death, Yama, and appeared exceedingly cruel. That savage mountaineer, drawing his bowstring to his ear, pierced a boar with his sharp arrows. The wounded boar, terrified and bleeding, fled with great speed towards the Muni Satyavrata. On seeing the boar in its distressed condition, trembling with fear and its body smeared with blood, the Muni was moved with compassion. While the boar, pierced with arrows and smeared with blood, was running away before him, compassion seized the Muni. While the boar, pierced with arrows and smeared with blood, was running away before him, compassion seized the Muni. Therefore, trembling and moved by human nature, the Muni exclaimed, I, meaning go that way, uttering, without knowing, the seed mantra, bija mantra, of the goddess of learning, Saraswati, but without the final M, that is aim. That illiterate son of the Brahman had never before heard that I was the seed mantra of Saraswati Devi, nor did he know it by any other means. It accidentally escaped from his mouth, and he uttered it unconsciously. Afterwards, seeing the boar's distressed condition, the great-souled Muni was plunged into deep sorrow. The trembling, wounded boar, greatly pained by the arrows, entered the Muni's hermitage, distracted and terrified. Finding no other place of refuge, it hid itself in the dense bushes. Instantly, before the Muni appeared the terrible, savage hunter, resembling a second god of death, his bow drawing to his ear, in hot pursuit of the fleeing boar. Seeing Muni Satyavrat seated alone and silent on a seat of kushagras, the hunter bowed down to him and asked, O Brahman, where has that bow gone? I know very well that you never speak untruth. Therefore, I am inquiring from you about the bow pierced by my arrows. My family members are all very hungry, and to feed them I have come out hunting. This is the livelihood ordained for me by fate. I have no other means of maintaining my family. I speak truly to you. Whether this be good or bad, I must support my family by it. O Brahman, you are famous as Satyavrat. My family members are starving. Kindly reply quickly, where has the bow gone? Thus questioned by the hunter, the great-souled Satyavrat was plunged into an ocean of doubt. He began to reason within himself, if I say that I have not seen the boar, then my vow of truthfulness will certainly be broken. The boar, struck with arrows, has indeed gone this way. This is true. How can I tell a lie? Yet this man is hungry and, therefore, enquires. If he finds the boar, he will instantly kill it. How, then, can I speak the truth? Where speaking the truth results in harm and loss of life, that truth is no truth at all. Moreover, even untruth, when tempered with mercy and intended for the welfare of others, is recognized as truth. Truly, whatever leads to the welfare of all beings in this world, that alone is truth. Everything else is not truth. O Jamadagni! Thus placed between the horns of a religious dilemma, what shall I do now so as to meet both ends, to save the life of the boar for the sake of welfare, and yet not to speak untruth? When Satyavrat saw the boar wounded by the hunter's arrows, he, moved by compassion, uttered the seed mantra of the goddess of learning. The most auspicious goddess, pleased by his utterance of a seed mantra, immediately bestowed upon him the supreme knowledge otherwise very difficult to attain. Instantly, the door of all wisdom opened within him, and he became, in a moment, a seer and poet, like the ancient Muni Valmiki. Then that religiously disposed, merciful Brahman, devoted to truth, addressed the hunter standing before him, with bow in hand, thus, that force which sees, does not speak, and that which speaks, does not see. O hunter, why do you question me repeatedly, driven by your own selfish desire? Hearing this reply, the hunter, the slayer of animals, was disappointed in his search for the boar and returned to his home empty-handed. That Brahman became a poet like Varuna and was celebrated as Satyavrat, the speaker of truth, throughout all the worlds. He began to recite the Saraswat mantra regularly, and by its influence, he became a scholar unrivaled by any in this world. During every festival, the Brahmans chanted his praises, and the Munis narrated his story in detail. Hearing of his fame spreading far and wide, his father, Devdatta, who had once forsaken him, recalled him to his hermitage and accepted him again into his family with great honor and affection. Therefore, O king, you should always worship and serve that great goddess, the prime energy, the cause of all this universe. O king, with due Vedic rites, perform that sacrifice to the goddess which will surely yield fruits at all times and fulfill all desires. I have already spoken to you about this. That great goddess is known as Kamda, the granter of all desires, for she grants all desires to those who with devotion remember her, worship her, take her name, meditate upon her, and sing her praises. O king, the wise sages ought to observe both types of persons, those who are diseased, distressed, hungry, destitute, hypocritical, deceitful, afflicted, sensual, covetous, incapable, and always suffering from mental troubles, and those who are wealthy, surrounded by children and grandchildren, prosperous, healthy, enjoying worldly pleasures, versed in the Vedas, learned, kings, heroes, leaders commanding many, attended by relations and kinsmen, and endowed with all noble qualities. Then let them judge for themselves. Those who are miserable did not worship the goddess, and therefore suffer, whereas those who are happy worship the goddess, and hence enjoy happiness in this world. Vyas said, Thus I heard from the mouth of Lomasha Muni, in the assembly of the sages, the great merits of the Supreme Goddess. O King, consider all these carefully, and you will find that the highest goddess, the Bhagavati, is to be worshipped always with devotion and selfless love. Here ends the 11th chapter on the merits of the Devi in the story of Satyavrat, in the third book of the Mahapurana Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 12. On the Amba Yagna Rules. The king spoke, O Lord, kindly describe the rules and regulations as to how the Devi Yagna, sacrifice, is performed with its duly prescribed rites and ceremonies. Hearing it, I will unweariedly perform it, as far as it lies in my power, with as little delay as possible. How the worship is done, what are the mantras, what are the articles required for oblations, how many Brahmans are required, and what dakshinas are to be paid to them, describe in detail all these. Vyas said, O king, I am telling you duly how the yagna is performed. Here, the actions are always threefold according as the preparations are made and according as they are practiced with regard to the observed rules. The threefold divisions are Sattvic, Rajasic and Tamasic. The Munis do the Sattvic pujas, the kings celebrate Rajasic and the Rakshasas do the Tamasic pujas. There is another puja which is devoid of qualities and which is performed by the liberated ones. I will describe to you all these in detail. O king, the yagna is then called Sattvic when it is performed in a Sattvic country like Banaras, etc., in Sattvic time, in Uttarayana, when the materials collected are earned rightly, when the mantras are those of the Vedas, when the Brahman is Shrotriya, where there is Sattvic faith, void of any attachment towards sensual objects, when all these happen to coincide. O king, when all the above takes place and there is purification of materials, actions and mantras, when the materials are all right, when the actions are done as they ought to be, and where there is no error or omission in the mantras, then and then only the yagna becomes perfect and undoubtedly yields full results. There would be nothing contrary to this. If the yagna is performed with articles not rightly earned, then there is no fame either in this world nor any reward in the next world. Therefore, it is necessary that the yagna should be performed with rightly earned materials. Then there is fame in this world, a better state in the next world, and happiness is also acquired. There is no doubt in this. O king, it is before your eyes, as it were, that the Pandavas performed the Rajasuya Yagna, the king of sacrifices, and on the completion whereof, the excellent dakshinas were paid to the Brahmans and others. In that yagna, the highly intelligent Sri Krishna himself, the lord of the Yadavas, was present, as well as many other Brahmans, like Bharadwaja and other fully enlightened souls. But within 3 months after completing the sacrifice, the Pandavas suffered extreme hardships and had to live with extreme difficulty as exiles in the forest. Consider the insult shown towards Draupadi, the Pandavas' defeat in the play of gambling, their going away to dwell in the forest. These hardships were borne by the Pandavas. What rewards did then the Pandavas derive from the Rajasuya Yagna? All the high-souled Pandavas had to work as slaves of Virata, and Draupadi, the best of women, was very much troubled and insulted by Kichaka. When all these occurred, anyone can easily ask where were the Ashirvadas of the pure-souled Brahmans? Also, what result did they derive from their unflinching devotion towards Sri Krishna when they were involved in the above critical state? No one protected Draupadi, the chaste and the best, the daughter of Drupada, when she was drawn by her hair on her head into the hall of assembly where gambling was being played? O king, how could all these happen in a place where Sri Bhagwan Keshava himself and the high-souled Yudhishthira were present? If one argues, one would conclude there must have been something wrong in that yagna. If you say that nothing wrong happened in the yagna, all these were caused by fate, then it comes to this, that the Vedic mantras, agamas, and the other Vedic rites are all fruitless. If it be argued that though the Vedic mantras are powerful enough to bear fruits, yet whatever is predestined to come to pass will surely pass, then the proposition resolves into this, that all the means, expedients, and appliances lead to meaningless conclusions. Then the agamas, the Vedas merely recommend a vidhi or precept by stating the good arising from its proper observance and the evils arising from its omission, and also by adducing historical instances as its support. In other words, they are powerless as far as bearing fruits is concerned. All the acts are meaningless, asceticism to attain heaven comes as useless, and the peculiar duties of caste are fruitless. O king, this view is exceedingly culpable. It is never fit for acceptance by the high-souled persons. O king, if what is laid by God in the womb of futurity, a state of things preordained by God in which it is sure to take place in the fullness of time, be taken as the first-hand proof, then all the other proofs are rendered null and void. Therefore, fate and human exertion both are to be undoubtedly taken into account to ensure success. Human exertions being applied, if the results come otherwise, the wise Pandits would infer that some defects, omissions, or imperfections crept into the work. All the Pandits, very learned and institutors of sacrifices, have classed karmas under different headings according as the agents, mantras, and articles employed in the worship vary. Once on an occasion Vishwarupa, ordained as a guru by Indra, in a yagna, intentionally did things contrary so as to benefit the Daityas, who belonged to his mother's side. Vishwarupa uttered repeatedly the mantras beneficial to the gods while they were present, and, during their absence, prayed heartily for the welfare of the Daityas, and, in the long run, protected the Daityas. On seeing the Asuras gaining strength, Indra, the lord of the Devas, became very much enraged and instantly cut off Vishwarupa's head by his thunderbolt. O king, this is then the instance where the contrary fruits were borne out by the agent employed in performing the yagna. There is no doubt in this. This is not possible in the other cases. See, again, the king of Panchala performed his sacrifice to get a son to kill Drona, the son of Bhardwaja. And though he did this out of angry motives, still Dhristadyumna was born out of fire, and Draupadi sprang out of the altar. Again, in days of yore, Dashrath, the king of Kosala, was sonless, and he instituted a sacrifice to get one son, and lo, he got 4 sons. Therefore, O king, if the yagna be performed according to proper rules and regulations, it yields fruits in all respects. Again, if it be done unrighteously, without any regard for the rules, etc., it yields results just the contrary. There is no doubt in this. Therefore, there must have been some defects in the yagna of the Pandavas, hence contrary effects ensued. And therefore the truthful King Yudhishthira and his powerful brothers and the chaste Draupadi were all defeated in the play at dice. It might be that the materials were not of a good stamp, they were all earned by killing the kings, good many in number, and earned thus unrighteously. Or it might happen that the Pandavas did their yagna with too much egoism. However, this is certain that there had crept in some defects in their actions. O king, the Sattvic yagna is rare. It can be done only by the Sattvic Munis, who live in the third order of the household life or who live as hermits. The ascetics that eat daily the Sattvic food, the roots and fruits collected from forests and obtained rightly, that is good to the Munis and that is well cleaned and purified, are the only ones that can perform with full devotion the Sattvic yagnas, where no animals are sacrificed, where there are no sacrificial posts to which the victim is fastened at the time of immolation, and where offerings of cakes of ground rice in vessels are given. These are the best of all the Sattvic yagnas. The Kshatriyas and the Vaisyas perform the yagnas with abhiman, self-conceit and egoism. Where many presents are given, animals are sacrificed, and all things are well cleansed, purified, and elaborately decorated. This yagna is called Rajasic. That yagna is according to the sages, Tamasic, where the Danvas, puffed up with arrogance, infatuated with anger, jealousy, and wickedness, perform their acts with the sole object of killing their enemies. That yagna is called Manas Yag or Manasik, mental, where the high-souled Munis, void of worldly desires, collect mentally all the necessary articles and perform the yagna with the sole object of liberation from the bondages of the world. In all the other yagnas than the Manas Yag, some imperfections or other naturally arise due to some defects in the materials or want of faith, or in the performance or in the Brahmans. No other yagnas can be so complete as the Mansa Yagna, the reason being that in the other yagnas some imperfections come out due to time, place, and separate ingredients to be collected. Now here, who are the persons fit to undertake this mental yagna in honor of the great goddess? First, this mind is to be purified by making it void of the gunas. The mind being pure, the body becomes also pure, there is no doubt. When the mind becomes completely pure, after it has abandoned all sensual objects fit for enjoyment, then that man is entitled to perform the mother's yagna. There he should build mentally the big hall for sacrifice, many yojnas wide, decorated with high polished pillars out of the materials brought for the purpose, e.g., fortitude, etc. Within the hall, he will imagine a wide and spacious altar, and place the holy fire on it mentally according to due rules and regulations. He is to select mentally the Brahman priests and consecrate them as Brahma, Adharyu, Hota, Prastota, Udgata, Pratihatra, and other assistants. He is to worship mentally all these priests. Then he will have to imagine the 5 Vayus, Prana, Apna, Vyana, Samana, and Udana, as the 5 fires and locate them duly on the altar. Prana Vayu stands for Garhaptaya, Apna for Ahvaniya, Vyana for Daksina, Samana for Avsatya, and Udana for Sabhya Agni. These fires are all very terrible. Then one should place these carefully on the altar with great concentration of mind. He is to collect then all the other necessary materials and think that all are very pure and free from any defects. In the Manasik Yagna, mind is the offerer of oblations and mind the Yajmana, the performer of the sacrifice, and the presiding deity of the sacrifice is the Nirgun Brahma. The great goddess, the Nirgun energy, who is always auspicious and gives the feeling of dispassion and indifference to worldly objects, is the awarder of fruits in this yagna. She is the Brahma Vidya, she is the substratum of all, and she is all-pervading. The Brahman is to take the Devi's name and offer oblations in the fire of prana, the necessary articles for the Devi satisfaction. Then he is to make his chitta and prana void of any worldly thought or any worldly support, and to offer oblations to the eternal Brahma through the mouth of Kundalini, the serpent fire. Next, within his Nirvikalpa mind, by means of Samadhi, he should meditate on his own self, the Maheshwari herself, by his consciousness. Thus, when he will see his own self in all the beings and all the beings in his own self, then the Jiva will get the vision of the goddess Mahavidya, giving auspicious liberation, moksha. O king, after the high-souled Munis have seen the goddess of everlasting intelligence and bliss, then he becomes the knower of Brahman. All the Maya, the coils of this universe, becomes burnt up. Only, as long as the body remains, the prarabdha karma remains. Then the Jivas become liberated while living, and when the body dissolves, he attains final liberation. Therefore, O child, whoever worships the mother becomes crowned with success. There is no doubt in this. Therefore, follow the advice of the Guru, the spiritual teacher, and with all attention, hear, think, and meditate on the great goddess of the world. O king, liberation is sure to ensue from this Mansa Yagna. All the other yagnas are a sakama, with some object in view, and therefore their effects are temporary. He who wants enjoyments in heaven should perform the Agnishtama Yagna with due rites and ceremonies. Such is the Vedic injunction. But when the acquired merit expires, the sacrificer will have to come again into this world of mortals. Therefore, the Mansa Yagna is eternal and best. This Mansa Yagna is not fit to be performed by kings intent on getting victory. The Yagna that you performed, the Serpent Yagna, is tamasic, for you wanted to take vengeance on your enemy, the serpent Takshka, and millions of serpents were made to be burnt in that sacrifice. O king, hear now about the Devi Yagna that was performed by Vishnu in the beginning of the creation. You better now do that Devi Yagna with due rules. I will tell you all about the rules. There are Brahmans that know the rules and know best also the Vedas. They know also the seed mantrams of the Devi, as well as the rules of their application. They are clever in all the mantrams. These will be your priests, and you yourself will be the sacrificer. O king, do this sacrifice duly, and deliver your father from hell by the merits that you will acquire thereby. O sinless one! The sin incurred on account of insulting a Brahman is serious and leads the sinner to hell. Your father committed that sin and incurred the curse from a Brahman. Therefore, he has gone to the hell. Your father died also out of a snake bite which is not a meritorious one. The death occurred also in a palace built high up in the air, on a pillar, instead of taking place on the ground on a bed of kusha grass. O best of the Kurus! The death did not occur in any battle nor on the banks of the Ganges. Void of proper bathing and charities, etc., he died in a palace. O best of kings, all the ugly causes leading to hell were present in the case of your father. See, again, there is also one thing which, if done, will lead to one's liberation. But that was absent too with your father. That is this: let a man remain wherever he may, whenever he comes to learn that his end is approaching, even if he had not practiced before any good practices or meritorious deeds, and even if he becomes senseless in the trial time of death, when dispassion comes to an individual whose mind gets, for the time being, clear and free from any worldly thoughts, then he should think thus: this my body, composed of 5 elements, will soon be destroyed. There is no cause whatsoever in having any remorse for it. Let whatever come, that it may, I am free, void of qualities, and I am the eternal Purusha. Death is not capable of doing any harm to me. All the elements are liable to decay and destruction. What remorse can overtake me? I am not a man of the world. I am always free, eternal Brahma. I have got no connection with this body that is merely the outcome of actions. Before I did meritorious or unmeritorious acts leading to happiness and pain. Therefore, I have got this mortal coil and am enjoying the fruits of my past auspicious or inauspicious karma. Whoever thinks thus and dies, even if he does not take proper purificatory bath or make any charity, he gets himself freed from the awful samsara and never comes to see himself again born in this world. O King, this method of parting from one's body is rarely attained even by the yogins. This is the acme, the highest height of all the human efforts towards liberation. But your father, hearing even the curse from a Brahman, retained his attachment towards his body. Therefore, he did not attain dispassion. He thought thus: my body is now free from any disease. My kingdom is free from enemies or any other source of danger. How can I now get myself saved from this untimely death? Thinking thus, he ordered to call the Brahmins who know the mantras. Then that king ascended to the palace with medicines, many mantras, and many other instruments. He considered his fate to be the strongest and therefore did not take his bath in any holy place. He did not perform any charities, did not sleep on the ground, or remember any mantra of the Devi. Due to Kali entering into his body, he committed the sin of insulting an ascetic and plunged himself in the ocean of delusion and died bitten by the Takshaka snake on the top of a palace. The king has now fallen undoubtedly to hell on account of those vicious deeds. Therefore, O king, do thou deliver your father from the sin. Suta said, O rishis. Hearing these words from the fiery Vyasa, the king Janmeja became very sad and tears came from his eyes and flowed down his cheeks and throat. He then exclaimed in a suffocating voice, Fie on me! My father is still in hell. I will now do at once whatever leads my father to heaven. Thus ends the 12th chapter on the Amba Yagna rules in the 3rd Adhyay of Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapuranam of 18,000 verses composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 13. On the Devi Yagya by Shri Vishnu. The king spoke, O grandfather, how did Vishnu, the powerful, the cause of the world, perform the Devi Yagya? Whose help did he receive, and what priests with their knowledge of the Vedas did he engage? Kindly tell all these to me in special detail. I will very attentively hear first this Devi Yagya performed by Vishnu, and then I will make arrangements to do that myself accordingly. Vyas said, O noble one, hear in detail that very wonderful thing, how Vishnu celebrated the Devi Yagya conformably to the rules laid down in the Shastras. When Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh were each given powers by the Devi, the goddess of the universe, and when they parted, these 3 Devas became free from their womanhood while they were coming back in their aerial cars and turned again into men as they were before. These 3 Devas found the great ocean before them. They brought out the world from it and built, in that world, dwelling abodes. And they themselves began to live in some of them. That world became fixed, steady, and the supporter of all beings when the goddess imparted the power of fixation, steadiness, and the power of supporting to the world. The earth, filled with marrow, then became fixed and the great supporter by her power. O king, the name of this earth is Medini, since it was made out of the marrow of the two asuras Madhu and Katbha. This earth is termed Dhara because it supports all. It is termed Prithvi because it is very capacious. And it is called Mahi because it is great, since it supports so many beings. O king, the Ananta serpent is holding it on her 1,000 hoods. To make the earth remain solid and compact, Brahma built at places mountains. As iron nails in a log of wood, so these hills and mountains within this earth made it fixed. Therefore, the Pandits call these mountains Mahidhara, holders of the earth. O king, thus the golden Meru, the great mountain, many yojnas wide and adorned with countless golden peaks, was created. Next, Marichi, Narda, Atri, Pulastya, Pulha, Kratu, Daksha, and Vasishtha were created by Brahma. These are Brahma's mental sons, born by the sheer power of his mind. The son Kashyapa was born to Marichi, and 13 daughters were born to Daksha. From these daughters and from the seed of Kashyapa, various Devas and Daityas were born. Then human beings, animals, serpents, and many other classes of beings were created. This is called the Kashyapi Srishti, or the creation of Kashyapa. Next, Swayambhuva Manu sprang from the lower half of Brahma, and a daughter named Shatrupa came out of the left side of Brahma's body. 2 sons, Priyavrita and Uttanapda, were born to Manu through Shatrupa, and 3 daughters, very beautiful and fair-complexioned, were also born to him. Then the Bhagwan, the lotus-born Brahma, created the beautiful Brahmaloka on the top of Mount Meru. Then Bhagwan Vishnu built the Vaikuntha city above all the worlds to dwell there with his consort Lakshmi. Mahadev too built the exceedingly beautiful Kailas and stayed there with his bhutas, attendant spirits, playing with them at will. The third Loka, termed heaven, was built on the top of Meru, decorated with various precious gems, jewels, and stones. It was established as the abode of Indra. When the great ocean was churned, Parijata, the best of all trees, the elephant Airavata with 4 tusks, the heavenly cow yielding all desires, the horse Uchchasrava, and the Apsaras Rambha and others arose and were taken by Indra. These became the ornaments of heaven. The moon and Dhanvantari, the great physician, also came out of the churning of the ocean. Surrounded by many others, they began to shine above the heavens. O king, thus the 3 varieties of beings, humans, devas, and tiryakas, birds, beasts, and lower creatures, and their numerous subvarieties came into existence. The 4 classes of jivas, Andaja, born from eggs, Svedaja, born from moisture, Udbhija, born from the earth, like plants, and Jaryuja, born from the womb, were created, each endowed with the fruits of their past auspicious or inauspicious karmas. Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, having completed their acts of creation, began to move about freely in their respective spheres, enjoying their divine play. Thus, the wheel of creation being set in motion, the great god, Bhagwan Vishnu Achyut, remained in sport with Mahalakshmi in his own realm, Vaikuntha. Then, one day while seated in Vaikuntha, Bhagwan Vishnu remembered the beautiful island called Manidvipa, adorned with countless precious stones, gems, and jewels. O king, in that Manidvipa, Bhagwan Vishnu once had the divine vision of Mahamaya and heard the auspicious mantra. Filled with devotion and recollection of the great goddess, he resolved to celebrate a yajna in her honor. He then left his abode and invited Brahma, Maheshwar, Kuber, Indra, Varuna, Agni, Yam, Vasishtha, Kashyapa, Daksha, Vamdev, Brihaspati, and others, and began collecting all the materials required for the Devi sacrifice. Choosing a site that was sattvic, beautiful, and spiritually charged, Vishnu constructed, with the help of master artists and engineers, a vast and splendid sacrificial hall. For the proper performance of the yajna, he appointed 27 priests, who took solemn vows to complete it with precision and devotion. When the grand altar and chiti, the pile of sacrificial bricks, or the sacred fire mound, were completed, the Brahmans began to chant slowly the Devi mantras along with their root mantras. Then, large quantities of clarified butter, ghee, were poured into the sacred fire as offerings. When the homa, fire sacrifice, was performed elaborately according to the rules of the Shastras, a sweet and melodious heavenly voice was heard in the air, addressing Bhagwan Vishnu, O Vishnu, let you be supreme among the gods. Honor and worship shall be yours first. You shall be the most powerful among the Devas. Indra, Brahma, and all the other gods shall worship you. O Achyut, those men on earth who are devoted to you shall be endowed with strength and divine favor. You shall be the bestower of boons, fulfilling all their desires. O Vishnu, you will be the supreme among the gods, the God of gods. In every sacrifice, you will be the first to be worshipped by all sacrifices. People shall worship you, and you will bless them with boons. O best of Purushas, whenever the Devas are troubled by the Asuras, they shall take refuge in you. You will be their protector without doubt. In all the Puranas and in all the vast Vedas, you shall be worshipped first. O Keshava, whenever there is decline in righteousness and decay in religion, you shall incarnate in various forms to protect and preserve dharma. O Madhava, your avatars, renowned throughout the worlds, shall descend upon earth in various forms and wombs in due course. O Madhusudana, these incarnations shall be the greatest among all and shall be revered in every loka, world. In all your avatars, you shall be accompanied by attendants, the Shaktis, who draw their power from my own essence. They shall aid you in all your divine purposes. Varahi, Narsingha, and other auspicious Shaktis, adorned with splendid ornaments and armed with divine weapons, shall be your attendants. With their help, and through my grace, you will always be fully capable of fulfilling the purposes of the Devas. You must always honor and worship these Shaktis with the utmost devotion and reverence. Never show pride or insult them in any way. These Shaktis, capable of granting all desires, shall be worshipped throughout India in the form of images and idols, pratimas. O Lord of Lords, the fame of these Shaktis, as well as your own glory, shall spread throughout the 7 worlds and the entire universe. O Hari, the human beings on this earth will constantly worship these powers, and you, with selfish motives, seeking the fulfillment of their desires. Possessed of various wishes, men will offer different kinds of gifts, recite the Vedic mantras, and repeat your names and the names of the divine powers during their worship. O Vishnu, you will be the Lord of the immortals, and your glory will be magnified by the worship offered to you by human beings both on earth and in heaven. Vyas said, O King, when the heavenly voice had thus spoken and conferred these boons upon Vishnu, it ceased. Vishnu Bhagwan was exceedingly delighted to hear this divine proclamation. Then Hari, the God of gods, duly completed the sacrifice and dismissed the Devas and the Munis, the sons of Brahma. Ascending upon Garuda, his divine vehicle, he returned to Vaikuntha with his attendants. The Devas too departed to their respective abodes, and the Munis gladly returned to their hermitages, filled with wonder at what they had witnessed, discussing among themselves the greatness of that sacrifice. O King, all were filled with profound devotion to the Supreme Power upon hearing that beautiful, resonant, and celestial voice. Then the twice-born sages, the Munis, and the great ascetics began to worship with Vedic devotion that highest force, the Supreme Goddess, who bestows all desired blessings in every detail. Here ends the 13th chapter, entitled The Devi Yajna by Sri Vishnu, in the 3rd book of the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapurana composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 14. On the narration of the glories of the Devi, Janmeja said, "O Brahman, I have heard in detail about the Devi Yajna performed by Sri Vishnu. Now, please describe her glory and divine deeds." After hearing these glorious acts of the Devi, I too will perform that supreme sacrifice. By your grace, I will surely be purified. Vyas said, "O king, listen as I now describe to you the history of the most auspicious and mighty deeds of the Devi, as told in the Puranas. In ancient times, there reigned in the country of Kosala a king named Dhruvasandhi of the Solar dynasty. He was the son of Pushpa and was celebrated for his great prowess. He was truthful, righteous, and always engaged in the welfare of his subjects. Following the laws of the 4 Varnas and Ashrams, he ruled purely and justly from the prosperous city of Ayodhya. The Brahmans, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, and other virtuous people all lived righteously under his rule, each abiding by their respective duties and professions. No thieves, cheats, deceivers, arrogant or treacherous men, nor any ignorant or unrighteous persons were allowed to remain in his kingdom. O descendant of the Kurus, while ruling thus virtuously, the king had 2 wives, both youthful, fair, and beautiful, capable of giving joy and delight to the king. The first and lovely wife was Manorma, and the second was Lilavati. Both were exceedingly graceful, intelligent, and accomplished. The king enjoyed his life with them in palaces, gardens, romantic hills, lakes, and other beautiful mansions. In due course, at an auspicious time, Queen Manorma gave birth to a beautiful child endowed with all royal qualities. The child was named Sudarshana. Within a month, the king's second wife, the fair Lilavati, during an auspicious fortnight and on a blessed day, gave birth to an excellent child. The king then performed the Jatkarma ceremony, the birth rites of a child, and, being greatly pleased, gave abundant gifts, wealth, and offerings to the Brahmans. The king showed equal affection to both children and never made any distinction between them. The king, the tormentor of foes, was exceedingly glad and duly performed the Chudkarna ceremony, the first hair-cutting ritual, in accordance with his status and wealth. The sight of these 2 sons greatly delighted the people. Seeing them, now initiated and playing happily, the king was immersed in an ocean of joy. Sudarshana was the elder, but Shatrunjit, the second, beautiful son born of Lilavati, was sweet in speech and persuasive in manner. His charming appearance and gentle words gave immense pleasure to the king, and for these qualities, the child Shatrunjit became the favorite of both the people and the ministers. The king could not show as much affection to the unfortunate Sudarshana as he did to Shatrunjit. After some days had passed, one day King Dhruvasandhi went out on a hunting expedition to the forest. There, he killed many deer, ruras, a kind of antelope, elephants, boars, hares, buffaloes, rhinoceroses, and camels, and took great delight in the sport of hunting. While he was thus engaged, a lion, greatly enraged and already wounded by arrows, suddenly sprang out from a bush and charged at the king. Seeing the king before him, that monarch of beasts let out a loud and terrible roar. The lion, enraged, lifted his long tail high into the air and, shaking his mane in fury, leapt up fiercely to attack and take the king's life. Seeing this, the king instantly drew his sword with his right hand, grasped his shield in his left, and stood firm like another lion ready for battle. The king's followers, filled with anger, all began to shoot arrows at the lion. Then a loud uproar arose as everyone hurled arrows with all their might. Yet, despite their efforts, that fierce and dangerous lion fell upon the king. Seeing this, the king struck the lion with his sword, but the beast, with its sharp claws, tore into the king's body. Thus wounded and overpowered by the lion, the king fell to the ground and died on the spot. The soldiers cried out in sorrow and immediately killed the lion with a shower of arrows. Thus, both the king and the lion lay dead on the battlefield. The soldiers returned to the palace and conveyed the entire news to the royal ministers. When the sages heard of the king's demise, they went to the forest and performed his cremation according to the sacred rites. The great sage Vasishtha duly performed all the funeral ceremonies at the site, ensuring the king's safe passage to the next world. All the citizens and subjects, along with the sage Vasishtha, then conferred among themselves to install Prince Sudarshana upon the royal throne. The chief minister and other councillors proposed that, since Sudarshana was the son of the lawful queen, calm, gentle, handsome, and endowed with all royal virtues, he was indeed worthy of kingship. Sage Vasishtha said, though the prince has not yet reached full maturity, he is righteous and virtuous. Therefore, he is truly fit to be installed as king upon the royal throne. When the wise and aged ministers had thus resolved, Yudhajit, the king of Ujjain, hearing of their decision, hastened immediately to the royal court. Yudhajit, the father of Queen Lilavati, upon hearing of his son-in-law's death, came to Ayodhya with the desire that his daughter's son should inherit the kingdom. Soon after, Virsena, the king of Kalinga and the father of Queen Manorma, also arrived, wishing that his daughter's son, Sudarshana, should become the emperor. Both kings, each accompanied by their own armies and attendants, began consulting with the aged ministers, each striving so that his daughter's son might secure the throne. Then Yudhajit asked, "Who is the elder of the two princes? Is it always certain that the elder must inherit the kingdom? Can the younger never be entitled to the throne?" Virsena replied, "O king, it is laid down in the scriptures that the son of the lawful wife inherits the kingdom. This I have heard from the learned who are well versed in the Shastras." Hearing this, Yudhajit retorted, "Sudarshana does not possess the royal virtues and abilities that the late king's second son, Shatrunjit, does. How, then, can Sudarshana claim the throne?" O king, thus arose fierce quarrels between the two monarchs, and at this critical moment there was none who could resolve their dispute. Then Yudhajit turned to the ministers and said, "You are all guided by selfish motives. You wish to gain wealth and favor by installing Sudarshana as king. From your gestures and expressions, I can clearly see your intention. But know this, since Shatrunjit possesses far greater royal qualities than Sudarshana, he alone has the rightful claim to the throne. He is worthy to rule, and none else. Moreover, as long as I live, let me see who dares set aside the claim of a capable prince supported by an army, and place on the throne one who has no qualifications at all." "I am ready to fight," said Yudhajit. "I will cleave the earth itself in two with my sword. What more have you to say to that?" Hearing these words, Virsena replied to Yudhajit, "I see both princes as equal in wisdom and intelligence. You are wise. Tell me, then, where lies the difference between them?" "O king, as the two monarchs thus continued to quarrel, both remained obstinate in their claims, and seeing this, the citizens and the sages grew deeply anxious. Hundreds of tributary princes, desiring that the two kings might become entangled in conflict, gathered at the spot with their armies, enduring great hardship to do so. Many forest tribes from the region of Sringavrapura, upon hearing of the late king's death, also arrived on the scene, driven solely by the desire to plunder. Since both princes were still minors, and their factions had turned against one another, many robbers from neighboring countries also came there to take advantage of the unrest. Thus, when war broke out between the two kings, great confusion and turmoil spread throughout the kingdom. On one side, Yudhajit stood prepared for battle. On the other, Virsena too readied his forces for war. Thus ends the 14th chapter, entitled The Narration of the Glories of the Devi and the Death of the Kosal King Dhruvasandhi, in the third book of the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, chapter 15. On the battle between Yudhajit and Virsena, Vyas said, "O king, when war was declared, both monarchs, driven by greed and anger, took up arms, and a dreadful encounter began. On one side stood King Yudhajit, mighty armed and surrounded by his own vast army, ready for battle with bows and arrows in hand. On the other side came the fiery Virsena, like a second Indra among the gods, appearing in the field to fight on behalf of his daughter's son, following the true custom of a Kshatriya. Then that truthful king, Virsena, seeing Yudhajit before him, became filled with rage and rained a shower of arrows upon him, as a cloud pours rain upon the mountain tops. Covered as if by a downpour of sharp, swift arrows, each one wetted on a stone slab and hurled by Virsena, Yudhajit quickly responded with his own shafts, cutting off all of Virsena's arrows in midair. O king, a fierce battle then raged among the cavalry, the elephant corps, and the foot soldiers. The gods, men, and sages looked on in astonishment at that terrible encounter. Meanwhile, birds, vultures, and crows, eager to feast upon the fallen, hovered in the sky. Blood from slain elephants, horses, and warriors flowed in dreadful torrents across the battlefield, forming rivers that inspired terror in all who beheld them, just as the river Vatrani fills sinners with fear on their way to the abode of death. Human skulls, swept along by the current, floated ashore like hollow goods scattered for children's play along the banks of the Yamuna. When a warrior fell lifeless upon the field, vultures began circling overhead, eager to tear his flesh. It seemed as though the warrior's soul, gazing upon his own handsome body, longed to re-enter it, though the body had become forever beyond his reach. Some warriors, slain in battle, instantly ascended to heaven in celestial chariots. There they were seen addressing the heavenly nymphs who came to welcome them into their embrace, saying, O one of lovely thighs, behold how my beautiful body lies below upon the earth. Another warrior, thus slain, ascended to the heavens in a celestial car, and came into possession of a celestial nymph. When he was sitting with her in the car, his former wife on earth made herself a sati and burnt herself upon the funeral pyre. Having thus obtained a celestial body, she rose up to the heavens, and that chaste, virtuous woman forcibly drew away her own husband from the celestial nymph. Two warriors went up, slew each other, and fell dead at the same time. They ascended to the heavens together, and they began to quarrel and fight with their weapons for one and the same celestial nymph. Some hero, having gained in the heavens a nymph more lovely and beautiful than himself, became deeply attached and devoted to her. He began to describe his own heroic qualities and, dotingly, to imitate the qualities of his beloved, so that she might remain faithfully attached to him. The dust arising from the dreadful encounter of the soldiers on the battlefield rose up into the air and covered the sun, making it appear as night. After a while, that dust settled and became absorbed in the blood below, and the sun appeared very red, reflecting the color of the blood. Some brahmachari fought in the battle and was slain. He ascended to the heavens, where a lovely-eyed Devkanya, a celestial nymph, desired with great devotion to select him as her bridegroom. But that clever man did not accept the offer, thinking that his vow of brahmacharya would thereby be broken. O king, when the battle became exceedingly deadly, King Yudhajit shot a sharp and dreadful arrow at Virsena and severed his head from his body. Virsena fell dead on the battlefield, and his army was routed. The soldiers fled away in panic. Hearing that her father had been slain in battle, Manorma became greatly terrified and anxious. She began to think, the vicious and wicked King Yudhajit will surely slay my son, for the sake of the kingdom, and to satisfy his enmity toward my father. What shall I do now? My father has been slain in battle. My husband is no more. My child is but a minor today. Where shall I go? Greed is very sinful. Who is there that cannot be bought over by the love of gold? And what vicious act can there be that cannot be done when one is actuated by covetousness? A greedy man does not hesitate to kill his father, mother, spiritual guide, friends, or others. There is no doubt of this. It is the inordinate love of worldly things that makes a man eat what is held unclean in society, that drives him to approach a woman who is unapproachable, and it is greed that makes a man discard his own religion and become an apostate. In this city, I find none so powerful that I can remain under his shelter and be able to rear my child. What can I do if King Yudhajit slays my son? There is none in this world who can save me, none on whose protection I can rely, and in whose shelter I might stay without anxiety. And this co-rival wife of mine, Leelavati, will always harbor enmity toward me. She will never show mercy to my son. When Yudhajit arrives in this city, I shall not be able to leave it, and today, on the pretext that my son is a minor, he will cast him into prison. I have also heard that, in ancient times, one queen gave poison to destroy the fetus in the womb of her rival wife. When the child was born, he was celebrated by the name of Sagra, born with poison, upon this earth. The husband was alive, yet his queen Kaki banished the eldest son of the king, Sri Ramchandra, to the forest, and King Dashratha sacrificed his life for that very reason. The ministers, no doubt, once desired to install my son as king, but now they are no longer independent, they have yielded themselves to King Yudhajit. I have no brother powerful enough to release me from my bondage. I see that I have fallen into great difficulty through a combination of unforeseen circumstances. Though success depends on fate, still one should make an earnest effort, for if one does not strive, even fate remains asleep. I will, therefore, soon devise a plan to save my son. O king, thinking thus, the woman Manorma privately called the wise and respectable minister Vidalla, who was intelligent and expert in all affairs. Holding the hands of her son and weeping, she said humbly, in a depressed spirit, O minister, my father has been slain on the battlefield, my son is a mere child, and Yudhajit is a powerful king. Consider all these and tell me, what should I do now? The venerable minister Vidalla then said to Queen Manorma, it is not advisable for us to stay here. Soon we must go into the forests near Benares. There, I have a powerful uncle named Subahu. He is prosperous and commands a strong army. He will protect us. I will make a pretext that I am anxious to meet the king, and therefore I am going out to see Yudhajit. Under that pretext, I shall depart from the city in my chariot, there is no doubt in this. Hearing these words of Vidalla, Queen Manorma went to Leelavati and said, O fair-eyed one, today I am going to see Father Yudhajit. Thus saying, she went out of the city in a chariot, accompanied by her son, her attendants, and Vidalla. Grieved at the loss of her father, fearful, distressed, and fatigued, Manorma met Yudhajit and performed the cremation rites of her father, King Virsena. Then, trembling with fear, she set forth again and, after 2 days of swift journeying, reached the banks of the Ganges. There, the robbers and the Nisadas plundered all their riches, seized the chariot, and went away. Manorma had only the garments she wore left to her. Weeping bitterly, she held the hand of her attendant and went toward the Ganges shore. Fearing pursuit, she crossed the river on a raft and reached the mountain of Chitrakuta. That terrified Devi hastened to the hermitage of Bharadwaja. There she beheld the ascetics and was at last relieved of her fear. Bharadwaja asked, O lotus-eyed one, who are you, and whose wife are you? Why have you taken such trouble to come here? Speak truly and tell me all. O beautiful one, are you a Devi or a human being? Your son is but a mere child. Why have you come into this dense forest? It seems as if you have been deprived of your kingdom. Thus questioned by the best of the Munis, the beautiful Manorma, afflicted with grief, began to weep. She could not speak herself and commanded Vidalla to narrate all that had occurred. Vidalla then said, there was a king of Kosal named Dhruvasandhi. This lady is his lawful queen. Her name is Manorma. That powerful monarch of the solar dynasty was slain by a lion in the forest. This boy, Sudarshana, is his son. The father of this Manorma was a very religious man. He died fighting bravely for the cause of his daughter's son. Now, the queen has become much afraid and has therefore fled into this wild forest. The son of this woman is still a minor. He now seeks your refuge. O best of the Munis, protect them both. To give protection to any distressed person is to acquire merits greater than those earned by performing a sacrifice. Therefore, to protect one who is deeply afflicted with fear and is helpless will bring still higher merits. Bharadwaja said, O beautiful one, remain in this hermitage without any fear, and rear your son here. O auspicious one, there is no cause for fear here from your enemies. Better nourish and support your child. Your son will surely become a king, and if you remain in this hermitage, no sorrow or grief shall befall you. Vyas said, when the great Muni Bharadwaja spoke thus, Queen Manorma became peaceful. The Muni provided them with a cottage to live in, and there they dwelt without sorrow. Thus Manorma dwelt obediently with her maidservant, who was liked by all. Vidalla also remained there, and Manorma began to nourish her child. Here ends the 15th chapter, entitled the Devi Mahatmya and the battle between Yudhajit and Virsena, and the flight of Manorma to the forest, in the 3rd Adhyay of the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 16. On the glory of the Devi, Vyas said, after gaining victory in the battle, King Yudhajit returned to the city of Ayodhya with his huge army and asked, where are Sudarshana and Manorma? He wanted to kill Sudarshan. He repeatedly exclaimed, where have they gone? And sent his servants to search for them. Then, on an auspicious day, he installed his daughter's son on the throne. Maharshi Vasishtha was engaged as the priest. He, along with the other ministers, began to chant the auspicious hymns of the Atharva Veda. Using jars filled with water and consecrated by these hymns, they installed Shatrujit on the throne. O best of the Kurus! Conch shells resounded, drums, bheris, and turias resounded, and great festivals and rejoicings took place in the city. The reciting of the Vedic mantras by the Brahmins, the chanting of hymns by the bards, and the auspicious acclamations of victory to the new king filled the whole city of Ayodhya with joy. When the new king Shatrujit ascended the throne, the subjects were filled with joy. Everywhere, hymns were sung and drums were resounding. Ayodhya looked as fresh as ever. O king, though there were such great rejoicings and festivals, some good people still remembered Sudarshana and gave vent to their sorrow, saying, alas! Where has that prince gone? Where has that chaste queen Manorma gone with her son? Oh! The enemies have killed his father out of greed for the kingdom. The saints, with their impartial views, thus rendered uneasy and sorrowful, began to pass their time there, subject to Shatrujit. After duly installing his daughter's son on the throne and handing over the charge of the kingdom to the wise counsellors, Yudhajit turned towards his own city. Afterwards, Yudhajit heard that Sudarshana was staying in the hermitage with the Munis. He immediately set out for Chitrakuta and went quickly to Durdarsa, the chief of the city of Sringavera, accompanied by Bala, the chief of the Nisadas. Hearing that Yudhajit was coming with his army, Manorma began to think that her son was a minor and became very sorrowful, distressed and terrified. With tears in her eyes, she addressed the Muni, Yudhajit is coming here. What shall I do, and whither shall I go? He has slain my father and installed his daughter's son on the throne. Still he is not satisfied, and he is now coming with his army to kill my minor child. O Lord, in days of yore, I heard that the Pandavas, when they went to the forest, lived in the holy hermitage of the Munis with Draupadi. One day, the 5 brothers went hunting, and the beautiful Draupadi stayed without fear with other maidservants in the hermitage, where the Vedas were being chanted by Dhaumya, Atri, Galva, Pela, Javali, Gautama, Bhrigu, Chavana, Kamba of the Atrigotra, Jatu, Kratu, Vitihotra, Sumantu, Yagnadat, Vatsala, Rasna, Kahoda, Yavakri, Yagyakrit, Kratu, and other holy, high-souled rishis like Bharadwaja and others. While the 5 great heroes, Arjuna and the others, the destroyers of their enemies, were roaming in the forests, Jayadratha, the king of Sindhu, came with his army to the hermitage, hearing the recitation of the Vedic hymns. Hearing this, the king quickly descended from his chariot to have a sight of these holy Maharshis. Accompanied by only 2 attendants, he approached the Munis and, finding them engaged in the study of the Vedas, waited there with folded hands for an opportunity. O Lord! When King Jayadratha entered the hermitage and took his seat, the wives of the Munis came to see him and began to inquire, "Who is this person?" Along with the wives of the Munis came the beautiful Draupadi. Jayadratha looked upon Draupadi as if she were the goddess Lakshmi herself. Looking at that lovely royal daughter, who resembled the Deva girls, Jayadratha asked Maharshi Dhaumya, "Who is this beautiful lotus-eyed lady? Whose wife is she? Who is her father? And what is her name?" "Oh, from her beautiful appearance, it seems that the goddess Sachi has descended to earth. This fair woman shines like the celestial nymph Rambha, surrounded by the Rakshasis, or like the beautiful creeper Lavangaltika, encircled by thorny trees. O good ones, tell truly, whose beloved is she? O Brahmans, it seems she is the wife of some king, not the wife of a Muni." Dhaumya said, "O king of Sindhu, she is the daughter of Panchala. Her name is Draupadi. She is the wife of the Pandavas, who are residing in this forest, having freed themselves from their fears." Jayadratha said, "Where have those powerful Pandavas of great prowess gone now? Are they dwelling in this forest, free from fear?" Dhaumya said, "The 5 Pandavas have gone out hunting, mounted on a chariot. They will return at noon with their game." Hearing the Muni's words, Jayadratha got up and, going near Draupadi, bowed down to her and said, "O fair one, is everything well with you? Where have your husbands gone? Today marks 11 years that you are residing in this forest." Draupadi then said, "O prince, may all be well with you. Wait here for a short while. The Pandavas are coming quickly." While Draupadi thus spoke, that powerful king, overpowered by greed and avarice, abducted her, disregarding all the Munis present there. O Lord, the wise should never trust anyone. If he places his trust in somebody, he will surely come to grief. For example, consider the case of King Bali. Bali, the son of Virochna and grandson of Prahlad, was prosperous, devoted to his religion, true to his promises, a performer of sacrifices, generous, always protective of and liked by the saints, and a great warrior. His mind never turned to any irreligious thoughts, and he performed 99 yagyas with full dakshinas, remunerations. But the Bhagwan Vishnu, who is full of sattvic purity, never affected by passions and changeless, always worshipped by the yogis, in the form of a dwarf in his Vaman incarnation as the son of Kashyapa Rishi, to serve the Devas, deceitfully took away his entire sea-girt earth and kingdom on a hypocritical pretext. O Lord, I heard that the son of Virochna, Bali, was a generous and large-hearted king. He truly resolved to give what was asked, but Vishnu behaved deceitfully with him to serve the cause of Indra. When the pure, Sattvic Vishnu could assume this dwarf incarnation to hinder Bali's yagya, what wonder is it that ordinary mortals practice such deceit? Therefore, never trust anybody in any way. Lord, where greed and avarice reign in one's heart, what fear can there be to perpetrate evil deeds? O Muni, it is through avarice that men commit sinful deeds. They do not care what good or bad will happen to them in the next world. Overpowered by greed, they take away in mind, word, and deed the belongings of others, and thus they fall. Human beings always worship the gods for wealth, but the Devas do not give them wealth directly. They give it through others by making them carry on trade, make gifts, show their strength, or even by making them steal. The Vaishyas worship the gods simply because they think they will prosper greatly. Therefore, they sell many things such as grains, cloth, and the like. O controlled one, is there no desire to take away another's property in this act of commerce? Certainly there is. Moreover, when merchants find that people urgently need to buy their goods, they expect the prices to rise. O Muni, thus everyone is anxious to take away others' property. How then can we trust them? Those clouded by greed and delusion, their pilgrimages, charities, and recitations of the Vedas all become useless. Though they go to holy places, these acts bear no fruit, as if they had not done them at all. Therefore, O enlightened one, you make Yudhajit return to his own place. Then I will be able to remain here, like Sita, with my son. On Manorma, speaking thus to the Muni, the fiery Maharshi went to Yudhajit and said, O king, you better return to your own place, or anywhere else you like. The son of Manorma is a minor. That queen is greatly grieved. She cannot come to you now. Yudhajit said, O peaceful ones, cease showing this impudence, and give me Manorma. I will never leave without her. If you do not give her willingly, I will take her by force. The rishis said, O king, if you have any strength, you can take Manorma by force, but the result will be similar to when King Vishwamitra tried to take away the heavenly cow by force from the hermitage of Vasishtha. Thus ends the 16th chapter on the glory of the Devi and the journey of King Yudhajit to the hermitage of Bharadwaja to kill Sudarshan, in the 3rd Adhyay of Srimad Devi Bhagavatam by Maharshi Vedavyas, chapter 17, on the story of Vishwamitra. Vyas said, O king, hearing the words of the Maharshi Bharadwaja and seeing that he had made a firm resolve, King Yudhajit called his prime minister quickly and asked, O intelligent one, what am I to do now? I wish to carry away by force this boy along with his mother, sweet Manorma. No one who is desirous of another's welfare would trifle with his enemy, for even a very weak enemy, if left unchecked, grows stronger day by day, like the disease consumption, and ultimately becomes the cause of death. There is no warrior, nor any soldiers, here from the other party. No one will be able to resist me. I can take away, as I please, the enemy of my daughter's son, and I can kill him. I will try today to carry him away by force, and with Sudarshan killed, my daughter's son will reign fearlessly without an enemy. There is no doubt in this. The Prime Minister said, No such hazardous courage need be shown now. You have heard the Maharshi's words, and he quoted to you the example of Vishwamitra. O king, in days of yore, Vishwamitra, the son of King Gadhi, was a celebrated monarch. One day, while roaming, he accidentally reached the hermitage of Vasishtha. The powerful King Vishwamitra bowed down before the Muni, and the Muni gave him a seat. The king took his seat there. Then the high-souled Vasishtha invited the king to dinner. Vishwamitra, the king, went there with his entire army. Vasishtha had a cow named Nandini. The Muni prepared all sorts of eatables from her milk and entertained them all. The king and his army were much pleased, and, learning of the cow's divine power, he asked Vasishtha to give Nandini to him. The udder of your cow, Nandini, is like a big jar, he said. I will give you 1,000 cows like that. I pray you to let me have your cow Nandini. Vasishtha said, O king, this is my sacrificial cow. I cannot give her in any way. Let your 1,000 cows be yours. Vishwamitra replied, O saint, I will give you lakhs, or tens and hundreds of lakhs, or any number you like. Please give me your cow. If you are unwilling, I will carry her away by force. Vasishtha said, O king, as you like, better take her by force. I will never be able to give away my cow, Nandini, from my house. O king, hearing Vasishtha's words, Vishwamitra at once ordered his powerful followers to fasten a cord round Nandini's neck and carry her off by sheer force. The followers, obeying immediately, bound the cow with ropes and began to drag her away. Nandini, trembling and with tears in her eyes, said to the Muni, O one whose wealth consists only in asceticism, are you going to leave me? Otherwise, why are these men binding me with a cord and dragging me away? The Muni replied, O Nandini, I have never parted with you. I perform all my sacrifices through your milk. O auspicious one, I honored this king and my guests with eatables prepared from your milk, and for that reason he is carrying you away from me by sheer force. What can I do? O Nandini, I have not the least desire to part with you." Hearing these words from the Muni, the cow became very angry and bellowed loudly and fearfully. At once, from her body on that very spot, terrible demons appeared, wearing coats of armor and holding various weapons. They shouted aloud, "Wait! You shall soon meet with vengeance." They then destroyed all the forces of the king. The king alone was left, and he went away by himself, much dejected and sorrowful. Oh! That wicked king then, with great humility, cursed the Kshatriya Shakti, and thinking that Brahmanic power could be attained through great exertion, he began to practice asceticism and penance. Performing penance and tapasya, very severe indeed, in the great forest, Vishwamitra, the son of Gadhi, at last succeeded in becoming a rishi, and then renounced his Kshatriya dharma. Therefore, O king, never quarrel with these ascetics and avoid wars that result in great enmity and the extinction of your race. It is better to appease the Muni and return to your own kingdom. Let Sudarshana remain here according to his pleasure. O king, this minor boy has no wealth. What harm can he do to you? It is useless to show enmity towards an orphan or a weak minor boy. This world is under the control of destiny. Therefore, one should show mercy to all. O king, what use is there in showing jealousy? What is inevitable will surely come to pass. O king, the thunderbolt sometimes strikes like a blade of grass, and sometimes a blade of grass acts like a thunderbolt. O king, you are very intelligent. Consider that, by the combination of circumstances, a hare can kill a powerful tiger, and a gnat can kill an elephant. Therefore, forsake this rashness and heed my beneficent advice. Vyas said, O king, the best of kings, Yudhajit, hearing the Prime Minister's advice, bowed down humbly at the feet of the Muni and returned to his own city. Manorma, too, became free from anxiety and, remaining peaceful in the hermitage, began to nourish and support her child while engaged in her woes. The lovely son of the king began to grow daily like the waxing phases of the moon and sported fearlessly with the boys of the Munis wherever they liked, a very auspicious sight. One day, the minister Vidalla came there. The sons of the Munis, seeing him, began to address him in the presence of Sudarshana, saying, "Klib, Klib." Sudarshana, hearing them pronounce Klib, Klib, took up the first syllable, Kali, and uttered it repeatedly. This is, in fact, the prince of the root mantras of Kama, with the Anuswara omitted. Then the son of the king took that mantra and silently repeated it in his mind. O king, thus, the boy Sudarshana was initiated into this root mantra of Kama, desire, spontaneously, out of his original sanskar, innate tendency, owing to the unavoidable destiny of fate. The son of the king, when he was 5 years old, received this most excellent mantra, though without its rishi, seer, meditation, chanda, meter, or nyasa, assignment of various parts of the body to different deities, accompanied with prayers and corresponding gestures. Considering it the quintessence of all, he meditated on it spontaneously in his mind, and never forgot it. When the king's son reached 11 years of age, the Muni performed his Upnayana, sacred thread, ceremony and initiated him into the study of the Vedas. With the power of that mantra, the boy soon mastered all studies of archery, as well as all moral and political sciences in accordance with proper rules in a very short time. One day, Sudarshana had a vision of the Supreme Goddess, of red color, wearing red apparel and adorned with red ornaments, mounted on Garuda, displaying her extraordinary Vaishnavi powers, and with her face fully open like a blossoming lotus flower. Thus, expert in many branches of learning, Sudarshana served his mother in the forest and wandered along the banks of the Ganges. One day, the mother of the universe gave the boy bows, sharpened arrows, a quiver, and a mail coat of armor while he was in the forest. O king, at this time, the extraordinarily beautiful and lovely Princess Shashikala, endowed with all auspicious qualities, the daughter of the king of Kashi, heard that a beautiful prince named Sudarshana, a second Kamdeva, full of heroism and endowed with all auspicious qualities, was dwelling in a forest. The princess, hearing this from a soothsayer, mentally loved and desired him, and wished to accept him as her lawful husband. Thus, on one occasion at nightfall, the goddess appeared to her in a dream, consoled her, and said, "O fair one, ask a boon from me. Sudarshana is my devotee, and at my word, he will fulfill all your desires." Seeing the beautiful form of the goddess in her dream, and hearing her sweet words, the honored Shashikala was drowned in an ocean of bliss. When the princess awoke, her face beaming with gladness, her mother perceived her joy and inferred that her daughter must have been internally very happy. She asked her repeatedly, but Shashikala, too abashed, did not reveal the cause of her delight. Remembering her dreams, the princess laughed repeatedly out of excessive joy. At last, she confided in detail all about her dreams to one of her lady friends or companions. On one occasion, the large-eyed Shashikala went out for enjoyment to a beautiful garden adorned with champaka flowers, accompanied by her companion. While the king's daughter was seated under a champaka tree collecting flowers, she saw a Brahman coming towards her in great haste. After bowing down before him, the beautiful princess, endowed with all auspicious qualities, addressed him sweetly, "O blessed one, whence are you coming?" The Brahman said, "O girl, I am coming on an errand from the hermitage of Bharadwaja Muni. Please tell me what you wish to ask." Shashikala replied, "O noble one, what beautiful thing is there in that hermitage that is extraordinary and worth describing?" The Brahman said, "O fair one, there resides the most lovely Sudarshan, the son of King Dhruvasandhi. He is the loveliest of all men. O fair one, he who has not seen him, I think, has had his eyes given to him in vain. O auspicious one, it seems as if the Creator, to see how it would look, has invested him with all qualities. O beautiful one, what more shall I say? Suffice it to say that this prince is fit to become your husband. I think the Creator has, without doubt, already settled the union between you two, as a happy union of two congenial things, like gold united with a jewel." Thus ends the 17th chapter on the story of Vishwamitra and the receiving of the root mantra of Kama by the son of the king in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 18. The Swayamvar of Shashikala. Vyas said, "The king's lovely daughter was very glad on hearing the words of the Brahman, and she was completely drowned in ecstasy of love. The Brahman also departed, reflecting on the whole affair. The daughter was already attached to the prince, and now she became even more absorbed in love for him and grew very anxious. On the departure of the Brahman, she felt as if struck by the arrows of love. Then Shashikala, oppressed by love, addressed her dear companion, who followed her inclinations, saying, 'O my companion, I have not yet had any knowledge of the king's son. Still, the signs of love have sprung up in my body and mind from the very moment I heard about him from the Brahman. This love is giving me much trouble. Tell me, my companion, what shall I do now? Whither shall I go?' O dear companion, I saw him like a second god of love in my dreams, and since then my innocent mind has been troubled by his being away from me. O fair one, the sandal paste on my body now seems like poison, this garland like a serpent, and the moon's rays appear like fire. O companion, my mind finds no rest anywhere, in palaces, gardens, lakes, or hills, at any time, day or night. All enjoyable things now appear contrary and give me pain. The bedding, bitter leaves, music, singing, and dancing, all now fail to give me satisfaction or peace. O companion, I would have gone today to where that deceiver resides, but I fear for my father as well as for the honor of my family. My father has not yet declared the Swayamvar for my marriage. What shall I do? Had he given me in marriage to that Sudarshana, I would have allowed him to embrace me and satisfy his desires today. O friend, look at the strange ways of the Creator. There are hundreds of kings today who are influential, yet I do not consider them beautiful. And that king's son is exiled from his kingdom, and yet he has stolen my heart. Vyas said, thus, that king's son, Sudarshana, though helpless and living in a forest on roots and fruits, deprived of wealth, power, and an army, began to reign in the heart of that princess. Shashikala, too, began to recite slowly the root mantra of Saraswati, and thus her love towards this prince showed signs of fulfillment. Once engaged in meditation on that excellent root mantra of Kama, and while repeatedly reciting it mentally, he saw in a dream the vision of that ever-full, the world Mother Ambika, beyond words to describe, the Vaishnavi Shakti capable of bestowing all wealth and prosperity. At this time, the king of Nisadas, the lord of Srimgaverpur, came to the hermitage and presented an excellent chariot along with all other necessary items. This chariot was drawn by 4 horses, decorated with beautiful flags, and endowed with the promise of victory everywhere. Considering it a befitting gift for the king, he offered it to Sudarshana. Sudarshana, in turn, accepted his friend's offering and worshipped him in return, presenting roots and fruits of the forest. The lord of the Nisadas, thus honored as a guest, then departed. The Munis and ascetics, addressing Sudarshana with fondness, said, O son of the king, do not be anxious or restless. In a very short time, you will surely regain your kingdom through your own good fortune and prowess. O steadfast one, the goddess who enchants the entire universe, the giver of boons, Sri Ambika, is pleased with you. Divine assistance is also granted to you. Therefore, do not trouble yourself with contrary thoughts any longer. The Munis, who had taken vows, also addressed Manorma. Your son will soon become the lord of the world. You need not worry anymore. Then the lean and thin Manorma, hearing the words of the Munis, said, O Brahmans, may your blessings be justified with success. What wonder if a kingdom is obtained through the goodwill of the sadhus? There is no army, no minister, no support, no property. By what combination could my son ever attain kingship? You are the best of the knowers of mantras. Through the influence of your blessings, my son will surely become a king. There is no doubt in this. Vyas said, wherever the intelligent Sudarshana went on his chariot, it seemed, by his own prowess, as if he were surrounded by a mighty army consisting of 109, 350-foot soldiers, 65,610 horsemen, 21,870 chariots, and 21,870 elephants. This is the power of the seed mantra. It is not an ordinary achievement. Because Sudarshana, with joy and one-pointed devotion, meditated on his seed mantra, he acquired these powers. There is no doubt about it. Whoever becomes pure and peaceful receives this wondrous seed mantra from a true spiritual guide and meditates upon it incessantly is certainly destined to attain all desires. O best of kings, there is nothing in the heavens above or the worlds below that a man cannot obtain when the Supreme Goddess becomes pleased. Those are certainly very unfortunate and of dull intellect who cannot place their faith in the worship of this goddess and consequently suffer incessantly from all sorts of troubles. O best of the Kurus, at the beginning of creation, this Amba Devi was the mother of all the gods and is therefore known as the first mother. She is practically seen in this world in the forms of Buddhi, intelligence, Kirti, fame, Dharti, fortitude, Lakshmi, goddess of wealth, Shakti, the force, Shraddha, faith, Mathi, intellect, Samriti, memory, and so on. Only the deluded souls fail to realize the nature of the Devi. Only those whose hearts are clouded by the glare of false argument do not worship this all-auspicious goddess of the universe. O King, Brahma, Vishnu, Shambhu, Indra, Varuna, Yam, Vayu, Agni, Kuber, Vishwakarma, Pusha, Bhaga, The two Ashwins, Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Vishvedevas, and Maruts, all worship the supreme deity of creation, preservation, and dissolution. Who among the wise does not serve this highest energy? The real nature of that auspicious goddess, the bestower of all desires, was well known to Sudarshana. She is the real essence, Brahma, very rarely realized. She is the higher Vidya and the lower Vidya, and she is the vital energy, the Mukhya Pyare, of the best of yogis who are desirous of liberation. O King, what individual is able to realize the nature of Paramtam, the highest universal self, without having recourse to her, who manifests this universal consciousness by bringing into existence these sattvic, rajasic, and tamansic creations? Sudarshana, though dwelling in the forest, realized a greater happiness than that of obtaining the sovereignty of a kingdom by constantly meditating on that goddess. Shashikala, too, oppressed by the arrows of love, somehow remained in her body, her health being constantly cared for by her attendants in various ways. Then King Subhu, on learning that his daughter was desirous of obtaining her husband, made arrangements for her Swayamvar, a marriage in which the girl chooses her husband from among a number of suitors assembled together without any delay. The Swayamvar of a royal family, the Pandits say, is of three kinds: Ichha Swayamvar, optional, according to the bride's free choice; Panya Swayamvar, by fulfilling a promise. For example, Rama broke the bow of Shiva and married Sitha. Strength Swayamvar, by prowess, where the bride chooses the one who proves the strongest hero through his own skill. Of these three kinds of Swayamvaras, King Subhu preferred Ichha Swayamvar, following the bride's free choice. Accordingly, the king employed many artisans, had platforms covered with beautiful carpets, and decorated large halls in various elaborate ways. Thus, the assembly hall for the Swayamvar was built and decorated, and all the necessary articles and equipment were brought there. The fair-eyed Shashikala, with sorrow, said to her companions, "Go to my mother, and tell her privately that I have already mentally selected my husband, the beautiful Sudarshana, son of King Dhruvasandhi. I will marry no other prince. The goddess Bhagavati has destined him to be my husband." Vyas said. The companion of Shashikala, hearing this, went quickly to her mother Vadarbhi and addressed her sweetly in private. "O chaste one! Your daughter, with a sorrowful heart, has sent me to convey the following. Please hear and act at your earliest convenience in what is good and beneficial." Vadarbhi replied, "There is a young man staying in the hermitage of Bharadwaja, the son of King Dhruvasandhi. I have mentally selected him as my husband. I will choose no other prince." Vyas said. The queen, hearing her daughter's words, informed her husband, King Subaho, of everything she had heard upon his return to the palace. Hearing this, King Subahu was astonished. He laughed repeatedly and then spoke to his wife, the daughter of the king of Vidarbh, saying, "O fair one! That king's son Sudarshana is still a minor, exiled to the forest. Now he is helpless and resides with his mother in a dense forest. For his sake, King Virsena was slain in battle by King Yudhajit. O fair-eyed one! How can that helpless, exiled boy become your husband? Therefore, tell Shashikala that, at the assembly hall for her Swayamvar, many kings commanding honor and respect will be present. She may then choose whomever she likes. There is no need to repeat such words again." Thus ends the 18th chapter of the 3rd Skanda about the Swayamvar of Shashikala, daughter of King Kashiraja, in the Mahapuranam Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 19. On going to the Swayamvar assembly of Sudarshana, Vyas said, after King Subahu had spoken, the queen took her daughter Shashikala, who always had sweet smiles on her lips, onto her lap. She consoled her with kind words and said, "O fair-eyed one! You always practice vows and other religious duties. Why then, are you speaking these unpleasant words? The king has heard all you wanted to say and is very sorry. That Sudarshana is very unfortunate deprived of his kingdom, helpless, without wealth or army, abandoned by his friends, exiled with his mother in the forest, living on roots and fruits, lean and thin. Thus, he is not worthy of becoming your husband. There are many learned, handsome, widely approved princes, qualified with all royal qualities, who are fit to be your husband. They will all come to this Swayamvar, self-choice marriage ceremony. There is one brother of Sudarshana, who is endowed with all kingly qualities, handsome, and qualified in many ways. He is the king of the Kosal country. There is another point worth considering. Please listen. King Yudhajit is trying his best to kill Sudarshana at any suitable opportunity. He has already consulted with his ministers, killed King Veersena in a fierce battle, and placed his daughter's son on the throne. He even came to the hermitage of Bharadwaja to kill Sudarshana, but the sages prevented him, and he returned home. Shashikala replied, "Mother, that prince, though living in the forest, is favored by me." Following the advice of Sharyati, the chaste Sukanya married sage Chavana and served her husband devotedly. Similarly, I will marry this king's son and always be devoted to serving him. Women can attain heaven and liberation by serving their husbands. Therefore, if we sincerely serve our husbands, we will surely be happy. I have seen in my dream that the goddess Bhagavati has ordained him to be my husband. How can I now accept anyone else as my husband? The goddess Bhuvneshwari has fixed his image firmly in my heart. I will never be able to leave my dearest, beautiful husband and marry another person. Vyas said, thus, the mother, the daughter of the king of Vidya, recognized many signs and at last relented. She then reported all of Shashikala's words to the king. When Shashikala, on the day before the marriage, became very anxious, she hurriedly sent a trustworthy Brahman, versed in the Vedas, to the hermitage of Bharadwaja with this message, "O Brahman, go to Sudarshana in such a way that my father does not know about it and tell Sudarshana all my words. My father has called a Swayamvar ceremony for my marriage. Many powerful kings will attend with their armies. O Deva, the goddess Bhagavati has ordered me in a dream, and accordingly, I, with full gladness of my heart, have already given myself to you in my heart. I would rather take poison or jump into a blazing fire than obey my father's and mother's words and marry another. By my mind, word, and deed, I have chosen you as my husband. Pleasure and happiness are sure to follow us by the blessings of the goddess Bhagavati. Please rely on her, at whose command this entire universe, moving and unmoving, rests, and come to this place without fail. What the goddess, whose commands Shankara and all the other devas obey, has ordered, can never be false. O Brahman, you, the foremost among the virtuous, therefore call on that king's son in private and tell him all this. What more shall I say to you? Do all that my purpose may be fulfilled." Thus saying, she gave the Brahman his dakshina, gift or fee, and sent him to Sudarshana. He went there, reported all the matters duly to him, and quickly returned. On learning this, Sudarshana resolved to go, and the great sage Bharadwaja, with gladness, sent him. Vyas said, seeing her son ready to depart, his mother Manorma became very sorrowful and, trembling and shedding tears, spoke to her son. "Sudarshana, where are you going now? How dare you go alone to the Swayamvar, where kings and all your formidable enemies will be present? O son, you are still a boy. King Yudhajit will certainly go there with the intent to kill you. There will be no one to help you. So you should not go to that place. You are my only son. I am poor and helpless, with no one to rely on but you. Therefore, you should not cast me into despair at this moment. See, Sudarshana, King Yudhajit, who slew my father, that uncontrollable king, will come there. If you go there alone, he will certainly kill you." Sudarshana replied, "Mother, what is inevitable will surely come to pass. There is no need to discuss this further. I will go at the command of the World Mother to that Swayamvar assembly hall. O auspicious one. Do not give way to sorrow. I fear no one by the grace of the goddess Bhagavati. Vyas said. Thus saying, Sudarshana mounted his chariot and was ready to start. Seeing this, Manorma began to bless him and cheer him. O son, let Ambika Devi protect your front, Padmalochana protect your back, Parvati, your two sides, Shiva Devi, all around you, Varahi, in dreadful paths, Durga, in royal forts, Kalika, in terrible fights, Parmeshwari, in the platform hall, Matangi, in the Swayamvar hall, Bhavani, the avatress of the world, amidst the kings, Girija, in mountain passes, Chamunda, in the sacrificial ground, and let the eternal Kamga protect you in the forests. O descendant of the Raghu family, let the Vaishnavi force protect you in quarrels, let Bhairavi protect you in battles and among your enemies. O son, let the great Maya Jagdhatri Bhuvneshwari protect you everywhere and at all times. Vyas said. Then Manorma, speaking thus to him, trembled with fear and again said, O Sudarshana, I will also accompany you. It cannot be otherwise. I will never be able to remain anywhere without you, even for the twinkling of an eye. O son, take me to the place where you are going. Thus saying, his mother, with her attendants, was ready to start. The Brahmans pronounced their blessings. All then set out. Sudarshana, the descendant of the Raghu family, mounted his chariot alone and reached Benares. There, King Subahu, hearing of his arrival, welcomed him and worshipped him with various gifts. He gave him a house for his residence and made arrangements for his food, drink, and other necessary requirements, ordering his servants to attend to the prince. Then, from various quarters, the kings assembled, and Yudhajit, too, came there accompanied by his daughter's son, Shatrujit. The king of Karusha, the king of Madra, the king of Sindhu, the king of Maheshmati, valiant warriors, the king of Panchala, the kings of the mountainous regions, the king of Karnat, the powerful king of Kamrupa, the king of Chola, and the mighty king of Vidarbh with 180 Akroni soldiers all arrived and assembled there. Benares was then crowded with soldiers everywhere. Many other kings came there on their splendid elephants to witness the Swayamvar ceremony. Then the princes began to talk among themselves. The king's son Sudarshana too has come here and is staying calm and unperturbed. Is it that the high-minded Sudarshana, born of the Kakutstha family, has come here on a chariot, helpless, to marry? Can it be that the princes will overlook these kings with soldiers and weapons and select the long-armed Sudarshana? Then King Yudhajit addressed all the other kings. I will slay Sudarshana for the sake of the princes. There is no doubt in this. Hearing Yudhajit's words, the king of Kerala, the foremost of those who know morals, began to say, O king, in this Ichha Swayamvar, free choice marriage ceremony, it is not proper to fight. Here, marriage will not be decided by prowess. There is no arrangement to steal the bride by force. The bride will choose of her own free will. What cause then can arise here for quarrels? Before you drove him out of his kingdom, and though you are the superior king, you took his kingdom by force and installed your daughter's son on the throne. O king, this Sudarshana is born of the Kakutstha family and the son of the king of Kosal. Why would you kill this innocent boy? O long-lived one, be certain that there is a God of this universe. He governs all. If you commit any wrongful act, know that you will face the consequences. There is no doubt about this. O king, truth and dharma always prevail everywhere, while adharma and falsehood are always defeated. Therefore, abandon your evil and base intentions and calm your vile mind. Your daughter's son is also present here. He is handsome and prosperous and rules a kingdom. Why would the princes not choose him as a bridegroom? Consider again that there are many other powerful princes and kings in this Swayamvar. The princes may choose them as well. Therefore, let all the kings assembled here agree that if the selection of the bridegroom is performed in this way, what cause for a quarrel can arise? Knowing all this, you should not quarrel here. Thus ends the 19th chapter on the going to the Swayamvar assembly of Sudarshana and the other kings in the Mahapuranam Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 20. On the Swayamvara hall and the king's conversation there, Vyas said, O noble-minded one! The king Yudhajit replied to the address of the king of Keral thus, O king! You are truthful and have restrained your passions. What you have just spoken in this assembly of kings is entirely correct and approved by morality. O best among kings! You are born of a high family. Kindly tell me, how can it be possible that when so many worthy princes are present here as suitors, an unworthy person can take away the bride's offer? As a jackal can never become fit to enjoy what is due to a lion, so this Sudarshana is also unfit to obtain this bride-elect. The Brahmans have the Vedas as their strength. The Kshatriya kings take bows and arrows as their source of power. This has been ordained everywhere. Therefore, O king, what wrong have I done in my statement? Kindly explain. The power of kings lies in the wealth befittingly given to the parents of a bride. According to this, the strongest man is worthy to win the bride, a precious jewel. The Kshatriyas who are weak can never obtain her. Let this be established as the rule in this marriage. This earth is fit to be enjoyed only by heroes, not by cowards or deceitful men. Otherwise, quarrels are sure to arise among the kings. Thus a dispute arose in that Swayamvara hall, and King Subahu was called in. The kings who could see the reality of things then addressed King Subahu, O king! You are requested to establish a righteous rule in this marriage ceremony. What is your purpose in calling this Swayamvara? Kindly declare it after mature consideration. Please tell us clearly, to whom do you intend to give your daughter in marriage? Subahu said, My daughter has mentally chosen Sudarshana. I tried repeatedly to dissuade her from this, but she did not heed my words. What can I do now? The mind of my daughter is no longer under her control. Sudarshana too, though uninvited, has come here alone and is residing calmly, without any signs of agitation in his mind. Vyas said, Then all the chief kings invited Sudarshana there. Sudarshana came quietly, and the princes, seeing his serene nature, questioned him, O one devoted to woes! Who has invited you here? Why have you come alone into this royal assembly of kings? You have no army, no ministers, no wealth, and no allies. O intelligent one! Tell us then, for what purpose have you come here all by yourself? The king said, In this great assembly of monarchs, you see that many powerful rulers are ready to fight with one another for the sake of this princess. What do you intend to do under such circumstances? Your brother too has come here to win the princess. He possesses a mighty army and is renowned for his strength and valor. The powerful Yudhajit has also come here to support him. O observer of sacred vows! Seeing that you are without any army, we have told you all these facts plainly. Now think and act accordingly. If you wish, remain here or go elsewhere as you please. Sudarshana replied, It is true, I have no army, no helpers, no wealth, no fort, no friends, and no kings to protect me. Hearing that a Swayamvara was to be held here, I came only to witness it. But there's one special reason for my coming. The Devi Bhagavati appeared to me in a dream and commanded me to come here. Obeying her order, I have arrived, without doubt or hesitation. I have no other purpose or desire. I have simply followed what the goddess Bhuvneshwari commanded. Whatever she has ordained will surely take place today. Of this, I have no doubt. O kings! I see everywhere the presence of the supreme goddess Bhagavati Bhavani. Therefore, I have no enemy in this world. But whoever chooses to become my enemy will surely be punished by Mahavidya, the great Maya herself. I do not know what enmity is. O kings! Whatever is destined to happen will certainly come to pass. Nothing else can occur. I always depend upon fate, upon destiny. In all beings, in the Devas, in spirits, in humans, the power of the Devi exists everywhere. It can never be otherwise. Sudarshana said, O kings, whenever she wills, the Supreme Goddess makes some kings masters of immense wealth, and others utterly destitute. What then is the use of troubling my mind over these matters? When even the gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, become powerless to move their hands or feet without her presence, why should I, a mere mortal, be anxious about the result? O kings, whether I am capable or incapable, noble or ordinary, that need not concern you. I have come into this royal assembly solely under the command of the Supreme Bhagavati. Whatever she has willed, she will accomplish. I have no concern in the matter. O high-minded ones, there is no need for you to feel any fear on my account. I have spoken to you the truth. Victory or defeat, I feel no shame in either, for I am wholly under the control of Bhagavati. Therefore, if there is any shame or honor here, it belongs entirely to her. Vyas said, hearing these words, and perceiving that his mind was firmly devoted to the goddess Bhagavati, the assembled kings looked at one another and said, O Sudarshana, what you have spoken is entirely true. It cannot be otherwise. Yet Yudhajit, the king of Ujjain, is intent on killing you. O wise and sinless one, we all perceive that there is no trace of evil in you. Out of pity and compassion, we have spoken to you. Now think carefully and act as you deem fit. Sudarshana said, You are all kind and large-hearted. What you have said is indeed true. But what shall I tell you? I am still a minor, inexperienced in worldly matters. Sudarshana said, O kings, no one can cause the death of another. This entire world, moving and unmoving, is under the control of fate. No soul is truly independent. Everyone lives bound by the effects of their own karma. The learned sages who have realized the truth say that karma is of three kinds: accumulated, sanchita, present, kriyamana, and prarabdha, that which has already begun to bear fruit. This whole world functions under the influence of time, kala, action, karma, and nature, swabhava. Unless the destined time arrives, even the devas cannot bring death to any being. Men may appear to die due to some immediate cause, but in truth, the great time itself is the real destroyer. My own father, though a slayer of many others, was himself killed by a lion, and my maternal grandfather was slain in battle by Yudhajit. Living beings, though they struggle earnestly to preserve their lives, are struck down by fate despite all their efforts, and yet some live 1,000 years though none stand to protect them. O righteous kings, I have no fear whatsoever of Yudhajit. I regard fate as the supreme power, and thus I remain always undisturbed, calm, and serene. Day and night I remember Bhagavati, the mother of the entire universe. She alone will care for my welfare. Behold, each one must bear the burden of their past karma, whether good or evil. One's own actions must bear their own fruits. Then why should one grieve, once this truth is known? Sudarshana said, The less intelligent and deluded people, when they suffer pain due to their own actions, turn into enemies over the most trifling matters. I neither grieve nor fear such enemies. I remain here in this assembly of kings with a calm and steady mind. Under the command of Chandika, I have come to witness this Swayamvara. Whatever is destined will surely come to pass. The words of Bhagavati are the highest authority. I know no other proof. My mind is completely surrendered to her. Whatever she has ordained, whether it brings good or ill, cannot be otherwise. O kings, let Yudhajit remain in peace. I have no enmity toward him. But whoever bears hostility toward me will inevitably reap the fruits of his own actions. There is not the least doubt about this. Vyas said, O king, when Sudarshana spoke thus, all the assembled monarchs were greatly pleased. They stayed on to witness the Swayamvara, and Sudarshana too returned calmly to his camp, serene and composed. On the next day, King Subahu invited all the kings present in his city to take their respective seats in the Swayamvara hall. The princes and monarchs, adorned with splendid ornaments, arrived and took their places on platforms draped with rich and exquisitely crafted carpets. There they shone like celestial devas, radiant in divine attire and jewels, their brilliance illumining the entire hall. Each sat eagerly, awaiting the arrival of the princess, the bride-elect, and every mind was filled with a single thought: when will she enter? And who among us will be the fortunate one to receive from her hand the garland of choice, the sign of her selection? The kings thought among themselves, if, by chance, the princess places the garland upon Sudarshana in this Swayamvara assembly, then without doubt a fierce struggle will break out among the assembled monarchs. While they were reflecting thus, the loud sounds of drums echoed throughout the hall. Then King Subahu of Benares went to his daughter and found that Shashikla had just finished her bath. She had clothed herself in fine silken garments, adorned her body with shining ornaments, and crowned herself with fragrant garlands. Thus arrayed in her complete bridal attire, she shone with radiant beauty, like another goddess Lakshmi, the embodiment of fortune and grace. The king, beholding his daughter dressed in silk and glowing with divine charm, yet troubled with anxious thoughts, smiled gently and said, "Child, arise. Take the beautiful garland in your hands and proceed to the Swayamvara hall. Behold the great assembly of kings gathered there. O slender one, among those noble rulers, choose him who is well qualified, virtuous, and pleasing to your heart. O graceful daughter, kings from every quarter have adorned their royal seats. Go now, see them for yourself, and select whomever you find worthy." Vyas said, when King Subahu had spoken thus, Shashikla, who was by nature soft-spoken and modest, replied with sweet and melodious words filled with the wisdom of righteousness, "Father, I will not go before the kings who are driven by desire. Women like me never go to such gatherings. It is only the unrestrained who attend those places. Father, I have learned from the sacred scriptures that a woman should cast her eyes only upon her husband, and not upon any other man. A woman who looks upon many men becomes mentally possessed by all of them, for each thinks in his heart, 'Let this woman be mine.' In this way, her chastity is lost. When a woman, holding a garland in her hand to choose her husband, enters the Swayamvara hall, she becomes like one devoid of purity. Just as a courtesan in a public market looks upon many men and judges their qualities and faults according to her liking, so does a maiden who goes to a Swayamvara hall behave in the same manner. How can I, Father, act like such a woman, one who does not fix her heart upon a single person but constantly casts her glances upon many lustful men? Though this system of Swayamvara is approved by the elders, I do not wish to follow it. I will take a vow of chastity and live according to its sacred precepts. I can never behave like those women who, going into the Swayamvara hall, weigh and consider many men before finally choosing one. Father, from the very beginning, I have surrendered myself to Sudarshana, in mind, in word, and in deed. I have not even the slightest desire to forsake him and choose another. O King, if you truly wish for my welfare, then give your daughter in marriage to Sudarshana on an auspicious day and under a favorable constellation, following the prescribed rites. Thus ends the 20th chapter, entitled On the Swayamvara Hall and the King's Conversation There, in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the great Purana of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 21, On the King of Benares fulfilling the advice of his daughter. Vyas said, on hearing the wise and reasonable words of his daughter Shashikla, Subahu, the king of Benares, became deeply anxious and began to ponder what he should do in that short and momentous interval. All the powerful kings have come here intending to fight. Therefore they are attended by their armies and followers, and now sit on their respective days in the Swayamvara hall. If I now go and tell them that my daughter Shashikla is unwilling to appear in the hall, the ill-disposed kings will certainly slay me in their wrath. I have not sufficient strength, either in my army or in my forts, to resist these kings or to drive them away from my kingdom. Sudarshana too is alone, helpless. poor, and only a mere youth. What shall I do now? Alas! I am plunged into deep sorrow. Thinking thus, his head bowed in humility, the king went to the assembled rulers and said, O kings, though repeatedly entreated by my wife and by me, the girl is unwilling to come into the hall. What can I do now? I am your servant. Bowing at your feet, I entreat you to accept my homage and return to your own cities. I stand ready to present a sufficient store of gems, jewels, garments, elephants, and chariots. Pray accept these and go back to your homes. My daughter is yet a young girl. If I chastise her, she may commit suicide, and I shall be overwhelmed with sorrow. Therefore I am greatly distressed. You are all fortunate, valiant, and merciful. What good will it do you to take my daughter, who is disobedient and unfortunate? I am your obedient servant. Show me mercy, and it is your duty to consider my daughter as your own. Vyas said. Hearing Subahu's words, the kings were silent, but Yudhajit, his eyes reddened with wrath, began to address the king of Benares in an angry tone. O king, you are a veteran fool. What do you now say after committing so blamable an act? If you had any doubt about your proceedings, why, in sheer delusion, did you call this Swayamvara without first considering the matter? You have invited these kings and princes to this marriage ceremony. They have all assembled here. How can they now go back to their homes? Are you now going to insult them and give your daughter in marriage to Sudarshana? Nothing can be more ignoble than this. One who seeks the welfare of his house should judge beforehand and then act. But you began this affair without prior judgment or decision. You must suffer the fruit of that folly. There is no doubt of it. Why do you now think of giving your daughter to this helpless, poor Sudarshana in the presence of kings who are powerful and command mighty armies? O most sinful one! Today I will certainly kill you. Next I will kill Sudarshana, and then give your daughter to my grandson. Know that this is my firm resolve. Who here, while I stand, can hope to carry off the bride-elect by force or theft? Much less Sudarshana, who is powerless, penniless, and but a boy. I spared his life once before in the hermitage of Bharadwaja at the sage's request, but today I will not spare the boy under any circumstances. Therefore, consult with your wife and daughter, and give your dear, beautiful child in marriage to my grandson. Enter into a marital tie with my family by giving your exquisitely beautiful daughter to my daughter's son. You can well judge that it is always proper and advisable for a great man to come under the protection of another great man. What happiness can you expect from this Sudarshana, who is helpless and exiled from his kingdom, that you should give him your dear and auspicious daughter? Family, wealth, army, reputation, kingdoms, forts, true friends, and other helpers, these are the things one should consider when giving away a daughter in marriage. Otherwise there is no guarantee of happiness. Think on royal custom and unfailing dharma, and do what is proper. It is never advisable to abandon the path of dharma and morals. You are my intimate friend, therefore I speak these good words to you. O king, bring your daughter, attended by her maidens, into this Swayamvara hall. Let her choose any man except Sudarshana. I shall have no cause for quarrel, and the marriage may then be celebrated according to your wishes. O best of kings! The other princes are all of noble descent. They command armies and stand in positions befitting your alliance. If the daughter selects any one of them, no quarrels will arise. But if she chooses Sudarshana, then certainly I will carry her off by force. Therefore, O king, act so that no quarrels occur in the future. Vyas said. Thus addressed by Yudhajit, the king of Benares was filled with sorrow. After a heavy sigh he returned to his palace and, with a troubled heart, said to his wife, O fair-eyed one, now I am completely under your guidance. You must speak to Shashikla and explain that a dreadful quarrel is likely to occur. What am I to do? Vyas said. Hearing her husband's words, the queen went to her daughter and spoke thus, O child, quarrels have arisen among the kings on your account. Your father is sorely distressed. Therefore, O fair one, choose some other man as your husband instead of Sudarshana. O child, if you act without judgment and rashly choose Sudarshana, then the powerful King Yudhajit, who commands a vast army, will without doubt slay you, me, and Sudarshana. Should such quarrels break out, you may yet be married to another. Therefore reflect well and act prudently. O bright-eyed one, it is now your duty, if you desire both my welfare and your own, to choose another king for your husband. Forsake Sudarshana. The mother thus advised her daughter. The king likewise urged and tried to persuade her. But the maiden replied fearlessly, O king, all that you have said is true, yet you know my firm resolve. I will never choose any other man than Sudarshana. O king, if you are afraid and distressed, then do this. Give me in marriage to Sudarshana, and afterwards drive us both out of your city. He will place me in his chariot and depart from your kingdom. What is destined to occur will then surely come to pass. Nothing can be otherwise. O king, you need not fear what destiny may keep for the future. That which is inevitable will happen. There is no doubt in this. The king said, O child, the wise do not show rashness and insolence. The learned, versed in the Vedas, declare that it is never advisable to engage in quarrels with many persons. How can I give my daughter in marriage to one man and then banish them both? These kings have become hostile. There is no heinous crime they might not now commit. O child, if it be your desire, I can propose a test or pledge, as King Janaka once offered in the case of Sita. I will set before them a difficult condition to be fulfilled, as Janaka set the bending of Siva's mighty bow, so that the rivalry among the kings may be reduced. He who is able to fulfill the pledge shall be deemed fit to take you. Whether Sudarshana or any other prince, whoever proves strong enough to accomplish the task will marry you. Thus the quarrels will cease, and I shall be able to perform your marriage ceremony in peace and happiness. The daughter said, Father, on hearing your words, I am plunged into an ocean of doubt, for what you propose seems to me the act of a fool. I have already chosen in my mind Sudarshana as my husband, now it cannot be otherwise. O king, the mind is the source of virtue and vice. Having mentally chosen him, how can I now forsake him and select another? O king, if you impose any pledge or condition, then I will become subject to any and all who fulfill it. If one, two, or more succeed in the task, to whom shall I belong then? Father, in that case quarrels will surely arise. What shall I do? I cannot give my consent to such a doubtful arrangement. O king, fear nothing. Give me in marriage to Sudarshana according to the prescribed rites. Then the goddess Chandika herself will protect us. O king, by taking her holy name, one destroys countless sins. Therefore, take refuge in her and perform our marriage ceremony with full faith and devotion. Go now to the royal assembly, and with folded hands request the kings to return today and to come again tomorrow to the hall of Swayamvar. After bidding farewell to them, perform our marriage in the proper manner according to the sacred rules. Then, after bestowing suitable dowries and gifts, instruct Prince Sudarshana to depart. The son of Dhruvasandhi will take me away with him. And if at this, the kings grow angry and prepare for battle, then the goddess Bhagavati will surely come to our aid. Sudarshana will fight against those kings, and if, by destiny, he loses his life in battle, I too will follow him and die by his side. O king, may all good befall you. Give me in marriage to Sudarshana and remain here with your army. I will go with him alone, he who is the object of my love. Vyas said, hearing these firm and devoted words from his daughter, King Subahu placed his full trust in her and resolved to act accordingly to celebrate the marriage of Shashikala. Thus ends the 21st chapter, entitled On the King of Benares Fulfilling the Advice of His Daughter in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the great Purana of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 22. On Sudarshana's marriage. Vyas said, O king, on hearing his daughter's words, the household king of Benares, Subahu, approached the place where the kings were assembled and said, "O kings, you may now return to your own camps. Tomorrow I shall perform my daughter's marriage ceremony. Be pleased with me and graciously accept the food and drink I offer. Tomorrow, I request you all to come again and witness my daughter's marriage. O kings, my daughter will not come to the Swayamvara hall today. What can I do? I shall console her and bring her here tomorrow. Therefore, I entreat you all to return to your respective camps for the present." Intelligent persons should not quarrel with members of their own family. They should always show kindness toward their sons and daughters who are under their protection. I will, however, make my daughter understand and bring her here tomorrow morning. You may all return to your places as you desire. Tomorrow morning we shall decide regarding the pledge, whether it is by choice or by fulfilling a promise requiring strength, and celebrate the marriage. Or, better, you all together may determine what mode of Swayamvara is to be adopted. The kings heard Subahu and trusted his words. Seeing that the city was well guarded on all sides, they returned to their camps and attended to their midday duties. Meanwhile, King Subahu began to perform all the arrangements for his daughter's marriage, after duly consulting with the chief members of his household. At the appointed time, he brought his daughter into a well-concealed and guarded chamber. The priests, well versed in the Vedas, performed the bathing ceremony for the bridegroom-elect, Sudarshana, and dressed him in proper attire, attending to all requisite rituals. Then the bridegroom was brought into the house, seated on a Vedi, platform, and duly worshipped. The large-hearted king then presented the bridegroom with achmaniya, water for rinsing the mouth, arghya, offerings for worship, including water for washing the feet with green grass, rice, etc., to silken cloths, a sheet, cows, and 2 earrings. Having thus made these offerings, he prepared to give his daughter, Sudarshana's bride. The high-minded Sudarshana accepted all the offerings with gratitude. Seeing this, Manorma was relieved of her anxiety. She regarded the beautiful and well-adorned bride as if she were the daughter of Kuvera, the god of wealth, and felt that all her duties had been accomplished. Then the royal ministers, with joy and fearless devotion, carried the beautiful Sudarshana, adorned with ornaments and fine clothing, in a splendid carriage to the center of the amusement court. Meanwhile, the elderly female members of the household, well versed in the prescribed rituals, dressed the princess appropriately and, placing her in a beautiful conveyance, brought her before the bridegroom-elect in the marriage hall, where a platform had been properly prepared. The sacred fire was then lit, and the royal priest duly performed the Homa ceremony. When the ceremonial amusements uniting the bridegroom and bride in love were completed, the priest called them to the sacred fire. The bridegroom and bride then performed the Laja Homa ceremony and circumambulated the fire. Thus, all rituals appropriate to their gotra and family were fully observed according to the prescribed rules. Then King Subahu, moved by feelings of love during the marriage, presented to Prince Sudarshana the following gifts: 200 richly adorned chariots, each with horses and quivers full of arrows, 125 elephants, decorated with golden ornaments, looking like majestic mountains, 100 beautiful female elephants, and 100 maidservants, all resplendent in golden ornaments. The king also gave the bridegroom 1,000 well-adorned servants carrying a full array of weapons, numerous gems and jewels, fine clothing, variegated woolen garments, capacious houses to dwell in, and 2,000 excellent horses from the Sindhu country, 300 sturdy camels capable of bearing heavy loads, and 200 carriages filled with grains and other necessities. Then the king bowed respectfully to the king's daughter, Manorma, and with clasped hands said, "O royal daughter, I am now your servant. Kindly tell me what is your desire." Hearing these noble words, Manorma replied, "O king, may all good come to you, and may your family grow in sons and grandsons. By giving your daughter, a jewel among women, in marriage to my son, you have greatly honored me. I have no desire other than to see your constant welfare and the prosperity and increase of your family and posterity. O king, you are foremost among kings. By giving your daughter in marriage, you have made my son great and strong, like the Sumeru mountain. You are noble and related to me in this bond. I am not a bard or panegyrist, yet how could I adequately praise your noble act? O king, your character is truly pure and wonderful. What more can I say than this? In the presence of many other kings, you have given your daughter in marriage to my son, who is banished from his kingdom, deprived of his father, living in the forest, penniless and without an army, subsisting only on roots and fruits. In such matters, kings usually ally only with those of equal rank and position, from noble families of equal status, possessing comparable forces and wealth. No other king would have offered his beautiful and well-qualified daughter to my son, who has none of these advantages. O king, by this noble act, all other powerful kings, possessing great influence and armies, have become your enemies. I, being a woman, am unable to describe the extent of your patience and magnanimity. King Subahu of Benares, hearing Manorma's sweet words, was greatly pleased and, with folded hands, said, O Devi, you may take possession of this my celebrated kingdom. I will become the commander of your forces, and do my utmost to guard the city. Or you may take half of my kingdom, and remain here with your son. It is not my desire that you leave Benares and go to live in the forest. The other kings have been greatly offended. I will first try to appease them. If they will not be satisfied, I shall seek to pacify them by gifts or by sowing dissension among them. And if even that should fail, I will take to arms. O Devi, victory and defeat are in the hands of destiny, yet victory ordinarily attends those who follow the right path and defeat those who walk the wrong path. How then can victory lie with those sinful kings? Hearing the king's weighty and sincere words, Manorma felt deeply honored and, with a cheerful heart, replied with fitting words of blessing. O king, may all good come to you. Discard all fear and reign here with your sons. By the grace of Sri Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari, the supreme cause of the innumerable worlds, my son Sudarshana will yet become king of Ayodhya and will roam the earth, of this there is no doubt. May Bhagavati Bhavani bestow every blessing upon you. Now kindly permit us to depart to our homes. O king, I ever contemplate the highest goddess Ambika and have no time for other concerns. Thus speaking on various subjects, Manorma and King Subahu conversed to mutual satisfaction until morning broke. Early in the morning, when the other kings learned that the princes had already been given in marriage, they were filled with wrath. They sallied forth from the city and began to confer among themselves. We will today slay King Subahu, a disgrace among kings, and that boy Sudarshana, wholly unfit to take the princes, and carry off both the kingdom and Princess Shashikla. How can we return to our homes bearing such a stain of dishonor? Hear, O kings, the sounds of drums, mridangas, and other instruments. The conchs have been sounded and are now hushed. Listen to the various musical strains and the chanting of the Vedas. It is plain that King Subahu has completed the marriage rites of his daughter Shashikla with Sudarshana. Ah! This king has deceived us by his words and performed the marriage ceremonies according to ordinary religious rules. Now, O kings, decide unanimously what is to be done and come to a definite conclusion. When the kings thus conferred, Subahu, the indomitable king of Benares, having finished his daughter's marriage, came forth with his renowned nobles to invite them. On seeing the king of Benares approach, the other monarchs said nothing. They remained silent, their faces burning with anger. Subahu then approached the assembly, bowed, and with folded hands said, "Be pleased to come to my house for a meal. O kings, my daughter Shashikla has at last chosen Sudarshana. I could not prevent it. You are all noble and kind, therefore be at peace and let the matter drop." The kings, hearing him, were filled with fury and replied, "We have already eaten. Our purpose is satisfied. You had best now return to your own homes." Your conduct toward us has been proper. Attend to your other duties and let the kings depart." Hearing these words, King Subahu was much terrified. Thinking the kings were wholly enraged and might inflict great harm, he returned to his palace and passed his time in dire anxiety. Then Subahu withdrew. The kings, united in resolve, decided to block Sudarshana's passage, kill him, and carry off the princess. Some of the kings said rather, "What is the use in killing the king's son? We shall all go willingly to witness the spectacle." Thus the kings went and stationed themselves to block Sudarshana's path. Meanwhile, King Subahu, returning home, began making arrangements for the departure of the bridegroom and the bride. Thus ends the 22nd chapter on Sudarshana's marriage in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 23. On the killing of the enemy of Sudarshana in the Great War. Vyas said, after paying due respects to his new son-in-law, King Subahu cheerfully entertained him for 6 days with a variety of delicious dishes. Upon finishing the marriage ceremonies, the king, after consulting with his ministers, presented the bridegroom and bride with various jewels, ornaments, and other customary gifts befitting such an auspicious occasion. Then the brilliant king of Benares, Subahu, heard from his messengers that the kings had obstructed Sudarshana's return path and became deeply concerned. Sudarshan, of firm resolve, said to his father-in-law, "O king, kindly give us your orders so that we may depart without fear. First, we shall halt at the holy hermitage of Bharadwaja Muni. Afterwards, we will carefully decide where to go next. O pure one, you need not fear these kings at all, for the mother of the universe, the goddess Bhagavati Bhavani, will surely protect us." Vyas said, "O King Janmeja." Hearing these words from his son-in-law, King Subahu gave Sudarshana a vast amount of wealth and bade him farewell. Sudarshan, too, departed promptly. King Subahu accompanied him with a long train of soldiers. Thus, Sudarshana journeyed fearlessly. The great hero Sudarshana, descendant of Raghu, with his new consort in the chariot and followed by many other chariots, soon saw the soldiers of the rival kings lying in wait. Seeing this, King Subahu became anxious. But Sudarshana, with a heart full of courage, took refuge in the all-auspicious goddess Shankari. Sudarshana silently recited the powerful one-word seed mantra of Kamraja, the king of desires, and through its divine power, he and his wife remained safe and untroubled in their chariot. Then all the kings came there with their soldiers to fight Sudarshana and to forcibly take away the bride. A loud uproar immediately arose. Seeing this, the king of Benares wished to slay them. But Sudarshana, the descendant of Raghu, desirous of victory, repeatedly asked him not to do so. Then a tremendous uproar erupted, caused by the sounds of conch shells, bheri, war horns, and war drums from the kings on one side and Subahu on the other, each party determined to annihilate the other. Satrujit prepared himself for battle to destroy his enemy. Yudhajit came to his aid, fully equipped with his army and weapons. Some warrior kings remained as witnesses with their soldiers. Yudhajit advanced in front of Sudarshana. His younger brother, Satrujit, also joined Yudhajit to fight his own brother on the battlefield. Then, overpowered by anger, the warriors shot arrows at one another. A fierce encounter ensued on the battlefield, with arrows flying in all directions. The king of Benares hastily advanced with a large army to protect his son-in-law. As the dreadful war grew more and more intense, the goddess Bhagavati suddenly appeared there, mounted on her lion. Her beauty was exceedingly radiant. She was adorned with numerous excellent ornaments and held various divine weapons. She wore heavenly garments, and the beautiful mandara garland hung from her neck down to her knees. The kings were greatly astonished to see her and began to wonder aloud, "Who is this lady mounted on a lion? From where has she come so suddenly?" Seeing her, Sudarshan said to the king of Benares, "O king, behold, the divine great goddess, Mahadevi, has come here to favor us. She is extremely merciful. Now I am completely fearless." Sudarshana and Subahu were overjoyed to see the beautiful goddess and bowed down to her feet with great devotion. Then the lion, the vehicle of the goddess, roared, creating a tremendous noise. Hearing the lion's roar, all the elephants trembled. At that moment, the winds began to blow violently, and the four directions appeared dreadful and awe-inspiring. Then Sudarshan told his general to quickly move his forces to where the kings were blocking his path. What can the vicious kings do now, though they are very angry? The goddess Bhagavati has come here to protect us. Now, you all move safely and calmly through the midst of the kings. See, at my remembering her, she has come mercifully to save us." The general, hearing these words, prepared to march along that route. Meanwhile, Yudhajit, inflamed with anger, said to all the kings, "Why are you all so fear-stricken? Kill this Sudarshana, who is carrying away this girl. This lad, weak and unsupported, will take the girl by force and fearlessly defy all the kings, and you will be powerless to stop him? How strange this is! Are you afraid of seeing one lady on a lion? O high-minded kings! Never underestimate this boy. Kill him with full attention. Once he is killed, we will then take the girl. A jackal can never snatch a lady from the grasp of a lion." Thus saying, King Yudhajit, filled with rage, advanced to the battlefield with Satrujit and all his forces. That wicked king drew his bowstring nearly to his ear and shot arrow after arrow, sharpened by stone and blacksmith, at Sudarshana with the intent of killing him. Sudarshana swiftly cut all those arrows with his own fast-moving arrows. As the battle grew intense, the goddess Chandika became exceedingly enraged and shot arrows at Yudhajit. Assuming many diverse forms, the goddess Durga, holding various weapons, the auspicious mother of the universe, began to fight fiercely on the battlefield. Satrujit and King Yudhajit were both slain in that terrible battle. They fell dead from their chariots, and a great shout of victory arose from the side of Sudarshana. The uncle and cousin of King Subahu, who had sided with Yudhajit, were also killed. The other kings were astonished to see their bodies lying dead on the ground. King Subahu, seeing them dead in the battlefield, rejoiced greatly and began to praise and sing hymns in honor of Durga Devi, the destroyer of all difficulties. I bow to the auspicious goddess Jagadhatri, the bearer of the world. Again and again I bow to Bhagavati Durga, the bestower of all desires. I always bow down to her who is auspicious, peace-giving, and the supreme knowledge, Paravidya. O Mother, O Giver of liberation, O auspicious one, you pervade the whole universe, O World Mother and upholder of all creation. I bow down to you. O World Mother, O Devi, you are beyond the qualities of nature, Prakriti, yet full of divine qualities. You are beyond mind and speech, your power cannot be comprehended by thought. O Mother, you are the highest energy, always ready to remove the sufferings of your devotees. Your influence is manifest everywhere. How can I possibly sing your praises? O Devi, you are the goddess of Vak, speech, for all beings. You are the all-pervading intelligence, mind, effort, and motion. You are the controller of all minds. How then can I praise you? O Goddess, you are the self within all. How can I describe you, the one who is beyond both speech and thought, the universal self? Even Brahma, Vishnu, Hari, and Shiva, Hara, and the other higher gods have not been able to find the limits of your greatness, though they eternally chant your praises. O Goddess, I am the smallest among the small, bound by nature's qualities, ignorant of the Supreme Self. O Mother, I can never describe your boundless attributes. O Mother, truly, good company brings the fulfillment of one's desires. The purification of my heart has happened through grace. My son-in-law is deeply devoted to you. By my connection with him, I have been blessed with this vision of you. O Mother, today I have gained, without meditation or control of the senses, the rare vision of you, the very sight longed for by Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Indra, and other gods, and by the sages who have attained realization. Therefore, who in all the three worlds could be as fortunate as I am? O Bhavani, Mother of the universe, where am I, so devoid of intelligence, and where is this rare vision of you, who alone is the medicine for the disease of the ocean of worldly existence? Still, O Mother, who is worshipped by the Devas, I have been blessed with your vision. Now I realize that you always show mercy to your bhaktas, devotees, who hold mental images of you in their hearts. O Goddess, you have saved Sudarshana in this critical war and have slain these two powerful enemies. How can I describe your prowess in this matter? I understand that your holy character ever shows mercy on your devotees. O Goddess, this should not even be surprising, for you protect the entire universe, both moving and unmoving. Accordingly, out of your mercy, you have now protected your devotee Sudarshana, the son of Dhruva Sandhi, by destroying his enemies. O Bhavani, your favor is not only for the protection of your devotees engaged in your service, but also to glorify the meritorious deeds of your devotees. Otherwise, how could this saintly devotee Sudarshana, by marrying my daughter, achieve victory on the battlefield? O Mother, you are fully capable of destroying the fear of birth and death. What wonder is it then that you fulfill the desires of your devotees? The devotees praise you as Saguna, full of qualities, Nirgun, beyond qualities, and Apra, beyond all merits and demerits. O Goddess, O Bhuvneshwari, ruler of the worlds, I am fortunate to have seen you. Thus all my duties have been crowned with success. O Mother, I have no practices of your meditation, nor do I know any seed mantras of yours, yet today I have fully witnessed your glory manifested. Vyas said, thus extolled by King Subahu, the goddess Bhagavati, the bestower of absolute freedom, was pleased and said, O thou practitioner of good woes, ask any boon from me. Thus ends chapter 23 on the killing of Sudarshana's enemy in the Great War in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 24 on the installation of Durga Devi in the city of Benares. Vyas said, hearing the goddess' words, King Subahu began to speak with deep devotion. O Devi, goddess, if one compares the kingdom of the Devas and the earthly world on the one hand with a vision of you on the other, it must be admitted that the kingdoms of the Devas and the earth cannot be compared with you. O Devi, there is nothing in the Triloki, the three worlds, more exalted than the vision of you. Therefore, O Mother, what further boon can I ask of you? I am thankful and blessed. All my desires are fulfilled by seeing you. O auspicious Mother, I ask this boon of you, that my devotion to you may remain constant, fixed, and unwavering. O Mother, may you abide always in my city, worshipped under the name Shri Durga Devi, as your Shakti, divine power. This is my wish. O Devi, as you have removed all obstacles to Sudarshana and saved him from peril, so remain here in the city of Benares and protect it for as long as this city stands on the earth. Make it firm, well established, and renowned. O Durga, I pray that you grant me these boons. O Devi, grant me also my other desires. Destroy my enemies and root out all irreligious and wicked people in this city. O Goddess of Mercy, what more can I ask of you? Vyas said, thus praising and praying, King Subahu stood with folded hands before Devi Durga, the remover of all calamities, when she addressed him, O King, I will remain without doubt in this city of Benares, the place of salvation, for as long as it stands on the earth, and I will protect all the people here. Then Sudarshana arrived, full of joy. He bowed to her and began to praise her with intense devotion and heartfelt gladness. O Mother of this universe, everyone in this world shows mercy to those devoted to them. But, O Mother, in your case, it is as if it is your bounden duty to save even those devoid of devotion. You have saved my life, though I am without devotion toward you. How then can I describe the boundless ocean of mercy that reigns in you? O Goddess, I have heard that you have created this entire universe with its elements, you preserve your creation, and in due time, you destroy it. Therefore, O Mother, what wonder is it that you have saved me? O Goddess, now command me, what work of yours shall I perform? Where shall I go? O Mother, I cannot determine my duty on my own. Therefore, kindly instruct me whether I should remain here, go elsewhere, or act freely as I please. Vyas said. Hearing Sudarshana's petition, the Devi, full of kindness, replied, O good soul, go to Ayodhya and govern the kingdom befitting your family. Constantly remember me and worship me with great devotion. I will always ensure the welfare of your kingdom. Especially on the 8th, 14th, and 9th days of the lunar fortnight, worship me according to the prescribed rites and rules, and offer me sacrifices. O sinless one, establish my image in this city, and worship it 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening, carefully and with devotion. It is noteworthy that my great puja during autumn for the 9 nights, Navratri, ought to be performed with the greatest devotion. O King, in the months of Chatra, Magha, Ashwin, and Ashadha, my grand festival should be performed on the 4 Navratris of these months, and especially on the 14th and 8th days of the dark fortnight. All people ought to worship me with minds full of devotion. Vyas said, after the Devi, Goddess Durga, the destroyer of all dangers, had finished speaking, Sudarshana bowed to her and offered heartfelt praises. The Devi, having given these instructions, then disappeared. Seeing her vanish, all the kings approached Sudarshana and bowed to him, as the Devas bow to their lord, Indra. The king of Benares, Subahu, also gladly bowed down and stood before him. Then all the kings began to address Sudarshana, the king of Ayodhya. O king, you are our lord and ruler. We are always your servants. Protect us as the king of Ayodhya. O king, it is through your grace alone that we have witnessed the supreme force, the goddess of this universe, the most auspicious, eternal Bhavani, the bestower of the fourfold desires, dharma, wealth, desires, liberation. O king, it is for your sake that the eternal, highest Prakriti Devi appeared. Therefore, you are very fortunate, auspicious, and most blessed in this world. You have completed, as it were, all that you had to do. O king, we are all deluded by the illusion, Maya, of that great illusionary goddess Chandika Devi. Therefore, none of us is able to perceive her true prowess. We are always preoccupied with thoughts of wealth, sons, and wives. Thus, we are immersed in this vast ocean of delusion, infested with dangers in the form of lust, anger, greed, and other vices. O blessed one, you are highly enlightened and know everything. Therefore, we ask you, what is this force? From where has she arisen? How is her power manifested? Kindly describe all this to us. O descendant of Kakud, the saints are always merciful. Kindly narrate to us the glory of the excellent goddess, who serves as a boat for crossing this ocean of worldly existence and transmigration. O king, I am intensely desirous to hear the prowess and nature of the goddess. Note, Kakud is an epithet of Puranjay, son of Shasda, a king of the solar dynasty and a descendant of Ikshvaku. Mythology relates that during their battles with the demons, when the gods were often worsted, they, headed by Indra, went to the powerful King Puranjay and requested him to aid them in battle. Puranjay consented, provided Indra carry him on his shoulders. Indra assumed the form of a bull, and Puranjay, seated on its hump, completely vanquished the demons. Hence Puranjay is called Kakutstha, meaning standing on a hump. Vyas said, when the kings had thus asked, the son of Dhruvasandhi, King Sudarshana, became very glad and, meditating on the goddess, began to speak as follows. O kings, even Indra and the other Devas, and even Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, are unable to fathom the most exalted deeds of that goddess. How then can I describe to you the great glory of the great illusionary energy, Mahamaya? O kings, the supreme goddess Bhavani is present, as it were, divided into 4 parts. The first and foremost, the excellent sattvic energy, worshipped by all, is always engaged in the preservation of the world. That part which is engaged in creation of the world is called the Rajasic energy. That part which is engaged in destruction of the world is called the Tamasic energy. That part which is the cause of all, including Brahma, etc., the highest power, the bestower of all desires, is called the 4th energy, the Nirgun energy, devoid of qualities. O kings, those who are not yogis will never be able to grasp the aspect of the goddess beyond all qualities. The aspect of the goddess with qualities can be easily served. All qualified and learned persons always meditate upon and worship the Saguna with qualities, aspect of her. The king said, O king, you became afraid and went into the forest at a very early age. How then have you been able to know the excellent goddess Mahamaya, the great illusion? How did you worship and pray to her so that she, becoming pleased, favored and helped you? Sudarshana said, O kings, early in my childhood, I received the excellent root mantra of desires. Daily I meditated on it and silently recited that mantra. Then, through the guidance of the sages, I realized that eternal auspicious mother. Since that time, day and night, I have always remembered that highest deity with utmost devotion. Vyas said, hearing the words of Sudarshana, the kings realized that the goddess they had seen was the highest force. Filled with the greatest devotion toward her, they returned to their own homes. The king of Benares, Subahu, returned to his own city after bidding farewell to Sudarshana. The virtuous Sudarshana also proceeded toward his Kosal kingdom. The ministers were overjoyed to hear of the death of Shatrujit and to witness the victory of Sudasana. The inhabitants and armies of Ayodhya, Sakta, hearing that Sudarshana was coming and knowing him to be the son of King Dhruvasandhi, became highly delighted and approached him with various offerings. Sudarshana, with his new consort, arrived at Ayodhya with a heart full of joy, showing due respect to all his subjects. The ministers honored him. The women offered him fried rice and flowers. The bards loudly praised him. Thus, honored by various auspicious ceremonies, the king entered his palace. Here ends the 24th chapter on the installation of goddess Durga in the city of Benares and the return of Sudarshana to Ayodhya in the Mahapurana Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 25. On the installation of the Devi in Ayodhya and Benares. Vyas said, the king Sudarshana, surrounded by his friends, on coming to the palace at Ayodhya, bowed down to Lilavati, the mother of Shatrujit, and said, O mother, I swear by touching your feet that I have not killed in battle your son Shatrujit, nor your father Yudhajit. It is the Devi Durga who has killed them. I am not to be blamed in the least for this. O mother, you need not feel distressed over this. There is no remedy for what is destined to happen. Therefore, do not grieve for the death of your son. You must know that all living beings, jivas, enjoy pleasure and pain as the results of their own karmas. O mother, I am your servant. You are entitled to the same respect and worship as Manorma, my own mother. There is absolutely no difference between her and you. O mother, every person must bear the effects of his own karma, whether good or bad. Therefore, when pleasure or pain arises, you should neither be elated nor dejected. When pain arises, greater pain is said to follow, and when pleasure arises, greater pleasure is seen. But the wise say that man ought not to subject himself to excessive pleasure or pain. O mother, this whole world is governed by fate and destiny. Nothing here truly belongs to anyone. Therefore, intelligent persons should not grieve their hearts at any time with sorrow. As wooden dolls dance on the stage according to the movement of the puppeteer, so do individual souls act according to the results of their past karmas. There is no doubt in this. O mother, I know that the effects of one's own karma must inevitably be borne. It is for this reason that I did not feel sorrow during my exile in the forest. You are quite aware that my mother's father was killed here, and my mother, becoming greatly afraid and sorrowful, took me and escaped into the forest. The robbers plundered us of everything except the clothes on our bodies. I was then very young, and my mother was without any shelter. She carried me, along with this minister Vidala and my helpless nurse, to the hermitage of Bharadwaja. There, the kind sage and his wife, along with the other wives of the hermits, protected our lives in that forest, feeding us with the roots and fruits that could be obtained there. Thus our time passed in the forest. Mother, I did not feel any pain then, nor do I feel any special pleasure now, even when wealth is flowing unto me. What more shall I say? I have no feeling of jealousy or envy whatsoever in my mind. O mother, to me, it seems far better to subsist on roots and fruits than to enjoy kingdoms, for kings often go to hell, but the ascetics living on roots and fruits never meet with such a fate. The wise should undoubtedly practice dharma, control their passions, and thus save themselves from being led into the hells. O mother, a human birth in this sacred land of Bharatavash is exceedingly rare. The pleasures of eating and drinking are possible in every form of birth, but it is our bounden duty, having attained the privilege of human life, to pursue dharma leading to heaven and final liberation, both of which are most difficult to attain in other forms of existence. Vyas said, when Sudarshana had spoken thus, Leelavati felt greatly abashed. She cast aside the sorrow she bore for the death of her son and, with tears in her eyes, said, O my son Sudarshana, I am deeply guilty on account of my father, Yudhajit, who slew your mother's father and seized the sovereignty of this kingdom. I could not at that time restrain either my father or my son. Whatever unlawful, evil, and cruel deeds were then committed were all done by my father, Yudhajit. Therefore, my child, I should not be held guilty in any way for those actions. Both my father and my son were slain as a result of the wickedness of their own actions. How can you, my child, be held accountable for their evil deeds? I do not grieve for the death of my son. Rather, I am pained by the wrongful acts he committed. O noble-souled one, you are as my own son, and Manorma is my sister. My child, I bear no resentment toward you, nor do I feel the least sorrow for your ascension to the throne. You are indeed most fortunate. By the grace of Bhagavati, you have attained this kingdom free from enemies. Now, rule your subjects according to the prescribed laws of dharma. Vyas said, O king, hearing these words from Leelavati, King Sudarshana bowed respectfully at her feet. Then he went to the splendid palace where Manorma had earlier taken residence and began to live there. Calling together the ministers and astrologers, he asked them to determine the most auspicious day and moment on which he might install the goddess Durga Devi upon a beautiful golden throne and commence her worship. He said, O ministers, first, I will enthrone the Devi, the bestower of the four chief aims of human life, dharma, virtue, artha, wealth, kama, enjoyment, and moksha, liberation. And then I shall govern my kingdom as did the noble kings like Sri Ramachandra and others before me. All the people of the city of Ayodhya should also worship this auspicious Shakti, the supreme energy, she who grants all desires and perfections, siddhis, and who is ever revered and adored by all beings. The ministers, hearing the king's words, had a magnificent palace constructed by skilled engineers, artisans, and workmen, and they issued the royal proclamation throughout the city. Then King Sudarshana had a beautiful image of the Devi crafted and, with the assistance of learned priests well versed in the Vedas, installed it on an auspicious day and at an auspicious moment. The wise king performed the worship and the sacred fire ceremony, Homa, in strict accordance with scriptural injunctions. Thus, he completed the ritual of invoking the divine presence into the new image and established the idol of the Devi in the temple. O Janmeja! There resounded the beating of various drums and other musical instruments. The chanting of Vedic mantras by the Brahmins filled the air, accompanied by sweet music. Diverse festivities and joyous celebrations were held in great splendor. Vyas said, thus, when the Brahmins versed in the Vedas had completed the installation ceremony of the goddess Durga Devi, King Sudarshana duly worshipped the image in manifold ways. Having regained his father's kingdom and established the worship of the Devi, both he and the goddess became renowned throughout the realm. The pious and large-hearted King Sudarshana, having attained his kingdom, brought all the neighboring and subordinate princes under his authority through the sheer strength of his virtue and righteousness. The subjects lived in peace and happiness during the reign of Sudarshana, enjoying the same prosperity and honor as in the glorious reigns of Dilipa, Raghu, and Ramachandra. The virtue, dharma, of all citizens, in accordance with the system of Varna and Ashram, shone forth in its fourfold completeness, and none in the realm remained irreligious or unrighteous. In village after village, the leading citizens began to build temples and worship the goddess there with great joy and devotion. Thus, throughout the kingdom of Kosal, the worship of the Devi spread far and wide. Meanwhile, King Subahu installed an idol of the goddess in Benares, Kashi, built splendid temples, and worshipped the Devi there with great devotion. The inhabitants of Kashi became filled with deep devotion and love toward the Devi and worshipped her with the same reverence as they did Lord Shiva in the temple of Vishwanatha. Thus, the worship of goddess Durga became widely celebrated throughout the world. O King, in many lands, devotion toward the goddess grew ever more intense. The Divine Mother, Devi Bhagavati Bhavani, became everywhere the supreme object of worship and adoration by all the people throughout Bharatvarsha. The people began to recite slowly, meditate upon, and chant hymns as prescribed in the Agamas. Constantly engaged in such worship, they became deeply devoted to the divine Shakti and were regarded with the highest honor and reverence by others. O King, from that time onward, all the people began to worship the Devi, perform Homa ceremonies, and offer sacrifices duly in her honor during every Navratri, the first 9 days of the bright fortnight in the months of Ashwin and Chaitra. Here ends the 25th chapter on the installation of the Devi in Ayodhya and Benares, in the Mahapurana known as the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, of 18,000 verses, composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 26, on the narration of what is to be done in the Navratri. Janmeja said, O best of the Brahmans, what are men to do during the period of Navratri? Especially, how should the ceremony of the autumnal Navratri be performed? Kindly explain all this with the prescribed rules and regulations. O wise one, what fruits arise from observing the Navratri ceremony, and what are the rules that must be followed? Kindly describe all these to me. Vyas said, O King, hear now about the sacred vow of the auspicious Navratri. This vow should be performed with loving devotion, particularly during the vernal season. Yet, its special and most sacred observance is in the autumn. The 2 seasons, autumn and spring, are known as the teeth of Yam, the god of death, for these are perilous times, difficult for people to pass through unharmed. Therefore, every righteous person should observe this vow carefully in order to protect themselves and their family from harm. O King, in these 2 seasons, autumn and spring, people are often afflicted with dreadful diseases, and many lose their lives during these times. Hence, the wise should undoubtedly worship with great devotion Chandika Devi, the Divine Mother, during the auspicious months of Chaitra and Ashwin. On the day before the commencement of the vow, when the Amavasya Tithi, new moon day, begins, one should gather all the materials necessary for worship and partake only once of the sacred food called Havishana, boiled rice mixed with ghee. On that day, one should prepare a temporary open pavilion, about 24 feet in length and breadth, on level and sanctified ground. It should be fitted with a post and a flag. The floor must be coated with yellow clay and cow dung, purifying it. Then, a raised platform, Vedi, 6 feet wide and 1.5 feet high, smooth, firm, and level, should be built to serve as the seat for the goddess. The structure should have decorated gateways and a canopy or awning overhead, suitable for the Devi's worship. One should then invite Brahmins who strictly observe the sacred customs and usages, who are self-restrained, and who are well versed in the Vedas and Vedangs, especially those skilled in the proper performance of the worship of the Devi. Next, on the Pratipda Tithi, the first day of the bright fortnight, one should take the morning ablutions in a river, lake, tank, well, or, if such are not available, at one's own residence, following the prescribed rules. Afterwards, one should perform the daily spiritual duties such as Sandhya Vandana, the twilight prayers. Then the devotee should appoint the Brahmans for the ceremony and honor them by offering water for washing their feet, arghya, a ritual offering of grass, rice, and other items, and madhuparka, a mixture of honey, milk, and curd offered as a mark of respect. According to his means, the devotee should also gift them clothing, ornaments, and other offerings. If he possesses wealth, he should not display miserliness in these sacred offerings, for when the Brahmans are well pleased, they will exert their utmost effort to make the ceremony perfectly successful. King. On this occasion, Chandi Patha, recitation of the Devi Mahatmya, also called Chandi, and Bhagavata Patha, recitation of selected portions of the Bhagavata Purana, are to be performed for the satisfaction of the goddess. For this, 9 Brahmans should be appointed. If 9 are not available, then 5 or 3, or at least 1 qualified Brahman should be engaged for the purpose. In addition, 1 Brahman of calm and restrained nature should be appointed to observe a full-day fast, Paryana, on the day preceding the main worship. After these arrangements are made, the devotee should perform the preliminary purification ceremony, Swastivachana, during which the priest chants the Vedic mantras such as Swasti na Indro Vridhashrava and others. The 9-lettered mantra, Navakshari, of goddess Durga is then to be invoked and recited. Om Hrim Shrim Dam Durgaya Namah. O King, when the ceremony has thus been commenced, one should prepare the Ved, a raised altar or platform, and place upon it a throne draped with 2 layers of silk cloth. Upon that throne, the image of the Dev, the eternal world mother, should be installed. The Divine Mother should be represented either with 4 arms or 18 arms, fully equipped with celestial weapons, adorned with garlands of pearls and precious jewels, and arrayed in radiant heavenly garments. Every limb of the image should be artistically formed, bearing all auspicious marks, and she should be mounted upon a lion, holding in her hands the conch shell, discus, club, and lotus. Note, the Dev may be represented with either 4 or 18 arms according to tradition. If the image of the goddess is not available, one should instead place a sanctified earthen water pot, kalsa, upon the throne. The pot must be purified by Vedic mantras, filled with gold, jewels, and sacred water drawn from a holy river or a place of pilgrimage, and adorned with 5 young sprouting branches whose fresh green tips are immersed in the water. Beside this water pot, a yantra, sacred diagram, bearing the 9-lettered mantra, Om Hrim Shrim Chandikayai Namah, should be placed for the purpose of worship. All the materials for worship should be arranged properly on one side, and music, conch sounds, and auspicious drums should be played to invoke good fortune and the prosperity of the household. Note, the relevant mantras may be referred to in the text Mantra Mahodhi. King, if the first day, Pratipad, happens to coincide with the Nanda Tithi, that is, the first day of the bright fortnight with the Hasta constellation in ascendance, then that is considered the most auspicious time for worshipping the holy goddess. Undoubtedly, special and blessed results arise on such an occasion. On the previous night, one should observe fasting, or on the day before, take only a single meal of havishyana, rice boiled with ghee. On the following morning, one should make a samkalp, a solemn vow of intent, and then begin the worship. The devotee should pray before the goddess, "O Divine Mother, Mother of the worlds, I now undertake the sacred Navratra vow. Be gracious and bless me with your help and protection in every way." One should, to the best of one's ability, observe all the prescribed rules of the sacred vow, recite the appropriate mantras, and perform the worship according to the injunctions laid down in the scriptures. First of all, the devotee should offer worship to Goddess Jagadhatri, the upholder of the universe, with deep devotion and purity of heart. She should be worshipped with chandna, sandal paste, aguru, aloes wood, karpur, camphor, and fragrant flowers such as mandar, the coral tree blossom, karja, ashoka, champaka, karvira, oleander, malti, and brahmi, along with bilva leaves, dhupa, incense, and deepa, lamps. Next, one should offer fruits such as coconut, matulinga, citron, pomegranate, banana, orange, jackfruit, bilva fruit, and other delicious varieties. Thereafter, offering arghya, sacred water with flowers and rice, one should present boiled rice, cooked food, and sweets to the goddess with a heart full of love and devotion. Those who are accustomed to the use of meat may offer animal sacrifice in the worship of the Dev, and for such offerings, goats and wild boars are considered most suitable according to ancient injunctions. O sinless one! The goats and other animals offered in sacrifice to the Divine Mother attain heavenly abodes without end. Therefore, those who make such offerings in devotion incur no sin. O King! The beings offered before the Devas ascend to the celestial realms. Thus, in all the Shastras, it is declared that sacrificial killing in a ritual context is considered non-violence, ahimsa, for it is done for divine purposes, not out of cruelty or desire. For performing the homa, fire oblation, one should prepare a triangular pit, ranging from 1 to 10 hand lengths in size, according to need, upon a level triangular area covered with clean sand. Every day, the Devi should be worshipped 3 times with devotion, flowers, incense, and offerings, and the worship should culminate with joyous festivities, including music, song, and dance in her praise. Each day, the devotee should sleep upon the ground as a mark of humility, and should worship young maidens, Kumaris, aged between 2 and 10 years, offering them sweet delicacies, fine garments, and ornaments, as though they themselves were forms of the Divine Mother. On the first day, 1 maiden should be worshipped, and on each succeeding day, the number may be increased by 1, 2, or 3, or else 9 maidens may be worshipped daily throughout the entire observance, according to one's means and devotion. King, one should perform the Kumari Puja, the worship of virgin maidens, for the satisfaction of the Divine Mother, to the best of one's capacity. Never should one show miserliness in this sacred act. Now hear, O King, the rules concerning the worship of these virgins. The child of 1 year should not be worshipped, for she is still too young to perceive the fragrance or taste of the offerings made. The virgin aged 2 years is known as Kumari, aged 3 years, Trimurti, aged 4 years, Kalyani, aged 5 years, Rohini, aged 6 years, Kalika, aged 7 years, Chandika, aged 8 years, Shambhavi, aged 9 years, Durga, and aged 10 years, Subhadra. Virgins older than 10 years are not to be included in these ceremonies. Each of these 9 forms should be worshipped with their respective names, following the prescribed rules. Now, O King, hear the distinct spiritual fruits that arise from the worship of each. The worship of Kumari destroys sorrow and poverty, annihilates enemies, and bestows wealth, longevity, and power. The worship of Trimurti grants long life, and brings the triple attainments of dharma, righteousness, artha, wealth, and kama, desires, along with prosperity, sons, and grandsons. Those who seek knowledge, victory, sovereignty, and happiness should worship Kalyani, the fulfiller of all desires. For the cure of diseases, one should worship Rohini with devotion. For the destruction of enemies, Kalika is to be adored with deep reverence. For prosperity and abundance, Chandika is the best to worship. For victory in battles, overcoming adversaries, and removal of miseries and poverty, Shambhavi should be invoked. For the destruction of the most dreadful foes and for eternal happiness in the next world, the worship of Durga is supreme. Those who long for the fulfillment of cherished desires should worship Subhadra with faith and devotion. These virgins should be worshipped with great devotion using mantras beginning with Shri, such as Shri Rastu, or with the Bija mantras, seed syllables, of the goddess. I bow to the Kumari Devi, who, effortlessly and playfully, creates all the divine principles, who manifests the Lord Kartike and brings forth the Devas, Brahma and others, by her own will. I worship the Trimurti Devi, who manifests in the three forms of the gunas, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, and again assumes countless forms through their infinite variations. I worship the auspicious Kalyani Devi, who always bestows well-being and fulfills all desires of her devotees. I adore the Rohini Devi, whose grace germinates the seeds of accumulated karma, leading them to their destined fruition. I worship Kalika Devi, who, at the end of every cosmic cycle, gathers unto herself this entire moving and unmoving universe. I bow to Chandika Devi, the fierce one who slew the demons Chanda and Munda, and who destroys all terrible sins and impurities. I worship Shambhavi Devi, the bestower of happiness and bliss, whose essence is the eternal Veda Brahman, uncast and self-existent. I adore Durga Devi, who saves her devotees from dangers, rescues them from countless difficulties, and remains beyond the knowledge even of the Devas. With a heart full of devotion, I bow to Subhadra Devi, who bestows all auspiciousness upon her devotees and removes every inauspiciousness. Thus, following these mantras, one should always worship the virgins, adorning them with clothing, ornaments, garlands, perfumes, and various offerings with supreme reverence and joy. Here ends the 26th chapter on the narration of the rituals to be performed during Navratri in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, the Mahapurana of 18,000 verses composed by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 27, on the virgins fit to be worshipped and the glory of the Devi. Vyas said, O King, those Kumaris, virgins, who are defective in limbs, who are lepers, who are covered with sores and ulcers, whose bodies emit offensive smells or are polluted, or who belong to a bad family, are never to be accepted for worship in the Navratri 9-night festival ceremony. Those who are born blind, who are squint-eyed, who have only one eye, who are of disgraceful appearance, whose bodies are overgrown with hair, who are diseased, who are menstruating, or who show other signs of passionate youthful tendencies, or those who are very lean and thin, or born of widows, or of unmarried women, are always to be avoided in this puja, ritual worship. O King, only healthy, graceful, beautiful virgins without any ulcers, and who are not illegitimate, are to be selected for the Kumari Puja. In all cases, Kumaris born of Brahman, priestly caste, families may be selected. When victory is desired, Kumaris of Kshatriya, warrior caste, families are preferred. When profit is desired, Vaisya, merchant caste, Kumaris are chosen. And when general welfare is sought, Shudra, laborer caste, Kumaris are to be taken. O King, in the Navratri Puja, Brahmans should select Brahman Kumaris for worship. Kshatriyas may select Brahman or Kshatriya Kumaris. Vaisya worshippers can select Brahman, Kshatriya, or Vaisya Kumaris. Shudra worshippers may select Kumaris from any of the four classes. But artists and artisans should select Kumaris from their own families and tribes, respectively. If persons are unable to worship on all the days, it is advised that they should perform the special worship on the 8th day, Ashtami Tithi. In ancient times, on the 8th day, Bhadrakali, goddess, the destroyer of sacrifices started by Daksha, appeared in hideous forms, surrounded by hundreds and lakhs of yoginis, one of a class of 60 goddesses or female attendants of Kali. Therefore, one should worship in particular on the 8th day with scents, garlands, pastes, and various offerings. On this day, paisa, a food prepared of rice, milk, and sugar, and fresh fish are to be specially offered to the deity. The Homa ceremonies, feasting of the Brahmins, and the worship of the mother goddess are performed with various offerings, fruits, and flowers in ample quantities. O King, those who are unable to observe fasting during this Navratri Puja will reap the same fruits if they observe fasting for just 3 days, the Saptami, Ashtami, and Navami Tithis. On the 7th, 8th, and 9th days, if one worships with devotion during these 3 Tithis, lunar days, one will acquire all the merits. When the Devis worship, Homa, Kumari worship, and the feasting of the Brahmins are all completed, know that the Navratri Puja is concluded. O Janmeja, no worship, vow, or charitable gift in this world can be compared, in terms of meritorious effects, with this Navratri Puja. By observing this Navratri Vrata, one gains riches, crops, sons and grandsons, prosperity, happiness, longevity, health, heaven, and even final beatitude. Those who desire learning, wealth, or sons will obtain them all if they perform this most auspicious Navratri ceremony, which confers fortunes on devotees. By performing this sacrifice, those who seek learning will gain all knowledge, and he who is deprived of his kingdom will regain all his kingdoms. Those who did not perform this meritorious vow in their previous births become diseased, poor, and deprived of sons in their present births. Those women who are barren, widows, or devoid of sons indicate that they did not perform this sacrifice in their previous births. Those who have not performed the Navratri ceremony, how can they acquire riches in this world or attain happiness and peace in the next? He who worships the goddess Bhagavati Bhavani Devi with young leaves of the bale tree, smeared with red sandal paste, will undoubtedly become a king in this world. The man who fails to worship the goddess of the entire universe, who fructifies all human pursuits, who destroys all troubles, pains, and miseries, who is the all-pervading Bhagavati Bhavani, will surely spend his days wretched, impoverished, and surrounded by enemies on all sides. When Hari, Hara, Brahma, Indra, Fire, Varuna, Kuber, and the sun, all possessing wealth, powers, and supreme felicity, constantly meditate on the goddess of the universe, who is all existence, intelligence, and bliss, then what to speak of human beings? How is it that humans do not worship Chandika Devi, the one who guides all human pursuits to success? Why should people not worship Goddess Bhavani, the bestower of all happiness, whose other names are Swaha and Swadha, under whose intrinsic energies the Devas and Pitris are always satisfied, and whose mantras are recited by all Munis in every Vedic sacrifice? By whose willpower Brahma, the Creator, brings forth the universe, by whose energy Vishnu Janardana, the Deva of Devas, incarnates on earth in various forms to preserve the world, and by whose power Shankara destroys the entire universe. No being in the universe can exist without recourse to Prakriti Devi, the incarnate Shakti. Be it a goddess, a human, a bird, a serpent, a Gandharv, a Rakshasa, a Pisacha, a mountain, or a tree, they cannot move even of their own accord without the help of this force. Therefore, why should anyone not worship Chandika Devi, the awarder of all desires and wealth? And how is it that a man, desiring one of the 4 objects of human pursuits, dharma, righteousness, wealth, desires, and the final beatitude, does not observe the vow regarding that deity? So much so, that even a man who has committed a heinous offense, 5 such are enumerated. 1. Killing a Brahman. 2. Drinking liquor. 3. Stealing gold. 4. Adultery with the wife of a spiritual guide. 5. Associating with any such person. If he performs the Navratri vow, he will be entirely absolved from all such sins, there is no doubt in this. O king, once upon a time, in the country of Kosal, there lived a trader, poor and miserable, having many relations and dependents in his family, for whose provisions he had to provide. He had many sons and daughters. When they were very hungry and distressed, they used to get only a little food, and that in the evening, once in 24 hours. That trader also worked under another for the whole day, and in the evening, he would take his own meal. Thus, being greatly anxious and distressed, he somehow managed to maintain his family members. This trader was of a quiet temper, of good conduct, truthful, always ready to act religiously, devoid of anger, steady and contented, free of vanity and jealousy. Daily, he used to worship the Devas, Pitris, and guests, and he would take his meals only after all his family members had eaten. Thus many days passed when that good trader, named Susila, being deeply perplexed by poverty and hunger, asked a quiet-tempered Brahman, O Bhudeva, Deva incarnate on the earth, kindly tell me positively how I can be freed from this state of poverty. O holy-minded one, kindly advise me on a path that preserves my honor. I do not desire great wealth, nor do I wish to be rich. O Brahman, I only want enough to meet the expenses of maintaining my family. Please advise me so that I may earn just this much. I have many sons, yet I do not even have sufficient food to give them a handful of rice. Alas! My youngest son was crying for food today. I have driven him out of the house after chastising him. O Brahman, what am I to do? I have no wealth. My heart is burning with grief and sorrow. My baby has gone out, weeping and hungry. My daughter has reached a marriageable age. I have no money. Her age has exceeded 10 years. The marriageable age limit is past. Alas! What am I to do? O Brahman, I am expressing all my sorrows to you. You are merciful and all-knowing. Tell me any means, be it asceticism, gifts, vows, or the recitation of any mantras, by which I can maintain my family. I want wealth just sufficient for that purpose, and nothing more. O high-minded one, kindly devise and tell me some means by which my family members may be happy in this world. Vyas said, the Brahman, who used to practice vows, gladly told the trader, O trader, now perform the Navratri vow, the most auspicious, and worship the Bhagavati. Perform Homa, feast the Brahmans, have the Vedas and Puranas recited, and recite slowly the Shakti mantra. Try, as much as you can, to perform other concomitant ceremonies, and your desires will undoubtedly be fulfilled. There is no other vow superior to this in the world. This vow is extremely holy, and will bring happiness to you. This vow leads to wisdom and liberation, destroys enemies, and increases posterity and prosperity. In former days, Sri Ramachandra suffered greatly due to being deprived of his kingdom and, subsequently, on account of his wife being abducted. Later, he performed the Navratri vow in Kiskindhya, his heart weighed down with grief. Though deeply troubled by the bereavement of Sita, Ramachandra still observed the Navratri vow and worshipped the goddess according to the prescribed rules and rites. As a fruit of this worship, he was able to bridge the great ocean, defeat the giant Kumbhakarn, Meghnad, Ravana's son, and Ravana, the king of Lanka, and subsequently, he was able to recover Sita. He installed Vibhishan on the throne of Lanka, Ceylon, and finally returned to Ayodhya, where he reigned without enemies. O best of the Vaisyas! Ramachandra, of incomparable prowess, was able to obtain happiness in this world through the influence of the Navratri ceremony. Vyas said, O king, that Vaishya, hearing the Brahman's words, made him his guru, was initiated into the seed mantra of Maya, and ceaselessly, without laziness, recited the mantra slowly for 9 nights while worshipping the Devi with great care and various offerings. Thus, for 9 consecutive years, he devoted himself to the japa, slow recitation, of the seed mantra of Maya. At last, when the 9th year was completed, The great goddess appeared distinctly before his eyes on the night of the great Ashtami Tithi, 8th day of the bright half, and granted him various boons, delivering the Vaisya from poverty and bestowing wealth and other desired things upon him. Here ends the 27th chapter, on the virgins fit to be worshipped and the glory of the Devi, in the Mahapurana Srimad Devi Bhagavatam by Maharshi Vedavyas in the 3rd Adhyay, chapter 28, on the incidents connected with Navratri. Janmeja said, O sage, how did Rama celebrate the goddess's worship, which leads to happiness? Who was he? And how was his Sita stolen away? How was he deprived of his kingdom? Please satisfy me by narrating all these incidents. Vyas said, O king, there lived, in days of yore, in the city of Ayodhya, a prosperous king of the solar dynasty named Dashrath. He always worshipped the Devas, gods, and Brahmans, priests. He had 4 celebrated sons, Rama, Lakshman, Bharat, and Shatrughna. These 4 sons were equally learned and beautiful, and they always performed actions agreeable to the king. Of these, Rama was the son of the queen Kaushalya, Bharat was the son of Kaikeyi, and the good-looking Lakshman and Shatrughna were the twin sons of Sumitra. While young, they learned the art of archery and began to play with bows and arrows in their hands. Thus educated and purified, the 4 sons began to give delight more and more to the king. One day the great sage Vishwamitra came to Ayodhya and asked the king Dashrath for the help of his son Rama for the protection of his sacrificial ceremonies. The king could not refuse Vishwamitra's request and sent Rama, accompanied by Lakshman, with him. The lovely Rama and Lakshman accompanied the sage on his way. There lived a terrible-looking demoness named Tadka in a forest on their way, who used to give great trouble to the ascetics, and Rama killed her with only 1 arrow. Next, he killed Subahu and shot arrows at another night-wandering demon, Maricha, making him senseless, almost dead, and threw him a great distance, thus saving Vishwamitra from all the obstacles troubling him in his sacrificial ceremonies. Having fulfilled this great work, protecting the sacrificial ceremonies, Rama, Lakshman, and the sage Vishwamitra then started for the kingdom of Mithila. On his way, Rama rescued Ahalya from the curse that she was suffering from. At last the 2 brothers, accompanied by the sage, reached the city Videhanagar. Just at this time, King Janaka of Ayodhya made a vow to give in marriage Sita to anybody who would be able to break the bow of Shiva. Rama broke that bow into 2 and married Sita, born from the parts of Lakshmi. King Janaka also gave in marriage to Lakshman his own daughter Urmila. The good and auspicious Bharat and Shatrughna married, respectively, Mandvi and Shrutkirti, the 2 daughters of Kushadhwaja. O king, thus, in the great city of Mithila, the 4 brothers performed their marriage ceremonies according to the prescribed rules and rites. King Dashrath, then seeing Rama well qualified to take charge of the kingdom, proposed to install him on the throne of Ayodhya. Queen Kaikeyi, seeing that various articles were being collected for the installation of Rama, asked for the 2 boons promised earlier by her husband Dashrath, who was completely under her control. The first request was that her own son, Bharat, should become the king of Ayodhya, and the second request was the banishing of Rama to the forest for 14 years. Thus Rama went, accompanied by Sita and Lakshman, to the Dandaka forest, frequented by demons. The noble king Dashrath felt immense grief at the loss of his son, remembered the curse given to him by sage Andaka, and passed away. Bharat, seeing that his father had died solely because of his mother, refrained from becoming the king of Ayodhya, the prosperous city, and wished for the welfare of his brother Rama. Rama went to the forest Panchvati. One day, the youngest sister of Ravana, named Surpankha, became very passionate and approached Rama, whereupon Rama disfigured her by cutting off her nose and ears. Seeing her nose thus cut away, the demons Khara, Dushana, and others fought fiercely against the powerful Rama. The truly powerful Rama killed Khara, Dushana, and all the other powerful demons, for the welfare of the sages. Then Surpankha went to Lanka and informed Ravana of her nose having been cut, and of the deaths of Khara, Dushana, and others. The wicked and malevolent Ravana, hearing of their death, became filled with anger and, mounting a chariot, quickly went to the forest of Maricha. Ravana expressed his desire to take away Sita, so he ordered the magician Maricha to assume the form of a golden deer and go to Rama to entice him away. The magician Maricha assumed the form of a golden deer and appeared before Sita. Then the beautifully spotted deer began to move about near the goddess Sita. Looking at the beautiful golden splendor of the deer's body, Sita, as if prompted by great fate, spoke to Rama like other independent women, "O Lord, bring me the skin of the deer." Rama too, without judging the situation properly, as if moved by destiny, asked Lakshman to remain there and protect Sita. Then, taking up his bow and arrows, he went after the deer. Infinitely skilled in magic, the deer, seeing Hari in the form of Rama, sometimes appeared within his sight and sometimes vanished, wandering from one forest to another. When Rama realized that he had gone very far from his place, he became angry, drew his bow, and shot sharp arrows at the deer, who was actually the demon Maricha in disguise. The deceitful magician demon, being struck violently and pained intensely, cried out, "O brother Lakshman, I am killed," and then breathed his last. This loud and dreadful cry reached Sita's ears. Mistaking it for Rama's voice, she said to Lakshman in a tone of deep sorrow, "Lakshman, go quickly. I fear Rama has been killed. Hear that cry, O Lakshman. Come quickly and deliver me. He is calling you to go there." Lakshman then replied, "Mother, you are alone in this forest. Therefore, I cannot leave you, even if Rama has truly been slain. O daughter of Janaka, Rama has ordered me to remain here. If I leave you and go elsewhere, I would be disobeying his command, and for that reason I cannot move from this place. Moreover, it seems to me that some magician has deceived Rama and carried him away. Therefore, I cannot take a single step from here and leave you alone. Please have patience. Let me think. I find no one in this world capable of killing Rama. By no means can I leave you here alone and go away, disobeying his orders." Vyas said, "O king." Then the young wife of Rama, whose teeth were beautiful, began to cry aloud in fear, as though compelled by destiny, and spoke cruel words to the pure-hearted Lakshman. "O son of Sumitra, I know why you are so affectionate toward me. I know very well that you were sent here by Bharat to accompany us only so that you might opt in me for yourself. O vile Kshatriya, skilled in deceit, I am not a woman of uncontrolled will. Never will I accept you as my husband, even if Sri Ramchandra is dead. If Sri Rama does not return, I will certainly take my own life. Without him, I would be overwhelmed with grief and could not continue to live. O son of Sumitra, whether you stay here or not, I will not request anything further from you, for I am entirely unaware of your mind. But this much I wish to say, where has your affection for your elder brother gone?" Hearing these words from Sita, Lakshman became exceedingly sorrowful, and, suffocated by deep sighs from his inner anguish, he said to Sita, "O one born without any womb, why are you speaking such cruel and harsh words? I clearly see, as you speak these unworthy words, that some great misfortune is certain to befall you very soon. O king." Thus saying, the spirited Lakshman left Sita and went out weeping bitterly, deeply afflicted with grief, and traced the footsteps of his elder brother in search of him. When Lakshman thus departed, Ravana entered the hermitage in the guise of a deceitful beggar, wearing a red robe. Sita took that villain Ravana to be a sage and respectfully offered him worship and forest fruits. That villain spoke to Sita humbly, in a gentle tone, "O beautiful one, your eyes are like the leaves of the Palasa lotus. Therefore, you are clearly no ordinary woman. How is it that you are here alone in a wild forest? O fair one, who is your father? Who is your brother? Who is your husband? Being so beautiful, how is it that you are here in this forest like an ordinary woman, dumbfounded? O lovely one! You deserve to live in a palace filled with nectar. Why are you dwelling in this humble hut in a wild forest like the wife of an ordinary sage, when your beauty shines brightly like a heavenly maiden? Vyas said, the daughter of Janka, hearing the words of Ravana, husband of Mandodari, unfortunately mistook him for a good sage and replied as follows. Perhaps you have heard that the prosperous King Dashrath rules the city of Ayodhya. He has 4 sons. The eldest, Sri Rama, is my husband. The king granted 2 boons to Kaikeyi, due to which Rama has been exiled to this forest and is accompanied by his brother Lakshman. I am the daughter of King Janka. My name is Sita. Rama has broken the bow of Shiva and married me. Relying on his prowess with arms, I am resting here fearlessly in this wild forest. Seeing a golden deer, he has gone out to kill it for me. Lakshman, too, hearing his voice, has just now gone after him. O sage! I am living here depending on the strength and protection of these 2 brothers. Thus I have told you all about our life in this forest. Shortly they will come and offer you proper worship. The man who has controlled his passions and become a renunciate is like Vishnu incarnate. Therefore, I have worshipped you. O sage! Our hermitage is in the midst of this terrible forest, surrounded by demons. Therefore, I ask you, how is it that you have been able to come here dressed as a sannyasi, renunciate? Please speak truthfully before me. Ravana said, O fair one, I am the king of Lanka, husband of Mandodari. O beautiful one, it is for you that I have donned this dress of a renunciate. O lovely one, my 2 brothers, Khara and Dushana, have been killed in this forest, and urged by my sister, I have come here. Now leave this man husband, who resides in the forest as a pauper, devoid of fortune and wealth, and worship me as your lord. O fair one, I am Ravana, the king of kings. You should now accept me as your master. O daughter of Janka, I am the lord of the guardians of the quarters, yet I bow my head at your lotus feet. It is better that you accept me and fulfill my desires today. Formerly, I asked for you from your father, King Janka, but he said that he had made a pledge. Whoever breaks Shiva's bow shall marry my daughter. Bhagwan Rudra is my guru. Therefore, I feared to break his bow and was not present at your Swayamvar. But from that time, my mind has always been thinking of you and has been in a state of longing for you. O beautiful one! Hearing that you now reside in this forest, I, compelled by my earlier fascination with you, have come here. You should now crown my efforts with success. Thus ends the 28th chapter on the incidents connected with Navratri and the description of the Ramayana in Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses, by Maharshi Veda Vyas in the 3rd Adhyay, chapter 29, on the stealing of Sita and the sorrows of Rama. Vyas said, hearing these wicked words, Janki became greatly confounded with fear and began to tremble. Somehow collecting herself, she said, O descendant of the family of Pulastya, why are you, prompted by lust, uttering these sinful words? I am born of the family of Janka. Therefore, I cannot act wantonly according to my own inclination. O 10-faced one, it is better that you go to Lanka quickly, else Ramachandra will take your life. Without doubt, you will incur death for my sake. Thus saying, Sita Devi went towards the sacred fire called Garhaptya, placed in the house, uttering go away in her mouth. He, whose wickedness has caused all the lokas to cry out save, save, the same Ravana, of perverted intellect, then assumed his real form, went towards the hut, and caught hold of Sita Devi, who was crying, bewildered with fear. Sita cried Rama, Rama, Lakshman, and the sinful Ravana caught hold of her, quickly mounted her on his chariot, and sped away. On the way, Jatayu, the son of Aruna, met Ravana. A terrible fight then ensued between the two. The evil-minded Ravana, king of the demons, killed Jatayu. Ravana carried Sita to Lanka. Sita cried like a forlorn deer, and Ravana kept her in the Ashoka forest, surrounded and guarded by Rakshashis. The king of Lanka tempted Sita with comforting words, kingdoms, and wealth, but she never wavered from her pure and stainless chastity. Meanwhile, Ramachandra, after killing the golden deer and taking it, was returning calmly when he saw Lakshman approaching. He said, "O Lakshman, what a great blunder you have committed. Hearing the voice of that villainous conjurer, how is it that you have left my dear Sita alone and come here?" Lakshman replied, "O Lord, being pierced sharply by Sita Devi's words, like sharpened arrows, and being driven away by her, under the guidance of inevitable destiny as it were, I have come here, there is no doubt in this." They both hurriedly went to their hut, made of leaves, and not finding Sita, they were deeply afflicted with sorrow and went in search of Janki. Rama and Lakshman, in their search for Sita, at last came to the spot where Jatayu, the king of birds, was lying on the earth, his life on the point of leaving his body. Jatayu said, "Ravana, the king of Lanka, stealthily carried away Sita Devi today. I resisted that villain, who then fought with me and threw me down on this spot using his weapons." Thus saying, the king of birds died. Whereupon, Ramachandra performed the cremation and funeral rites of his body. Then both of them departed from that place. Then the Lord Ramachandra killed Kabandha and freed him from his curse, and, following his advice, made friendship with Sugriv, the king of the monkeys, thus forming a sacred tie of alliance. Next, Rama killed the hero Bali as a duty, and gave the excellent kingdom of Kishkindha to his new friend Sugriv, according to his promise. Then he began to ceaselessly think of Sita's abduction by Ravana, and passed the 4 months of the rainy season there with his brother Lakshman. Rama, deeply shaken by the bereavement of Sita, began to address Lakshman, "O Saumitra, the desires of the daughter of the king of Kekya are now fulfilled. On the stealing of Sita and the sorrows of Rama, Janki will never be found again. Without Janki, I will not return to Ayodhya. Without her, I cannot continue to live. The kingdom is lost. I am exiled to the forest, my father has departed from this world, and now my beloved wife is gone. The cruel hands of destiny are tormenting me. What further suffering it will bring, I cannot imagine. O brother Lakshman, what is destined to happen cannot be known beforehand by men. I do not know what is written in my fate hereafter, whether pain or peace. See, both of us, descendants of Manu, though born in a royal family, are wandering in these forests, enduring hardships due to our past deeds. O Lakshman, it is also by fate that you, abandoning the pleasures of royal life, have come with me, and now suffer these countless miseries beside me. No one in our lineage has ever suffered such misfortunes as we now endure. Nay, no human being has ever been or ever will be born who will suffer as I do, so many calamities, so much helplessness, so utterly destitute. O Saumitra, I am drowned in an ocean of pain and despair. What am I to do now? I see no shore, no means of crossing this vast sea of sorrow. I am truly helpless. I have no wealth, no armies. O valiant one, you are my only companion. O brother, upon whom shall I cast my anger, when all this is the result of my own actions? Alas! The kingdom, which could once be compared in splendor to Indra's celestial court, was nearly mine. Yet, in a moment, I lost it all, and now I wander in the forest. O Lakshman, who can ever discern what lies hidden in the womb of destiny? Oh, that tender, soft-bodied Sita, innocent and childlike, who came with us into this forest. Alas, the relentless fate has plunged that perfectly beautiful woman into a boundless ocean of sorrow, impossible to cross. That fair daughter of Janka is deeply devoted to me. She is pure and holy. How could she be made to endure suffering in the house of the king of Lanka? O Lakshman, Sita Devi will never come under Ravana's control. How could that excellent, chaste woman behave like an ordinary common woman? O Lakshman, Rest assured that if Ravana, by virtue of his power, attempts any violence on Sita, she would sooner put an end to her life than submit to him. O Lakshman! And when Janki sacrifices her life, I will assuredly do the same. For what use is this body to me once that fair Sita has lost her life? While the lotus-eyed Rama thus wept and poured out his grief, the devoted Lakshman comforted him with these gentle, truthful words. O hero of heroes! Put aside this weakness and be patient. I will soon slay that villain Ravana and restore Sita Devi to you. The wise and steadfast remain unshaken by fortune or misfortune. They keep their fortitude in both joy and sorrow. Men of small understanding give way to grief even in prosperity. Birth and union, separation and death, all are in the hands of destiny. Why pour out sorrow for this body, which is not the self? We have been banished from our kingdom, and this bereavement has occurred. Yet in due time we shall surely regain Sita Devi. O beloved of Janki! There will come a time when sorrow turns to joy and joy to sorrow. This is the natural course. So cast off this grief and stand firm. There are multitudes of monkeys who will aid us. They will go to the four quarters and bring us news of Janki. There is no doubt of this. O Lord! Once we learn the route to Lanka, we will go there and, by our prowess, slay the villain Ravana and bring back Sita Devi. Or we can call Bharat along with Shatrughna, and with all the armies united, we shall destroy our enemy. Why then, do you grieve in vain? O Lord! Our ancestor Raghu, the hero of heroes, the great monarch, won victories over the 10 quarters. And you, belonging to that same family, now sink into grief? Alone, I can defeat all the devas and the demons. And if I receive help, is there any doubt that I will slay Ravana, the disgrace of the Rakshasa race? O powerful one! We may call to our aid the king of Janka and root out this wicked enemy of the devas. O descendant of Raghu! Like the rim of a wheel, happiness and sorrow come in turn. Neither lasts forever. The mind that is overwhelmed by pain or pleasure is always adrift in the ocean of misery and can never expect lasting happiness. See, in days of yore, Indra once fell into vicious habits. The Devas united and placed Nahusha as king in Indra's stead. Terrified, Indra relinquished his post and passed many years in an unnoticed state within a lotus. When the time changed, he regained his post, and King Nahusha, through the curse of a rishi, fell to earth and was transformed into a great serpent, a boa constrictor. King Nahusha had desired Indra's wife and insulted a Brahman. Thus, under the curse of Maharshi Agastya, he was turned into a snake on earth. Therefore, O Raghava, one should not sink into grief when danger arises. Rather, one should act with energy and remain firm. This is what the sages teach. O Lord of the world! You are high-minded, omniscient and omnipotent. Why do you now grieve as an ordinary mortal? Vyas said, O king! Thus consoled by Lakshman, Rama cast aside all his heavy sorrows and remained firm at heart, calm and at rest. Thus ends the 29th chapter on the stealing of Sita and the sorrows of Rama, in the 3rd skanda of Srimad Devi Bhagavatam of 18,000 verses, by Maharshi Vedavyas. Chapter 30. On Narada's narration of the Navratri ceremony and Ramachandra's performance of it, Vyas said, O king! Rama and Lakshman, after discussing thus, fell silent. Then the Rishi Narada appeared from the sky, singing the Rathantara Sama Veda hymns in perfect tune on his famed lute. Ramachandra, of indomitable prowess, rose at his side, placed Narada on an excellent seat, and quickly offered water to wash his feet. He then worshipped the Muni and stood with folded hands. When the Muni bade him sit, Rama took his place close to Narada. When Rama and Lakshman sat there with heavy hearts, Narada asked in a gentle voice, O descendant of Raghu, why do you suffer like an ordinary mortal? I know that the evil-minded Ravana has carried off Sita Devi. While I was in the heavens, I heard that Ravana, descendant of Pulastya, abducted Janki, fascinated by her beauty, little knowing that this deed would lead to his own destruction. O sign of Kakutstha, your birth was meant for Ravana's slaying. For that very purpose, Janki has now been taken. Note: the true Janki was not taken, her shadow, Maya illusory, form was carried off. O Raghava, in a previous birth the Devi Janki was the daughter of a Muni and practiced severe austerities in her hermitage. Ravana came there, looked upon her, and begged that beautiful woman to become his wife. She reproved him sternly. In his passion he forcibly seized her hair. Angered and deeming her body defiled by the contact of that villain, the ascetic woman resolved to end her life and cursed Ravana thus: O villain! I shall be born on earth, not from a womb, but solely for your destruction and ruin. Having spoken, she gave up her life. O vanquisher of foes! Ravana, king of the Rakshasas, mistook a garland for an extremely poisonous serpent and thus carried off Sita Devi, the partial incarnation of Lakshmi, in order to root out his race. O Kakutstha, when the Devas prayed for the destruction of that proud, insolent Ravana, difficult to subdue, you were born on this earth in the family of Aja as a partial incarnation of Hari, beyond birth, old age, and death. O mighty armed one, be patient. Sita Devi meditates on you day and night. Indra himself, king of the Devas, daily sends nectar and the heavenly cow's milk in a pot to her. She subsists on that alone. O Lord, drinking that heavenly cow's milk, the lotus-eyed Sita Devi lives without hunger or thirst. I see her thus each day. O descendant of Raghu, I now tell you how Ravana may be slain. This very month of Ashwin, perform the vow with devotion. Fasting for 9 nights, worship of the Bhagavati, silent repetition of the mantra, and performing the Homa while observing all rules will certainly fulfill all one's desires. O best of the Raghu line, offer the sacrifice before the goddess with a sacred and blameless animal, perform japa and a Homa equivalent to 1/10 of that japa. If you do all this, you will surely be able to release Sita. In days of yore, Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma, and the Devas in the heavens all performed this worship of the goddess. Therefore, O Raghava, every person desiring happiness, especially those who have fallen into great difficulties, ought to perform this auspicious ceremony without the slightest hesitation. O Kakutstha, Vishwamitra, Bhrigu, Vasisht, and Kashyapa, all of them performed this worship before. When someone stole away the wife of Brihaspati, the guru of the Devas, he too, by the power of this worship, regained his wife. Therefore, O king, you too should celebrate the puja for the destruction of Ravana. O high-minded one, this vow was previously practiced by Indra for the destruction of Vritra, by Shiva for killing the demon Tripura, and by Narayana for the killing of the demons Madhu and Katbha. So you too should firmly resolve to perform this vow diligently and with your whole heart. Rama replied, O ocean of knowledge, who is that goddess? What is her power? From whence has she sprung? What is her name? And how is this vow to be duly observed? Kindly explain all these to me in detail. Narada answered, Listen, O Raghava, that goddess is the eternal and ever-constant primordial force. If you worship her, all your difficulties will be removed, and all your desires will be fulfilled. She is the source of Brahma, Vishnu, and all other beings. Without her force, no one could even move their limbs. That supreme auspicious goddess is the preserving energy of Vishnu, the creative power of Brahma, and the destructive force of Shiva. Whatever exists in this infinite universe, whether temporal or eternal, she is the underlying force of all. How then can she have an origin? Her origin is not Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, Sun, Indra, or any other Devas, not this earth nor its upholder. She is beyond all qualities, the giver of salvation to all, the full Prakriti. At the time of the final dissolution of the universe, she abides with the Supreme Purusha. She is also Saguna, full of qualities, and is the creatrix of Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, empowering them in every way to create the three lokas. She is the supreme knowledge, existing before the Vedas, and the originator of the Vedas. Those souls who know her nature can free themselves from the bondages of the world. She is known by endless names. Brahma and the other devas may call her according to their actions and qualities. I am unable to fully describe all those names. O descendant of the race of Raghu! Her countless names are formed from the various combinations of vowels and consonants, from the letter A to the letter Ksha. Rama said, O best of the Munis! Briefly describe all the rules and regulations regarding how this vow and worship are to be performed. With my heart full of devotion and faith, I will worship the goddess today. Narada said, O Raghava! On a level plot of ground, prepare an altar, place the goddess there and fast for 9 days. O king, I will act as your priest and, with great energy, perform this yajna to fulfill the work of the gods. Vyas said, then the powerful Bhagwan Hari, hearing all from the Muni, believed it to be true, and, on the approach of the month of Ashwin, prepared the altar on the top of a hill, placed the auspicious goddess, the world mother, and, observing all the rules, performed the vow and worshipped her. Fasting for 9 days, Rama celebrated the vow, duly offered sacrifices, and performed the worship and homa ceremonies. On the grand night of the 8th lunar day, when the two brothers completed the vow as instructed by Narada, the Supreme Bhagavati was pleased with their worship. She appeared before them, mounted on a lion, and remaining on the mountain top, addressed Rama and Lakshmana in a sweet, grave tone, like the rumbling of a rain cloud. Rama, I am satisfied with your worship. Ask from me what you desire. Rama, you have been sent by the gods for the destruction of Ravana and are born as a part incarnation of Narayana in the pure and stainless family of Manu. It is you who, in ancient times, incarnated as a fish to serve the Devas and preserved the Vedas by killing the terrible Rakshasas for the welfare of the universe. It is you who incarnated as a tortoise, held aloft the Mandara mountain, churned the ocean, and nourished the Devas. O Rama, it is you who, in days of yore, incarnated as a boar and held the earth aloft on your teeth. It is you who assumed the form of a man-lion and preserved Prahlad, tearing asunder the body of Hiranyakashipu with your sharp nails. O descendant of Raghu, it is you who, in ancient times, assumed the form of a dwarf, the younger brother of Indra, and served the purpose of the Devas by deceitfully cheating Bali. O son of Kaushalya, you incarnated as the son of Jamdagni in the Brahman family, eradicated the line of Kshatriya kings, and gave this entire earth to Bhagwan Kashyapa Rishi. Thus, you are now born as the son of Dashrath in the stainless race of Kakutstha, at the request of the Devas, to combat the oppression of Ravana. These powerful monkeys, born as incarnates of the Devas and endowed by me with great strength, will assist you. Your younger brother Lakshman is the incarnation of the serpent Shesha. This indomitable hero will undoubtedly kill Indrajit, the son of Ravana. You will slay Ravana, then, with great devotion, worship me during the vernal season, and thereafter enjoy your kingdom according to your desires. O best of the Raghus! You shall reign on this earth for a full 11,000 years. After that, re-enter your heavenly abode. Vyas said, O king! Thus speaking, the Devi disappeared. Rama, filled with joy, completed that most auspicious ceremony, performed the puja on the 10th day, presented abundant gifts to Narada, and sent him back toward the ocean. O king! Stimulated by the supreme energy, the highest goddess, Rama, the husband of Kamla, Sita, went to the shores of the ocean accompanied by Lakshman and the monkeys. There he built the bridge across the ocean, killed Ravana, the enemy of the gods, and his unparalleled fame spread throughout the 3 lokas. He who hears this account of the Devi with devotion will attain the greatest happiness in this world and, ultimately, the final beatitude. There is no doubt in this. O king! Many other Puranas exist, but none equals this Srimad Devi Bhagavatam. Know this as my firm belief. Here ends chapter 30 on the narration of the Navratri ceremony by Narada and its performance by Ramachandra in the 3rd Adhyay of Srimad Devi Bhagavatam. Here ends the 3rd book, Skanda.